يا ماما يا نانا نانا جنوب يا النجمة يا النجمة نجمة جنوب يا جوا قمرة يا حبيبي جنوب يا جوا قمرة كيف نسانية نية يا فات النجمة نجمة نجمة نية جميلة زي النجمة وو نجمة نجمة قمرية بقوري في شجرة بقول بنية بنية قمرية بنجم شجرة وقول بنية بنية دولة بتاعنا زي دولة دولة هنا دقنا باب لماما كله فتالينا هنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا هنا قلنا أكيفو كله ويقفوا لنا جنوب يا نانا يا نانا نانا بابا بفكر في الشجرة عشان يربي يالو ماما بفكر في الدنيا عشان ما يتشاف بنية بفكر في القلبة عشان محبة جنوب يا ماما يا نانا نانا بنية قيافة زي النجمة نجمة بنية جميلة زي النجمة وو نجمة قمرية ببوري في الشجرة بقول بنية جنوب بنغنغ في الدنيا بقول بنية جنوب يا جوا قمرة هي جنني جنوب يا جوا قمرة كيف خلاني جنوب يا بابا جنني كمان 3 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة انا شفتهم ماشي لمدرسة حبيبية 7 بنات انا لقيتهم في السكة دي انا شفتهم ماشيين كنيسة كله جيرانية بنية بسلل ربنا بنية بمجد ربنا شوف بنية مسؤولية الواحد في الدولة يا نجمة مسؤوليتين في الدنيا يا بنية مسؤولية 3 في الدولة دي يا بابا ماما جنوب يا ماما أليزا يا ودي شباب جمجمة جنوب يا سيستر يا مغلظ مشوار جنوب يا ماما يا مدوى وبني مسؤولية واحد دولة يا نجمة مسؤولية 2 دنيا يا بنية مسؤولية 3 دولة يا بابا ماما
Welcome, Brother Krikuju. Another new week, brand new week.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. And indeed, also it is this December, which is a blessed month of the year. For those who are Christians, it's the beginning of the countdown to the birth or remembrance birthday of our Lord Jesus Christ. We hope that this December will finalize the 2020 with all its atrocities, and we should be fine by the dawn of 2021. أخواننا المشاهدين والمشاهدات، مرحبا بكم. نتمنى إنه أسبوعكم كان أسبوع شيق مليء بمفاجآت، مليء بكل سعادة. مرحبا بكم في برنامجنا الأسبوعي بتاع زوم تي في، اللي احنا بنزوم فيه في كل حاجة، في كل كورنر whatever it is. It doesn't matter how long, small or big it is. We zoom into it when we put our mind to it. Of course طبعا معكم، ما احنا ما لوحدنا. لولاكم احنا ما بنقدر نجي هنا كل أسبوع نجي نقعد عشان نزوم في حاجات. نتمنى إنه إن شاء الله أسبوع يعني في برنامج النهاردة ما نكونوا كمان دمنا تقيل لكم ولا حاجة. My brother Krikoju, you're welcome to greet our viewers.
Greeting to you, Brother Daniel. You look sharp, you look smart as usual. So
Thank you.
Al-Fushia, it is right there. So تحية خاصة Zoom TV viewer. This is our prime time, and it is our pleasure and our joy to spend my Saturday evening with you, and Brother during the blessed Sunday afternoon with you. And through the week, we long for it, and it is the time. Thank you for tuning in. Please show your love, show your support, and also share the video. Little things that we talk about it here, it might be beneficiary to others. Somebody will pick something out of it as we continue to learn from each other. And we are going to have a very special guest tonight. Some of them already are in the studio, but we need their patience because we have to do our Zoom decorum. We get into to do our, to pave the way. What is the topic is about, and from there we can take it to the next level. So on that note, I will yield the microphone a little bit back to you, Brother Ndirinda, so that if you can just give a highlight, because the topic is kind of a little bit, just see if you can unpack it a little bit. زي نظام لأنه ملاعب يكون ظبط نفسه بنجوك نجي بس في كرات شوية عشان إنه
ريح يملى البيت
قارب بتاعه يطلع عشان جيران يعرف على أساس إنه والله الجداد ده حمرونا هارد ريحته لما جيران كله يضربوا الزمن بتاع الأكل بتاعه لسه ما جاء. يا بس أفتحنا كنت بتاعت البرمة ده شوية عشان إنه people who didn't read the topic or they are not following up with us so that they can have a glimpse of it. Thank you.
That's all right. Just before I do that, let me welcome MC Peter or Mac Peter. I keep thinking it is Mac Peter, not MC Peter. Welcome, my brother, Fred Bona, Emmanuel Samuel Chol, Abany Najib, Justin Bilani. Welcome, brother. We hope you're feeling good by now. Modi Timon, Tom Darius Bashir, Asi, Albino Thomas Singo, Dennis Lisa, welcome, Kaz. Sister Eleni Kikazos, welcome, sis. King Sosa, Tersizia Kur, welcome, my brother from Melbourne. And a few more others, we will come to them as time permits. Of course, if you have come across our announcement, it is it's a complicated case topic that we're tackling. And as always, we're saying we're not saying we're the expert, but we're trying to make a point out of it, whereby this conversation should be carried on by many other people going on, even within your own families and friends and all of that, because I'm quite sure a lot of our viewers would have, who are parents or have children, would have come across such problems, because we are talking about the behavior سلوكيات أطفالنا. Of course, when we talk about سلوكيات, we're not talking about the toddlers. Toddlers are different altogether. That's not the يلا نتكلم فوقهم. We're talking about الشيء بدأ يشوف له بنطلون جينز دار يلبسه، دار يمشي تمشي معه، دار تعزل له قماش، ودار يقول لك no, I don't want that one, I want this one, I want that one. These are the ones that we are going to tackle a bit, and to try to unpack and find out whether, as parents, single parents, relatives, friends, whether we play a negative or a positive role into those behaviors. Because if you ask me, I can just say one thing off my head. If we were back home in South Sudan, we won't be talking about this. Simply because our children will not be misbehaving the way they do it here. And don't get us wrong. It's not hatred. We don't hate them or anything. It is just that we feel that our hands are tied. As parents in the Western world, we feel that our hands are almost tied when it comes to do with our children. And that is the bitter part of it. عشان كده احنا قلنا, you know what, this conversation started on Let's Talk program, and there was and it got a popular demand that it should be also continued here on ZööMTV. And we do expect that all of us participate. What probably we might end up, you never know, we might end up knowing for ourselves as parents whether we actually contribute negatively and causing these children to go the way they're going. Some have gone extreme, and some have misbehaved for a few years and then monistadalo. So this is what we're going to talk about. It's about the behavior of our children, and I hope all of us will participate in it. And I think my brother Krikuju, before we do our decorum and start our program officially, maybe it's a good idea if we play some music for ourselves, if that's good by our viewers, and they can put a thumbs up just to show us their acceptance for that. You can show up your put up the thumbs and whatever the reaction, yeah, we can see coming through. And also, please do share this live video, share it in all the groups that you are part of, and like it as much as you can. So I believe we are saying we can play the music. We can play the music a bit, and then we can come back.
In your library, you want to pull it?
Yeah, it's something already ready. It's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your eyes, my smile, your voice in my land. I can never forget that you are the reason, yeah. And that I'm needing for you, and I'm screaming for you. I can never get the taste of your love apart from my tongue, yeah. Darling, I did we talk. Darling, I be we talk. Habibi boy, your love so sweet. Habibi boy, your heart's with me. Habibi boy, I cannot be when you're with me. You're all I need.
Muhammad, say wanna be gonna. I love you.
I love you. Muhammad, say wanna be gonna. I need you. I need you. I love you.
I love you.
I love you. I need you.
I need you.
I need you. The love I have for you got me thinking all about you.
Thinking about you, girl.
I never want to be away, can't live
For you again be. Sibu wanna tala happy, happy, baby girl. Amaila leta mulu. Habibi. Sibu wanna tala moksu, shady. Darling, darling. I really wanna be with you. Baby girl, baby girl. I can't get enough of you. Ana weta sawa. Birabu tukisim sawa. Le, habibi. Ana dere weta. Muhabbataki si wanna be guna. I love you. I love you. Muhabbataki si wanna be guna. I need you. I need you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I need you. I need you. The love I have for you got me thinking all about you. Thinking about you, girl. I never want to be away, can't live without you. Live without you. I love you. I love you. I need you and nobody else. Just me and you. Just me and you. My face all done again with the baby. Just me and you. Just me and you. My face all done again with the baby. I love you. I love you. Muhabbataki si bana biguna. I need you. I need you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I need you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I need you. I need you.
Okay. Brother Krikuju, there was, of course, a reason why we played that song because our children, in most cases, more natural cases, this is how we get them. We start شوية محبة شوية شعرس وبعد شوية بيت مال وعيال. Of course, زي ما احنا قلنا, back there it is easier. But when we then move with them here, or then we start this mahaba from here, then that's why this kind of program comes around. So like we said, we don't play something on ZööMTV that really does not have a relationship with the topic. I hope our viewers enjoyed that bit. And just before we go to your decorum, my brother, let me welcome Lina Bartol, Camilo Lotokam, Benjamin Joseph Ukune, Patrick Watson, Equatoria Cassett, and Sister Christina Jubara. You're all welcome. Please share, like the love of ZööMTV. And in a few minutes, we will be jumping around into our topic, diving heads on, and we start talking. And we encourage all the participants to really, when we open the floor later and drop the link, please come in, give us the idea. What do you think? Because this is a collective shakwa, it's a collective discussion, it's a collective counseling. You name it, it's all collective. This one, when it comes to do with the kids, and we are not after a single mom or single dad or anyone. We are talking about issues that we all face, all of us, whether you're single or you're two together, you know. So it is an issue. Brother, you can start with our decorum and then we can then move on.
Sure. We just try to recognize and acknowledge everybody who comes in. I think you skip Rose Key. I'm not
okay.
sure. I didn't hear her name. And we have Brother Bernard
Sorry
Uchin.
for that. Sorry for that.
Bernard Richin from Winnipeg, Manitoba. We have Johnson Rosemary, and we have Brother Andrew Dow. Just join us now. Still, let us make this disclaimer again. When we sit here, we never claim that we know it all or we are the expert. We are a concerned parents, and the safety and future of our kids are at stake. That is why we bring this topic to safeguard our own and to safeguard all, because by safeguarding all of them, automatically yours is within that box. This is a father concern, a mother concern, an uncle concern, an auntie concern, and so forth. Grandpa concern, grandma concern. We are not the expertise. Excuse me. We are not the expertise, but we bring those topics, we use this media effectively to bring it to the front. So we give our little perspective, and also we look so that we learn from you, and we may pick up something that will help us to assist our own to protect them. So collectively, based on the principle, it takes the entire village to raise a single child, then it is all of us. Uncle, Giddo, Haboba, Mama, Khalto, Ammatu, Kulakum Henak, big brother, big sister. For those who join us, Zoom Decorum, we have Adabal ZööMTV. Basically, just come and make your argument. Respectively, bring your perspective. We have to disagree to agree. Okay. My style, the way how I'm upbringing my kids might be slightly different than yours. But within between, there will be cross-reference, something that will bring us together, because this is what I inherited. So therefore, we look forward. Bring your perspective. We have to disagree to agree respectively. And that is why we use this Western media, so that we are civilized. That is why we dress in a civic way. We sit under the light. We use this technology. So let us behave in the way that people, the civil people, they do their thing. They resolve their differences. That is very important in ZööMTV. Also, the topic that we bring them, as my brother alluded to, we are not targeting anybody. في عيال قاعدين مع بابا وماما في بيت بينحرفوا بيقربوا. في عيال with single mother, they do outstandingly well. Or with the single dad, they do outstandingly well. في كل الحالات. So therefore, we are not targeting nobody. And also we pick a proposal, we pick suggestion from others. This is number one. Number two, when you are coming to ZööMTV, please, if you are going to be a participant or even a viewer, respectively, monitor your comment. Even though if you disagree with me, please don't be abusive to me. Don't be abusive to our guests. Don't be abusive to another viewer as you or participant. Respect, their point of view. We monitor those comments closely. If you start getting offline, you start getting more aggressive, more abusive, maybe we'll send you a gentle warning. If you repeat it again, we will delete your comment. If you continue, excuse me, then we reserve the right to block you. We protect ourselves, we protect our viewer, we protect our participant as well. This is very important. We have to learn to respect each other. Also, if you are a participant, you want to participate, we have about 3 or 4 guests. They will come. We will open the floor for whoever is willing to come and drop their 1 cent, as I keep saying it. Please, when you are coming in, if you are a lady, address something a little bit appropriate. ما تورينا مفاتيني كله ده ما مكانه. احنا عايزين الفكرة اللي عندك، عايزين وجهة نظرك، نصيحتك كأم، كأبوبة، كعمة كخالة, come in, give us your perspective. This is not a place to showcase your privilege. The same thing بالنسبة للرجال, put something appropriately. If you have a good six-pack, this is not a place to show it. People are busy showing their thing. You can post it on your own wall. I have a good six-pack or whatever you have. Just to make it simple, dress something appropriately because you are family-oriented, and we talk about issues that are related to family. So, number 3, when you are coming, please come sober. It is a weekend in North America. Some people في ناس باكلوا زوريا, في ناس بياكلوا قش, في ناس بيشموا حاجات, في ناس بحقنوا حاجات في جلدهم. There is أنواع بتاع مكيفات مختلف. في ناس اللي بيشرب شاي ساكت بس ولا موية زرقاء. So please come clean. خلينك يكون فاتح, because لما انت بتقول كلامك بنعرف انه زول ده مسؤول, مش انه لسانك يبدا يربط في كلام وفي النهايه انه tomorrow تقول blame it on والله بنقل انا شربته ده او برجلني ولا مويه زوريه اللي انا شربته ولا شنو. no excuse for it. تجي تقول لنا كلام مسؤول على اساس انه كلنا نستفيد منه. ده مهم. ايضا when you are on the live, please don't move with your camera. Find yourself a steady phone holder ولا أي حاجة, ولا أربطه بسولا تيب ولا لصقه بالداك تيب. Let it be secure عشان إنه to avoid any surprise. Also بالنسبة للرجال, very important. What happened in other network, you guys remember it very well. The embarrassment, somebody walk with the camera to the bathroom and start passing water. No, please don't do it. Just recuse yourself, exit, come back. We will bring you back. So with those little basic here, we hope we will have a healthy conversation. Conversation لأنه في جنة هينقذوه. Okay? And out of this 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours we are going to spend it here. لو إذا في جنة أنقذوه من this behavior, you learn something and you apply it, and that child adjusts or become, little bit a good child, this is a big win. And 100% we know there is few people that will pick something decent here for the benefit of our children. With this little bit introduction, I believe we look forward to have a healthy conversation which will be beneficiary to all of us, and specifically for the benefit of our children. If you are a father or a mother to be, also, you will learn something so that to equip yourself with it, you are moving into that big responsibility. Podium back to you, brother.
Thank you so much, Krikuju. Just before we embark on our mission, a couple of things I want to make note of. Brother Andrew K. Dow, الكلام اللي انت التوبيك اللي you're thinking maybe this should get into it. Yes, it is part of it, but we actually have أفردنا مساحة كامل. I think it was 5 hours to discuss that one. ارتفاع نسبة انتحار بين فئة الشباب وصغار السن في مجتمعاتنا بالمحجر. That we had a full program that I think if you just go back to our page, ZööMTV page, you will find a program that was specifically fully was that for that. Brother Madid, you said you've sent something in our inboxes, but you later said you sent it to Krikuju a few weeks ago. Thank you. I think Brother Krikuju will have a look in his inbox and find out what is happening.
Yeah.
In regards to what is happening in this program, of course طبعا هو موضوع حساس. حساسية الموقف مش إنه الموضوع بطل. تم هذا الموضوع. حساسية الموقف إنه عيالنا زي ما العربي بيقول فلذات أكبادنا. يصعب إنه إذا فلتوا من يدك لأنه أنت سبب فيه أو أنت ما سبب فيه هم فلتوا من يدك. لأن at the end of the day in the المجتمع لما نقول مجتمع in the غرب هنا لما نقول مجتمع in this case it's not going to be the whole society, it's going to be مجتمع بتاعنا الجنوبي. أقول ده ما جنا فلان، ده جنا فلان، ده جنا فلان، ده ولد فلان، ده بيت فلان. So it is they're gonna keep it on you. لكن طبعا باقي المجتمع it's not gonna say جنا فلان ده جنا منو. المهم they're just gonna go like this blood refugees, you know. الأسود ده شنو حصل لهم. When at the very beginning of the whole thing, the genesis of the whole thing, أنا قلت the environment in the Western world played a great role into this. whether انت جيت هنا انت ومرة وبس من غير عيال بعد كده ولدت عيال هنا، او انت جيتوا بعيال صغار they start growing up here, the environment is going to have an impact. It is the whole setup. And I'm going to repeat, my brother Krikoju, if you don't mind, I'm going to repeat what I said somewhere. If Sodom and Gomorrah was burned down in the Bible, if you all know our Bible, كان ده مسيحي, because of few things that was going on there. ما بالك in the world we live in today, in the Western world. Why is it not burned down? أنا مش نستحق burn down بس مفروض يكون زيت سخن في راسنا. then يولع فوق نار عشان يولع كويس. And مع الأسف الشديد, even though we don't have hands in it, what is happening in the Western world, but at the end of the day, عيالنا become part of what is going on. Some of عيالنا خدوا المنهج نهجوا الحتة, became gay لا مؤاخذة, became lesbians, you know, even from very young age, and just teenaging خلاص بدأ يلخبط لك كل حاجة. And guess what? إذا دارت تتكلم فوقه, system is telling you, you know, they have the right to their sexual orientation and blah blah blah. لخبطونا بشوية كلام. And then within the family unit, it can actually causes a problem. So the environment is set up completely different. The environment is set up in حتى لو جناك دي بقى 18 now they are considered of legal age. You are unable to say something to them. Because if you say something, then they turn around and say, that man said this. They don't say my father. They say that man or that woman, referring to their mother, is abusing me because of my sexual orientation, for instance. Or they become, become alcoholic for whatsoever reason. They become alcoholic. It becomes hard for you to talk to them. And instead, they are telling you, don't talk to them so harsh about it. You talk to them nicely. Well, I don't understand that. But you know what? From where we came from, you see your dad drinking or your mom drinking, but that العدوى ده ما بينط لعيال. المستغرب إنه قالوا العدوى ده بينط لعيال هنا في الغرب. If dad is drinking or mom is drinking, قال العدوى ده بينط لعيال. I don't understand. And حتى ولو الأب والأم ما بيشربوا والجنم في peer pressure بتاع برا هناك بدأ يشرب, قال don't even talk to the kid harshly. Talk to them nicely. Everything is nicely. Calm down. Yes. But what does the calm down end up in? So there is a lot of issues that we can unpack. All come من تحت راس calm down, and من تحت راس the environment, من تحت راس the kind of the system we live in. There is nothing. One way the system let you go in one way and it blocks your head. For you who do not understand the system wherever you live, the system give you one way, you go into it, but you can rest assured. Gidam, there is a blockage. They will block you somewhere to redirect you to another اتجاه. So when you think you're okay, let me make it this way. عشان الناس بس تكون فاهمة. Oh yeah, you parents are responsible for the upbringing of their children. Great.
عليك الله قوله بعربي.
Yeah.
ما عشان
يعني الآباء مسؤولية تامين يربوا عيالهم. bring in your culture. احنا بنشجع ثقافات وعادات بتاعك، احنا بنشجعه. and then guess what is our ناس culture بتاعنا وحاجات بتاعنا. bring upbringing بتاعنا، اديه كلف واديه شلوت وخليه يستعدل وكركب في راسه واقعد تاد وقوم فوق. ده our culture بتاعنا صح؟ ده عادات بتاعنا. this is upbringing. that's how we all go through. now your system is telling you اعمل حاجات ده كله. but the moment you do one of this stuff, guess what happened to you? It is the same system turns around saying, wait a minute, انت ايش انت قاعد تعمل ده؟ اللي انت قاعد تعمل ده اسمه abuse. You're now abusing your child. You know? and مش كده بس، نفس السيستم then gives the right to your child in the police leg. and one police لما يجي بعد ما يسأل انه يا ابو فلان ولا يا ام فلان ماله جنا شنو حصل، عشان بس يعرف what happened. اول حاجه بكلبشوك يمشي خطوك في كروزه كويس، يشيلوا جنا يمشي يسلموا له اسره ثانيه. it's a gone case. even if لما نسلموا جنا لمده 6 شهور ولا 3 شهور ساكت، جنا على بال ما يرجعوا لك طار لك اساسا. you know so the system بعد كده بيعاملك حتى الاباء whether انت ابوين مع بعض او اب واحد سواء كان اب ولا ام you know become مشكله، لانه all of a sudden انت مربوط. ادوك اكل لكن في نفس الوقت قام مسكوا يدك ربطوه في ظهرك مثلا. كان انا خدت مثلا بالطريقه دي، عينك في اكل في راس الترابيزه انت مش عارف تاكله لانه انت يدك مربوط في ظهرك، مش ساكت وبس مربوط وربطوه في كرسي. يعني تقلق قاعد في راس الاربع رجلين تاع كرسي، لا انت ما حتقدر تميل قدام، وانت كان ميلت معناته انت لازم تقع بوشك تطبق في اكل لك وكله يوسخ. that's مصيبه اللي احنا قاعدين فوقه. مصيبتنا ده احنا مش عارفين نمرق منه، لكن في نفس الوقت السؤال هو هل أن احنا السبب في كده؟ هل في حاجه اننا قاعدين نعمله القى يخلي المصيبه اللي احنا دخلنا فوقه، ولا اصلا احنا ما السبب في كده، لكن you know what الظروف اللي احنا فوقه بيجبرنا على هذا الاساس. وسيبك من كده، احنا واقعين كآباء، احنا واقعين تحت وطأة بتاعت اللوم من اهلنا ورا. لان لما اهلنا ورا يقوم يسالوك عيال كيف، تقوم توري شنو حصل في عيال، يقوم يطلعوك انت المنافع، انت الاب ولا الام انتوا المنافعين. ليتوا خليتوا عاداتنا، ليتوا ما عملتوا لانه هم طبعا زي ما عربي بيقول اليد في مويه سخنه ما زي اليد في مويه بارد، مش كده؟ ولا مثلا اللي بيقول احنا يدنا في مويه سخن، هم يدهم في مويه بارد، لانه بالنسبه لهم الموضوع سهل جدا. فعلا it is real because عندهم هناك حتى العيال المام they don't get to do extent بتاع العيال بتاعنا. يعني هسه غريبه انه اننا في الجنوب يمداك انه تلقى انت تقوم تشتكي ابوك ولا تشتكي امك لعمك، ده بيكون حاجه فريد خالص. you cannot do that, not because you cannot do it، لانه you know one thing if you wrong انت لو عملت غلط في بيت اي زول هيصحيك and that including your extended family member بيصحوك. يدقوك في شارع لما تيجي جاري في بيت قاعد يكورك امك ولا ابوك بس قالك ما لقدر كورك، قالوا والله فلان دقاني في الشارع، لما فلان يجي داخل حتى قبل ما يتمتم كلامك امك بيكون لملمك ولا ابوك لملمك فوق سلامك كم كده الدقات في حتتين. ففي النهايه ده مش abuse، في النهايه ده مش خوف، لكن في النهايه ده بتلقى انه the best way to avoid all of this شوف this is your decision as a child. the best way to avoid كلام ده كله to be good, to do the right things. ده مشكلتنا. يعني مع الاسف الشديد عندنا مشاكل كثير. عندنا teenagers زي ما اخوي قبل اندرو قبل يقول، عندنا teenagers because of what I've just mentioned earlier انتحروا. because of just mentioned earlier بيجوا lesbians. because of just I mentioned earlier بيجوا gays. because of just what I've mentioned earlier بيجوا alcoholic، بيجوا مدمنين المخدرات، بيجوا الوالدين مكتفي الايدي. يسمون بيحاولوا في زول of course طبعا درس لكل قاعده نشاز كويس، لكل قاعده نشاز. في بعض اباء طبعا they cannot do anything اصلا من اولها، they didn't do anything for it. لما يحصل then the whole society will go like ما انت كنت سبب لانه you did nothing, they did not even attempt anything. بعدين ما تنسى انه معظم آباء بتاعنا لما نجي هنا ما كلنا كمان متعلمين وعارفين كل حاجة. إذا كان المتعلمين اللي بيجوا متعلمين ذاته بيتمقلبوا، السيستم will divide them. ما بالك ما اللي بيجي يكون جاي بتاعه أصلا ما متعلم. So ده بيكون واقع completely تحت الوضع بتاع الظروف اللي لنا فيه. So يا أخوي كريكوجو I hope أنا فتحت باب ده كويس لنا and we can move it on. We can start talking and bringing our guest up if that is fine. Yeah, to the screen. I yield the microphone back to you, brother.
Sure. I believe you sum it very well. Just before we bring Uncle Arun is here, I'll bring him to the screen. And before we give the podium to Uncle Arun, just I want to say this. أنا هحاول نركز كلامنا بعربي أكتر من هذا اللازم، لأنه ده كلام جوابات. ما بعد شوية لو إذا فتحناه شديد ذاته فيسبوك will shut us down على أساس إنه قاعدين نعصر الأولاد لأنه عايزين يبقوا ما كويسين وبنات اللي ما عايزين يبقوا كويسين. طبعا نازل عندهم they have a very strong lobby. عندهم قروش، عندهم اتحادات، عندهم lobbies that they work. عندهم أشتر المحامين اللي فيها على أساس إنه يحموا حقوقهم. وده إجحاف في حقنا، لأنه عندنا مبادئنا زي ما إنه أكو عندنا ذكر. عايز أقول إنه الكلام ده ما وهم، أوكي؟ ده واقع موجود في حياتنا، في حياة أطفالنا. أنا موجود في كندا في محافظة ألبرتا، في مدينة كالغاري، وما بين مدينة كالغاري وإدمونتون اللي هم المدن الرئيسية في المحافظة ده. بشوية تحقيق و out of curiosity بتاعت الأب، أنا لقيت فرصة إنه زولا اداني فرصة to sneak into network. عيالنا عندهم شبكة، network خاصة، platform بيقدموا أنفسهم فيه with their profile، ما بأسامي اللي بدسوه، بأساميهم الحقيقية، بصورهم الحقيقية. ولد بيقول أنا ولد ما كويس، يعني أنا بسمع للراجل تاني نوم معي، وتاني بيقول إنه أنا بنوم مع رجال. This is their profile. They introduce themselves على أساس إنه this is top. I am top. I am bottom. And also في تانيين لأنه he's boss. He's top and bottom. You know, it is للأسف الشديد يعني لما إنه أفكر في الثقافة الحتة اللي إنه أنا جيت منه. أوكي؟ كل جنا عنده احترامه وعنده طريقة لأنه بيكرموا به، وبالذات إحنا في المجتمع الأفريقي يمكن لأنه مجتمع رجالي، الآباء هو عندهم السيادة العليا. افتكر الأولاد they praise them differently. It is not something I am making it up. ده حقيقة في كل بيت أولاد بيدوم مقامات خاصة. أوكي؟ ويمكن في المجتمع الفريتيتي غالبا لما بيلدوا ولد الأب بيكون فخور، لازم إنه بيضربوا سلافه نبأه قال أنا ولدت نفسي ولده راجل في بيته. People celebrate it. أوكي؟ لما تفكر فيه الولد اللي ولده راجل احتفلوا به، أوكي؟ في الطهور في الشنو ده موت وفخر بتاعت أبو، ويسمع لولد زول تاني عشان إنه يقلبوا مرته. Just think about it. Okay. أنا عندي أولاد، عندي بنات. دي حاجة إنه there is no way على أساس إنه أنت تستوعبه، وذاته ده غلط في حد الذات في حق بتاع ربنا. ربنا لما خلق الجنة ولد بيت بكده نظر عن إنه نسبة هرمون عالية ومش عارف إيه، وينو أوهام بتاع نسبة هرمون عالية ده ما عرفناه من جدودنا. يس في السودان في فلتات شوية، 1 2 إحنا بنعرفهم، لكن ده حالات شاذة جدا جدا. لكن عشان إنه يبقى موضوع فخر ولدك انت بتقول انه ولد، الجندر بتاعه مكتوب في شهادة ميلاده ميل، ويمشي يعرف نفسه على اساس انه انا كذا، ده مشكلة كبيرة. البت اللي انه انت ولدته عشان انه في يوم من الايام هيبقى الاستمرارية بتاعت انه تجديد النسل. اوكي، يلدي عيال يكون عروسة مرة للزول تاني، لجنا زول تاني، يمكن لجنا صاحبك، ل somebody from the community to carry التحديدية التجديد بتاعت النسل على اساس انه يكون في ناس اسود موجودين معمرين في الارض، جنوبيين موجودين. اوكي، تقوم تقلب نفسها على اساس انه تبقى بمثابة مرة لبيت زول تاني. I think this is something we need to underline it. في كل الحالات مرفوض جملة وتفصيلا لدينا. أنا دخلت في الشبكة ده. I will not share الأسامي والحاجات لأنه الزول دخلني بالشرط إنه whatever. أوكي، حتى قال لي إذا أنت لقيت صورة جناك جوا هناك في الشبكة ده don't react to it على أساس إنه أنت دخلت الشبكة لأنه أنت بتكون عملت اختراق لبروتوكول. اوكي، so come and talk to your child بالطريقه اللي انه انت بتعرفه. اوكي، وده كوميتمنت مني. انا بعرف عيال، بعرف امهاتهم، بعرف ابهاتهم، وبعرف عيال ديل باساميهم. اوكي، في الحته اللي انه احنا موجودين فيه. but because I made my word, I made my commitment, so I have to respect that arrangement. لكن I started to let us talk حتى الموضوع ده على اساس انه there is a demand، على اساس انه let us bring it up، نوسع الاعتار بتاعت الكلام ده. You are in Ottawa, you are in Toronto, you are in New York, you are in Sydney, you are in Brisbane, you are in London. ده ما حاجة غريب. It is happening within your backyard. It is حتى انه احنا نفتح عيوننا. لو اذا لقيت ولدك قاعد يمشي كيف قاعد يقلب جوا يده ولا قاعد يعمل شنو عين لو كويس وفي شنو يعرفوا صلبك. اوكي، ده شنو شقوق يا عندك، كنت لك مع شقوق ولا اي حاجه. try to find it out بدري قبل فوات الاوان and it will be little bit too late. اوكي، ده السبب انه احنا بنحاول نركز بقدر الامكان نتكلم في الموضوع ده بعربي، لانه احنا ما عايزين نفتح مساحه لانه يقولوا ديل ضد المثليه. اوكي، يس احنا ضده لانه ده ضد ما بعدينا، ده ضد قيم اللي انه احنا بنعرفه من الناحيه الاجتماعيه، من الناحيه الادبيه، من الناحيه التقليديه، ومن الناحيه الدينيه ذاته. اوكي، زي ما انه زميلين درنده تطرق له، ربنا عرق صدوم وعمور في شويه بس انه شعب لوط وكم نفر كده في المدينه ومسكوا ملاك عايزين ينوموا معهم، وشنو يا رب نزل لهم كبريت حرقهم. لو اذا النهارده الحكومات بيدعمهم بيشجعهم لمستوى رؤساء الدول، اهو شفنا في المرشحين بتاعت الرئاسه الامريكيه. اوكي، they are proud. زول بيجي بيقول انه انا so and so. مقدمي برامج في شبكات كبير بتاع التلفزيون. You know, we listen to them, we follow them, showcasing them. ده حاجة مرفوض في مجتمعنا. اوكي، لو إذا جناي عايز يطلع من بيت ولا يفوت ولا شنو، ده قبل ما إنه ما نعمل فيه أي حاجة بطال. اوكي، خليه يفوت. And I will denounce that child completely. كان ده ولد ولا بنت. اوكي، وده بيذكرني كلام بتاع إحدى الآباء في جنوب السودان، ولده قاعد يفرفر قاعد يعمل نفس وشك العوارة، ده قال له بس استنى، حاجة ما يكيشك تجي في جنوب السودان. سميت كبرك عندي كونكشن في مطار بتاع جوبا، انت نزلت مطار جوبا انا بحصلك بمسدسي وكنت في راسك جوا مطار، مش انه بسيبك تجي بيت ولا اي حاجه، عشان الدنيا كله يعرف. كان تلفزيون الجزيره فيه كان تيك ات لايف، يقولوا الراجل الجنوبي عمل ده. اوكي، so this is something I take it serious. اوكي، انت لو اذا من نوع لانه بيقول ولديك اللي يقلب ظهره للراجل ثاني، ولا بنتي كلي نومتي بنت ثاني يبقى مرته، I think this topic is not for you. Okay? We want to do our best as a parent collectively to protect our children. بناتنا وأولادنا بنت ولده بنت عديل ولد ولده ولد عديل. Okay? So يشرفنا في الاستوديو أمنا وأكونا أنكل هارون patiently لأنه من شدة ما كلام ده ذاته وجاء في قلبه شديد. He did his best وهو فضل في الاستوديو ذاته دخل الاستوديو قبل ما إنه إحنا نجو because هو عايز يكلم مع الجنوبيين يوصل صوته. اوكي انكل هارون انا بدي فرصه لبرادر ديلين ده يرحب بك يسلم عليك وبعد كده ندوك الميكروفون. دانيال بليز ويلكم انكل هارون.
ثانك يو برادر كريكو. انكل هارون مرحب بك. انا دار نقول اول مره بسبب لاول مره في زوم تي في لانه المرات اللي جيت فيه مرتين ولا ثلاثه مرات اللي فاتت كنت قاعد تجي بماسنجر لكن today يعني انت عملت شغل outstanding انك قدرت تخش استوديو باللينك and then النتيجه لانه انت زوجت زمان وعندك اولاد واولادك يا ساعدوك حتى تقدر تخش and ده المطلوب لان تربيت اولاد بطريقه كويس and that's where the result out there يالك that's the result of what we are talking about. عشان كده الكلام النهارده بيهم جدا انه ذريتنا اللي هم اولادنا لازم يطلعوا بطريقه كويس بقدر الامكان. لانه انا قلت في محل تاني قبل كده انا قلت انه I will not have any pride يكون واحد من عيالي يمشي يطلع لي مميل ولا بجنبات. You know انا I will have no pride in that one and for me it is غسيل. The moment that is that the reality they are washed off. I don't even want to hear them calling my name. You know they can go and change their name to whatever they want because I'll cut them off bloodly. I will have no blood with them. and لو انا لقيت عربيه صدموا في الشارع قدامي وانا شايف ده هو ده هي ولا هو I will have nothing to do with them. I'll just walk away. لو بقى في الدم بتاعه عايزين دم له and the only blood that goes with his or her blood is my blood, I'm the last person in the world. I will never give him the blood because simply what was the point of marrying their mom and giving birth to them? That's a simple question, but it is something that I will never have any pride in it if any of my kids decide to go astray. It's not that they are getting into that, but they are doing their best. Everything is okay, but the moment they change, even if they are of age, that's where it will really be a list زي ما المصريين بيقول. So brother uncle Agustina Harun, لو انت سامعنا مرحب بك. سلم للمشاهدين معك كم 40 كم 50 نفر قاعدين يشاهدوك وابتدي قول كلامك. تفضل.
أنا بسلمكم جميعا باسم الله جنوب السودان. أنا أغسطينو هارون، أنا في كندا كيتشنر. أنا أولموست 23 سنة في البلد ده. قبل ما نمشي قدام أنا بقدم جزيل الشكر لزوم تي في لبرنامج عشان ننافس يا ومن رغم من كده ما في إنسان بحفظ الإنسان لكن هو ربنا اللي بحفظها. لكن الكلام بيصلح سكة. ده أنا بقدمكم الشكر. وأنا لما سمعت البرنامج ده وقريت أنا حبيت على حسب إكسبيريون اللي أنا مريته في حياتي، وأنا حبيت عشان نجي نرفع صوتي. يمكن واحد من كلمة واحد من كلماتي ممكن نفرين 3 بيستفيدوا منه. البلد نجينا فوق ده أنا عندي 6 عيال. الحمد لله I have 6 grandchildren. Is the one they are help me for this electronic or something like this.
Wow.
My brother and sister, this country is nice country. But our kids, they are not listening. Our kids, they don't know what is the parents want. The parents wish for everybody. One day, we are not alive. Me and you, this country, for the new generation, she got to take over. Which kind of the new generation? You are lost education. It's a magadir. يخوت نفسه تاكل في سكول كويس. Do you think أنا بكون معك في زمن داك؟ لا. فبرنامج اللي انتوا جبتوا ده برنامج الحقيقة مهم شديد. بنتمنى لأي جنوبي خليه يستمع في برنامج ده. برنامج ده والله يساعدنا وبيساعد عيالنا. ده إنه من المدرسة. ما كل وقت نحن بنجيب برنامج بتاع سياسة وده أكبر من السياسة. الصح بيبدأ من وين؟ الصح بيبدأ من البيت. السياسة بيبدأ من وين؟ السياسة بيبدأ من البيت. education بيبدأ من وين؟ من البيت. فأنا متأكد ما في إنسان بيتمنى عشان يعيش الجنة بتاعه. لكن عيالنا في البلد ده نعم. I believe you guys, nobody pay money for you to spend your time to bring this topic to educate our people. God, they are going to pay for you back, you my brothers. Keep going for this experience. We are going to talk a lot according to my experience for this life. ولا بتاك بكره كان اسمع قال والله يا أنكل هارون ده عنده بنيه. If you are my son, come knock my door. أول حاجة أنا بسأل أنت جنة منو؟ ده عندنا هناك في جبل إيموتون هناك. هنا ما في زوج بنيه ساكت. هنا في توريد في جبل إيموتون هنا ما في زوج بنيه ساكت. أول حاجة أجي أعرفه أبوه ده منو وما ده منو. لو أبوه ده قال ربنا رحمه أنكل تغنى منو وولد ده ذاته هو كيف. ده في حاجات كتير. لأن الزواج أنت ما عارف بنيه حيزوج وين. فور اكزامبل أنا عندي عيال هنا واحد مزوج بيت النوير. بابا لأن لقيت بيت النوير أنا داير أزوج. ها يا ولدي كده اديني اسم أبوه منو أمه منو. البيت ادانا اسم أبوه اسم أمه. سألنا الناس اللي بعرفه قلنا له والله يا ولدي مبروك go ahead we are going to support you. إن تمنى زواجي في كالجاري شهر 9 السنة اللي فاتت. ولدي الثاني اختاروا بيت من بكا في ايجيبت. ما في بنات في كندا ده كله ما في بنات. ولدي اما جاني قعدني مع امه قال لي والله يا بابا ماما يعني انا في بيت يعني انا لقيته هو في مصر فانا داير امشي اشوف البيت ده. قلت له يا ولدي قبل ما تمشي كان بكى يعني ورينا مثلا يعني هو منو من فاميلياته من ده ومن ده. فده فعلا الولد جابوا الاسماء بتاعت الفاميلي بتاعه كله. فقلنا له يا ولدي كل شيء قسم النصيب. نحن عرفنا نازل الفاميلي بتاعهم ناس كويسين من الناس اللي بعرفهم. الولد قام في مصر لما جاء رجع احنا قمنا تاني للسبورت للزواج بتاعه. فدي طريقة نحن دايرين نحن كجنوبيين خلينا نأدي بيالنا بطريقة الكويس. بعدين الليلة الناس ذين لما ولدي لما مشى لهم هناك ما أول حاجة أم سالوا الولد ده قطع مسافة ده كله لغاية هنا في مصر. أنا متأكد الولد هناك يكون ما كويس ماله قطع مسافة ده كله ما في بنات هناك. هم برضو سألوا برضو باك جراوند بتاع الولد بتاعنا هنا كمان والناس هناك كمان ودي على حسب الحاجة هم شافوا لي الولد بتاعنا هنا. وربنا تم بالسلامة.
امين.
الزواج تمت وجاب المرأة هنا في كندا. معلش أنا بيكون كلامي طويل شوية يعني أنا ما كان زمان كنت قصير.
لا. اتفضل يا أبو هارون.
فهذه الحاجات يا جماعة البرنامج اللي انتوا جيتوا ده أنا بكل حرارة أنا اللي بستكرفت ده وبدل ده من احترامي لبرنامج ده.
ثانك يو.
فدي الحاجة بهمنا وبهم أنا عندي 2 عيال لسه عندي بنت وولد. ما معروف ان احنا هسه في التلفزيون هنا ما معروف يوم من الايام في شو هنا ما معروف واحد من عيالك يجي يفلت من هناك ولا ولدي من هنا كمان يفلت. فده بنتمنى ربنا ان شاء الله يا جماعه السكوت والرضا. لما تشوف جناك ماشي غلط ما تسكت. انا عارف انت ما بتمشي معه يدين لكن الكلام الكثير just give him some for example. My son, our tradition is not allowed you to do this. Our tradition is not allowed you to be gay. You know, this country, we are here visitors. Okay? If the way you want to take the drugs, don't listening to friends more than to listening to family. You have to open your eyes. Our life, when I marry your mom, and not to find your mom in the street, I just grow up like this, is my wife. No, we have tradition. If you're my daughter, let you know that. I don't want you, somebody play in your mind. I want to marry you, I want to marry you. Okay. Let me know how this boy look like. How's their behavior? How's their family behavior? That's all become together. Sometimes, نحن ذات أبوهات. We are family. Sometimes we are a problem for our kids. My respect to you, my brothers, listening to this show.
Yeah.
Sometimes we are family, we are a problem for our kids. The mom, you still want to go to shopping outside. The father want to go to shopping around outside. But God give you guys nice kids. 3, 4. After that, what do you want to go to do? The father want to marry another one. Okay, this is our tradition. But it's not because it's not in Canada or it's not in America or Australia. If I'm wrong.
You're right.
In Canada, they say you have to marry one woman. I give you for example. For example كده يعني نكون في جوبا هناك في أخو مرة بتاعنا عنده كازن بتاعه جاء من البلد هو كان ما تزوج لسه هو كان في أمريكا أنا في ماريس وكده خلاص جنوب خلاص اندبندنت مشى في جنوب وعمرته قريب ل 35 وما تزوج. كازن بتاعه ده 30 سنة عنده 6 عيال. جاء قال لأخوه ده قال اسمع يا زكريا انت لغاية هسه 35 سنة انت ما عندك الجنة انت جاء زوج 200. أي نو أنا استغير من انت أنا لي 6 عيال. أخوه ده سيدة زالان قال له اسمع يا أخوي 6 عيال بتاعك ده كم منهم القرا في سكول؟ قال لي لا ما ضروري سكول، لكن يعني بس انا طبعا انا ولد من اصلا كده ما باب. قال لي يا اخي انا ما داري اتصرف في زوجه، عندي الزمن انا بزوج فوق وبيجيب عيال، لكن لما تجي تولد عيالك كده بدون ما تشوفهم كويس وتمشي تزوجه مره ثانيه، ابقى فايده شنو عيال دل عشان كنت بريني مهمه تمن. قال لي لما مشيت زوجتها مره ثانيه عشان تجيب عيال ثاني. قال لي يعني شفت الجداد بتاع امي ده اللي عنده عيال ده ما في فرق منك انت مثلا تقول له عيال دل وبتاع زي دي وبيجت على زي عيال الجداد دل. عيال الجداد ده كانه ودي في كونيو كونيو ممكن يجيب قروش، لكن عيالك دل اللي انت بتولدهم كده ولسه قدرت تفتش نسوان ثاني يبقى فائدتهم شنو؟ فدي الحاجه اللي بنقول له لبعض اخواننا يا جماعه في البلد ده ربنا اداك 2 عيال يبقى لهم 10 سيريسلي. فدي الحاجه اللي بنقول له مثلا العيال هنا السكوت لنا لهم خلينا ما نخاف، لكن عشان قال تدقوا وتعملوا بتاع زي دي no it's not allowed. انت بيكون في problem. Let me follow the rules sometimes. Okay? Serious talk. You and your wife. Bring the kids inside. Talk. Give them, for example, talk. Like, for example, now my kids go to marry at another place. Say, look, the guy come marry our neighbors. He's from where? He's from Torit. But the lady from nowhere. But this life, if you are a good lady at home, the man automatically can come marry you. If you are a boy, if you are strong for your life, good education, good listening to your family, I believe automatically you can find good lady for your future. فدي الحاجات اللي بنتكلم للعيال بتاعنا يا جماعه، خلينا ما نجيب اب بقينا الاساس. يعني عيالنا خلاص بيجا كربوا، عيالنا بيجا كربوا دي كانه كان ناله، انت نقلت جنى، انت والله ما بتنفع، انت والله ما بتنفع، وفعلا ربنا بيستجوب ولا انا كذاب
حقيقه.
فنحن نقل الكثير لعيالنا ما بدينا nowhere, because in this country we are not going to follow where you go, okay, go, and please be careful, and please any bad friend don't try. Look at me, I never smoke. If you look at me and take some beer, and not now, when I was young I never take any beer, but now I'm in retirement. If you take a beer, don't look at me like Baba, you take a beer. No, the beer it leaves you to be lazy. If you am in retirement, if you take a beer, I'm lazy, I'm asleep, I don't have nothing to do. But you still have long term to do. You have to know what you want to do. If you are friends, if you have friends, they say let's go to drink, let's go this, just automatically withdraw, put them, leave them alone. If you find any friend.
Uncle Harun,
أي نعم.
أنا مش عايز أقاطعك، لكن في المجتمع اللي احنا موجودين فيه في المجتمع الغربي نادر ما انه we will get somebody with your caliber, with your generation. Okay, ما احنا دلوقتي بقينا ابوهات وامهات، لكن we have a young family. Okay, افتكر انه بكبره بتاعك في كندا انت جيت عندك 23 سنه، اكيد انه الاولادك اتزوجوا كانوا تينيجر. اوكي، سو من خلال الخبره بتاعك نصيحه بتاعك شنو بالنسبه لليانج فاميلي؟ like I have a young family and there is other brother دريندا here لسه عنده young family، يا لسه pre-teen teen في تانين ذاته لسه ما مشوا مدارس بحكم الخبره بتاعك والتجربه بتاعك. اوكي، what is your advice بالنسبة ل young family how to handle يبدأ من وين؟ ما الحاجة ده جنا بيعلمه بعد ما إنه مشى مدرسة سنة ثانية ثالثة رابعة خامسة. This is where the trouble will start. So بالنسبة للناس اللي عندهم أسر young family, what is the strategy? How to prevent it? Because prevention is better than curance. Okay, من البداية. So if you can share your experience and offer your advice as an elder. لأنه أحيانا when I speak ما في الدفعة بتاعي كتار they listen وبيقولوا جريكو جدر يعمل نفسه على أساس إنه هو بيعرف. No, I never claim that. Okay. لأنه الآن ذات I worry about them. That is why I'm trying to learn from somebody like you. But you have the bragging right على أساس إنه hey أولادي زوجوا and والباقي ده definitely they will follow الفود ستيب بتاعت التانيين المشوا قدام. شارك experience بتاعك معانا على أساس إنه نشجع ناسنا.
اوكي، ده كلام جميل شديد. الاكسبيرينس اللي انا مريته مثلا ليالي العمر بتاعت هاي سكول، العمر هاي سكول هو ده اخطر مرحله للعيال. العيال لازم تدرسهم، بعدين البلد يقول لك you have to get the experience with the job. ما تقول مثلا كان انت وديته جناك عشان يشتغل اي شغل مثلا في بيتزا ولا كان في تيم هوتون ولا كان مثلا في جرايد وكده وبتاع زي ده جنة دي ممكن. لا، you have to help your son your daughter. Let us have the job, part-time job. It make her or he busy for the life. لكن انت مثلا ولدك 17 سنة 16 سنة يعني ما قدر أعمل أي حاجة، نومه كتير في البيت ده بيخليه بسبب حاجات يوم من الأيام عشان تيجي تسهر عشان تفكر له يكون تو ليت. فدي الحاجة مثلا الاسبيرينس بتاعتي اللي أنا مريت فوقه يعلمي مقامه. ولدي البيتي الكبير اشتغلوا في تيم هوتل، ولدي الثاني اشتغل في فود بيزك. يعني كل شغلات مختلفة. يعني طبعا الراوند بيت يعني هم بيمشوا بقرعينهم، يعني بيمشوا بقرعينهم. الغادي هسه من عيالي اي زول عمل العربيه اللي نفسه براو لما جاي يزوجوا البيت الكبير، لما يزوج بطريقه كويس، البيت الثاني يزوج بطريقه كويس، الولد الثالث يزوج بطريقه كويسه، الولد الرابع يزوج بطريقه كويسه. ما كلهم يتزوجوا من منطقه بتاعتي، انا بكون صراح معاكم.
نعم.
البيتي الكبير يزوج واحد من اولاد توكو، البيتي الثاني يزوج واحد من اولاد لوكوايا، يا هو ولدي الثالث يا هو زوج من بكا ما زوجي في مصر. ولدي نمرة 4 اللي هو ماشي يزوج بتنوير في كالجاري. البقية 2 ان شاء الله انتوا الاثنين اللي قاعدين تشوفوني ده يعني عندي ولد وبنت، كان ربنا قسم لي ان شاء الله. نتمنى انا شفت عيالك كوركوجو، شفت عيالك ما شاء الله، وشفت العروسه البيوتيفول وبتاع دي ان شاء الله تكون في قسمه ولدي يا رب.
شكرا.
وانت عندك شباب ان شاء الله كل في يوم من الايام يكون من قسمه ولدك. يا اخوانا شكرا جزيلا في برنامج ده عجبني شديد كده تكون كونتينيو. شكرا
جزيلا انكل هارون، كتر خيرك. ادي فرصه لدانيال يقول لك كلمتين before we let you go.
Uncle Harun, I can say you did well. انت عملت كويس. يعني في الزمن انت جيت بعيالك ما شاء الله زي ما انت قلت، زي ما سمعنا كلنا. You did well and I think you can rest. انت ممكن تقعد كده في كرسي معاش، ما معروف كان في كرسي معاش في بلد ده سي انا ما بعرف، لكن في كاوتش انت ممكن تقعد فوق تاخد كورينك فوق تعاين CNN ولا KBC ولا MSN or whatever the channels عندك هناك. ان لو في سلام جا ورا انت ممكن ترجع جنوب، ما عندك مشكلة. ده نموذج كويس اللي انت قدمته. بعض النماذج التانيين اللي هنا عندنا مصيبتنا ان فوق النهار هو مشكله كبير. ويمكن قبل ما تمشي انا بس عايز اخد كلام هنا، اجاوب حاجه هنا في سكرين اوريدي، انه احنا البريزنترز احنا نفتكر السبب شنو، انه عيالنا بنحرفوا. يا اخت كريستين لادو، المشكله وين؟ ما هو جذر المشكله هنا لازم نعرفه. الحاجه اسمه sexual orientation. that's that phrase by itself. ده phrase غير متعارف عليه عندنا في السودان او في الجنوب، because احنا عارفين عندنا حاجه متعارف طبيعي، جانا مولود بنت، جانا مولود ولد. جانا مولود بنت هيعيش عمره كله بيت، امه هيربيه يوروه حاجات بيت بعملوا كيف وكده، ولا يسبوا دو مدارس وكل حاجه يتعلم. لكن بعد ده كله لما نيجي في سن بتاع الزواج، امه بقعد تهد بوريه كيف انه هي تقعد تشوف كيف انه هي تقدر تقعد في بيتها وكده. الولد الاب بيمشي معه بيوريه كل حاجات، انه كان لما كبر كولد ومطلوب منه شنو يعمل شنو. في حاجات بيسموه شغل مثلا التوريه بيمسكوه كيف وحاجات ديل وهكذا. حتى لو دخل مدارس ويتعلم هو بيكون لسه عارف كلام من ابوه كلام محدد. الموضوع بتاع sexual orientation ده means انه خلقت حاجه، احنا قاعدين نخلق حاجه من عدم. كويس. when we start talking about sexual orientation احنا خلقناه اساسا. لا يعني تفتكر بيت ما عارف نفسه بيت، ولا ولد ما عارف نفسه ولد؟ هم عارفين. لكن المصيبه انه in the western world قام دخلوه as part of curriculum. يا ليه تقدر توري لجان انه تعرف الولد انه انت ولد وهو عارف انه هو ولد، وتعرف البيت انه هو بيت وهو عارف انه هو بيت. كويس. مع بيت صغير في بيت مثلا مع الفاميلي مع ابو وام، ما في ام بقول لبيته اجيب فوق وبول مثلا، هو بيت صغير بقول له اقعد تحت، الولد بيمشي يجيب، ما في زول بقول له اقعد تحت. الولد قايم على هذا الاساس والبيت قايم على هذا الاساس. لكن لما يمشي المدرسه، ما هو ده اللخبطه هنا بعد كده، يمشي يلقى في جزء من تعليم بتاعه انه there is sexual orientation. and guess what happened there؟ مش بس انه ينتهي انه there is female and male، then there is X gender and then there is other gender. ما جانا هسه راس لخبط، هو كان مفتكر هو بيت female but now قالوا له في نوعين تاني جديد، في X and في other. so من غير ما نخش في تفاصيل بتاع داك كده imagine that's what happened لجنا. يعني جنا عارف عنده اخوه بيقع تحت male وهي مثلا she is female، that's it. لكن الاثنين تانيين دول يطلع شنو؟ ولا بحب الاستطلاع curiosity kills the cat، مش كده؟ بحب الاستطلاع ب whatever جنا somehow realizing okay no I'm X no I'm other, and as the explanation start flaring في بينهم كعيال برام what does it X means what does other means، احنا في جريمة already. so I think لحد هنا ده الجزء اللي انا عايز اقوله. so انكل هارون ده عدم مصيبة اللي هنا فوقه، انه التعليم في بعض حاجات تانيين عندنا في الغرب هنا، ما انه we can do the best، ما في اب او family او بيقبل او بيرضى او بيتمنى الكعب لعياله. لكن احنا قاعدين نعوم عكس التيار. احنا قاعدين نعوم كآباء، احنا قاعدين نعوم عكس التيار. عندنا حاجات كتير. يس احنا بنمشي مع حاجات تانيين زي ما انت قلت، that's true. We try to follow things, but then the setup itself is not helpful. The setup has cracks in it، هيبرجلنا هيلخبطنا هيودينا في كل محل. so ده المشكله هنا واقعين فوقه. yep it's good exactly you are right and I believe that because even in Australia I've seen that في مدارس ابتدائيه، مش في جامعات ولا ثانويات العليا، لا في الابتدائيات من سنه اولى I've seen it and this lobbyist يا طلع مدير مدرسه يا طلع مدرس يا طلع teacher aide and they have a specific program كان أنا بتذكر من سنين ورا there were a specific program that was about to be introduced في مدارس and it had to do بالكلام اللي قاعدين نقوله ده. لكن البرلمان وقف بالذات عندي في كوينزلاند، البرلمان وقف ضد الموضوع بشده، سو رموا الكريكولم ده كله برا ما قبلوا. لكن بعد ده كله ما هم اللي لقوا سكت محل تاني، طالما قادرين يعملوا من ابتدائيه هنا بدأوا في محل تاني قدام. سو مشكلتنا كبير، مشكلتنا انه how do we handle it, do we play a negative role in it or positive role. انا شخصيا يمكن كريكوجي قال نفس الكلام، I'm not going to participate in that. I will not. My kid decide to go down the gurgler, barao. And I will ensure I cut that kid off حتى من أخوانه. That's me. Call me radical, call me whatever. لكن that R will not sit with me. Okay? So, تفضل.
أنكل هارون عندك حاجة عايز تضيفه؟ لو إذا بتقدر تصبر معنا شوية. أنا أعرف وقت متأخر عندك، كده أدينا فرصة شوية، خليني أضيف رأس الكلام اللي دانيال قاله وبندوك فرصة على أساس إنه تجي تعمم عليه. By the way, للضيوف الموجودين people who want to come and participate, we posted the link, please come in. في عوامل تانية sister كريستين لادو بالنسبة لسؤالك why. بفتكر إنه الإعلام أيضا بيلعب دور كبير جدا جدا because it promote them. Okay.
حتى في الكرتون.
أيوة it promote them للدرجة إنه يعني عندهم مثلا نوادي خاصة بين، أوكي، عندهم ملاهي ليلية خاصة نايت كلاب خاصة بين، عندهم مطاعم خاصة بين، أوكي، ومسموح لهم على أساس إنه يجوا في المطاعم العامة اللي إنه في فاميلي بيجوا فيه، بيمشوا في نوادي اللي إنه فيه العديل والمكاوج، بيمشوا في المجمعات اللي إنه بتاعت العديل والمكاوج وبيجي بيفرضوا نفسهم، أوكي. أبسط حاجة حتى الكنائس في الغرب، كنيسة يزوج راجل مع راجل، ده ياتو كنيسة ماسك ياتو بايبل. لو إذا ربنا حرق شعب لوط، أوكي، وإحنا وسطنا هنا موجودين في ناس بيمشوا في كنائسة، أوكي. الحمد لله لحد دلوقتي الكنيسة اللي أنا بنتمي له it is not something I brag about it، ما أدام الحق على أساس إنه يزوجوا، لكن أدام الحق على إذا يجي يصلي ما في مشكلة، لكن شان يدي مباركة قال إنه يزوجوا مرة بمرة وراجل بالراجل. Where are you going? Okay. لو إذا قصد الله من وجود بتاعت آدم وحواء على أساس إنه قال لهم أكسروا أثمروا وأملوا الأرض، أوكي. الراجل وراجل بيجيبوا جنب وين رحم اللي بكتوا جنب فيه، المرأة ومرأة بيجيبوا جنب وين، اوكي. واي كروموزوم بيعمل جنب وين، اوكي. سو دي جانب ثاني ايضا. let me take it deeper، اوكي. هم بيعملوا مهرجانات في كل انحاء العالم، بالذات في نورث امريكا، مهرجان بتاعت الناس الكعبين ديل، اوكي. شعارات وكرنفالات واعلام بيدعمهم وبيجيبوا في التلفزيون وبوليس وحراسه ومش عارف ايه، اوكي. لكن معلومه هيكون في مهرجان بتاع ناس العديلين كمان، يعني مش في مساواه في عداله، مفروض انه يكون في حق على اساس انه بالنسبه للرجال الاصحاء والنسوان الاصحاء يكون عندهم مهرجان كرنفال كمان على اساس انه تو شو كيس ليالهم، يعملوا بروباغندا، يعملوا دعايه، اعلام تو كفر ات. لكن ده ما موجود، اوكي. عندهم يوم العالمي للمسلمين معترف به من قبل الامم المتحده، معترف به في بعض الدول، will be presented في وسائل بتاعت اعلام، اوكي. ناو قول لي انه انت عايز تعمل نهضه بتاع كنيسه في اي ميدان عمومي في قلب اي داون تاون، يا زول يقوم لك القيامه على اساس انه to block you out على اساس انه but if you are presenting بالوان بتاعت ريمبو وحاجات دي، حكومه بيسمع لك، حكومه بيديك ترخيص، بيوفروا لك امن وما شابه ذلك. من الاخر المجتمعات اللي انه احنا موجودين فيه this is not our place. اوكي؟ والسياسه لازم انه يدخل هنا. we need to rescue ourselves على اساس انه ابهاتنا اللي جو في الدول الغربيه زمن ذاك الحضور بتاعت الكنيسه موجود، الفاليو بتاعت الفاميلي was still strong. اوكي؟ so عاشوا في مجتمعات غربيه they never learn anything about الحاجات دي. لكن now القيم بتاعت المجتمع بقت منحط. وفي حاجه مهم جدا جدا to keep it in mind. الاسر اللي انه التقليديه those classic family انت ما بتلاقي عيالهم فيه. في كلام بتاعت وثاقه الراجل يقلب نفسه وبنت يقلب نفسه، ده ما في، ما عندهم. ممكن انه بتلاقيه انت الاغنياء اللي انه فلتة لما غلط. اوكي؟ لانه هو بيعمل شنو بفلوس، بس عايز يعمل حاجه شاذ. اوكي؟ بملابس شاذه بشنو زي ما انه السودانيين بيقولوا الما فلوس نو ديسريسبكت، بيحنن مؤخرته. مين اللي انه ماشي يشوفه؟ اوكي؟ لكن بس انه لانه ما قروش يلبس الملابس الشاذه وشنو وبعد كده يلون شعره وعمل شنو، قلب كورين وقلب شنو، ما هو بس عايز يبقى الشاذ. اوكي؟ لكن الاسر المعتدل في النص بتاعت خواجات النضاف لسه بيحافظوا على القيم بتاعه. او انه تلاقي الفاشنتي تاون الجانين هو رون ويلفير مش عارف ايه بتاع مخدرات وشنو موديل مضروبين. So they do everything. So we need to filter and to stand our ground. من ما جانا صاير الدعايه لانه بيعملوه في التلفزيونات ومش عارف ايه وكلام بالشكل ده، نثبتوا عيال. اوكي؟ انا على سبيل المثال I watch a lot of CNN. Okay? And there is main good presenter. I watch them. Okay? هم من الما كويسين، لكن ده بيديني فرصة عشان انه نشرح لعيالي مش بسبب انه الناس دي نجوا. They have to understand على اساس انه this one is against our value. لو اذا الراجل بيجي في التلفزيون بيقول انه راجلي والله هسه عيد ميلاده ومش عارف بوين ده لما سيدو بيعمل البرزنتيشن ده right away ما تفوت الحته ده ولا to skip it, clear it, explain it لعيالك على اساس انه this is a no. Proactively you are doing your thing. انت بتقدم تعليم بتاعك زي ما انه my brother Ndrinda بيقول انه when you talk about sexual orientation ده حاجه انه you are creating it. اوكي؟ بمنتهى بساطه عندنا كونسبت في بيتنا وقتي موجود هنا، بنات بيشاكلهم بلاش قواد الممثلات ده لازم انه تعلم من ما هي صغيره تلم كرينا ودم مقوله شهي جدا في واو، لانه بيت بيكون لابس عراقي ولا لابس فستان ولا شنو، ده منو داير يشوف لباس بتاع وقته؟ nobody. اوكي؟ من البدايه بيت دائما بتكون حريصه، حتى لو اذا وقعت هي بتلقى ستيل لامي كرينا. لكن اولاد you take your time، انت بتلقى على كيفك. اوكي؟ I guess we have to be a little bit extra careful but people who are writing comment. احنا مش عايزين ندخل اسامي بتاع ناس، لانه زي ما قلنا الناس اللي عندهم لوبي قوي جدا جدا، عندهم مهامين، عندهم شنو، لكن احنا بنتكلم في حدود حقائق اللي عندنا. So yes it is true. انا بتفق مع جبرائيل، لكن احنا محتاجين على اساس انه ننتبه للاشياء ده. ما في حاجه قال اسمه sexual orientation. اوكي؟ ولدي انا عايزك تلدي عيال مع مره عديل كده. اوكي؟ بيت the same thing، عندك مسؤوليه تتزوجي وفي يوم من الايام على اساس انه تبقى proud like your mother. انت ولد you have to be proud like your dad. Also ده مسؤوليه بتاعتنا من ما جانا صغير. We talk about it last time. We pay attention على اساس انه what kind of toy we presented لعيال ده. الولد اللي انه بيميل want to play with Darby and Dolly ويسرع شعرهم ومش عارف ايه، انت ممكن انه تكون مصفف شعر. اوكي؟ ده تخصصك، ده شغل، لكن لازم انه تمنتين الرجوله بتاعك، ما في شغل عيب. اوكي. المين شافت اللي انه في متاعم الكبرى حول العالم 90% منهم رجال، لكن اغلبهم لسه بيحافظوا على مواقفهم، مش بسبب انه انت اخترت على اساس انه تكون طباخ ماهر، بمعنى انه كمان قال تقلب ظهرك للراجل ثاني. no. This one got nothing to do with whatever it is. So ده مسؤولية على اساس انه احنا كآباء من ما انه جانا صغير يزرعوا الفكرة ده في راسه، انت ولد عشان كذا كذا كذا، وانت بنت اسلوب حياتك كذا 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 كذا. So أمو هارون يفتكر انه we will give you the podium. What is your take اذا في حاجة انت عايز تضيفه في شوية تجربتنا المحدود وشيرت. The link is there. ده موضوع مهم، ما تخجل. Come and talk about it. Okay. حتى لو إذا قاعد يحصل في جوا بيتك, let us find a solution على أساس إنه ننقذ عيالنا. Uncle Harun, the microphone is with you. Please come in.
نشكر again. ففي حاجة طبعا مهم شديد أنا نسيت. التربية ليها ربنا أبوه وعيالنا. بالنسبة لي أنا experience، أنت قلت مثلا خلينا نودي experience في تاتي مثلا كيف مثلا قدرت وصلت بقيتوا جدو فتدينا experience. الexperience مثلا أنا ما بيقولوا مثلا إيه يعني. أول حاجة أنا دائما بيقولوا المرأة هي وزير الداخلية، أنا الراجل أنا وزير الخارجية. لو في أي حاجة غلط في البيت المسؤولية الأول ارجع للمرأة وأنا الراجل نمرة 2. ليه؟ لو سألوك يا كركوجو المرأة ده، أنا بقول لك المرأة very smart و very strong في التربية العيال بالذات. نحن الرجال we are nervous, we are men sometimes we are nervous, but a woman, if you are man, if you are wife, you are agree the good life. I believe your kids to be good. If you are a man and you are a wife, you don't have time to discuss. الليلة عيال مشوا كيف؟ عيال عملوا شنو؟ عيال عملوا شنو؟ لأنه هي المرأة أكتر حاجة اللي هي مسؤولة في البيت ومسؤولة في العيال. أنت الراجل نمرة 2 في المسؤولية. لو سألوك الجنة دي ولدي يوم كم؟ هل اسمع احترامي لكم. مرتي لو سألت بين الأساس الجنة فلان فلان يوم كم؟ بيديك بالتاريخ. حتى لو ما ماشي مدرسة لكن حافظ التاريخ اليوم ولدي منه يالده. ده زكاة ولا ما زكاة؟ فهنا ده هنا أنا بنودي المرأة ريسبكت، بنودي المرأة احترام، لأنه الجنة لو فشل في البيت ما بيقولوا الراجل براول، لا نحن الاثنين. لكن الأول هو وزير الداخلية المرأة. فده أنا بيقول مثلا أنا بشكر مراتي مثلا في حياة قالنا اتزوجنا معه بينتنا احترام والمحبة. فالشكل دايما قدام العيال تدوق المرأة دي سينغ العيال بيحترموك. انت ذات ابو ده ما بيحترموك. according to your behavior for the kids you are nervous all the time. انت كنت قدام عيال تنقي شكل المرأة ما بيقبل عشان انت تحين الجنة بتاعه كويس. فالمرأة ما بيقبل جاو عشان نروح في الشارع. فعشان كده انتوا الاثنين في اوضه بتاعكم لازم تتفقوا الاثنين. تشوف الجنة يا تقدر يمشي غلط لازم يكون في رغبة من الأم. أنت ماشي وين؟ أنت ماشي مع منو؟ في البلد ده في حاجة قال بيرثداي ماي فريند سليب أوفر. دي أول حاجة. سليب أوفر ده يا إخواني يا أخواتي اللي بيسمعوني ده اول حاجه اللي لجوا العيال في بلده سليب اوفر ماي فريند. انتوا مشيتوا موفي، اوكي جو تو موفي but what time movie be finished 3 hours. okay, I want to see you. If you don't have right, call me. That's it. That's the way we can benefit our kids. هنا بقدر نستفيد من عيال بتاعنا يا جماعه، ما بنفيكوا عيال تاعنا بس كده زي جداد. دي اخطر حاجه. عندنا كان هنا في كندا في هالوين بتاعهم ده مثلا البدحيان، قال في بارتي تاع عيال وين قبل كورونا ده، في كان عيال صمموا مع البارتي، وبعدين الهدايا اللي بيجيبوا دي وبتاع زي دي بدحيان، يعني بني ادم في الدنيا دي ومشاكل. فعشان كده يا جماعه كده بروتكت نفسياتنا ونحب نسوان تاعنا، انا متاكد هنا بنفيد وبنستفيد من عيال تاعنا. نشكركم.
انكل هارون،
نعم.
I know انت دار تمشي معلش، بس كلام انت قلت خلينا افكر في حاجه. تفتكر برا هنا ما احنا جينا من نسوان برا هنا in most cases ممكن تلقى مرة ممكن يلقى شغل اول منك.
نعم.
انت معي؟ لانه مرة لقى شغل اول منك. وطبعا we do talk about culture shock ومليون حاجة في بلد خواجة. and somehow the system في بلد خواجة أنا لو قلنا it looks زي يعني كانوا قاعد يسبورت مرة أكتر من رجال، ده لأنه بس عشان أنا قاعد نقول، عشان أنا قاعد نشوف how it works. لكن تيجي تلقى إنه لأنه مرة حاسس إنه هي أول قاعد تجيب قروش في البيت and now there is conflict over ريال، مرة دار يعمل أي حاجة لجنا. إنت لو كأب دار تقول كلمتين إن يا أخي ما كده ما جنا ده كده ما يمشي سليب أوفر مثلا، مثال اللي جبته مرة بقول لك ليه خليه يمشي سليب اوفر، والناس في الدنيا انت في الدنيا كونفليكت، لانه مره حاسينه هي اوسيد بيت مع كلام وزير داخليه وزير خارجيه هنا is out of question. المره هنا ورئيس وزراء رئيس بيت كله حاجه، وزير ماليه كله حاجه في بيت. بعد كده انت زول مواطن ساكت لانه انت ما عندك اي حاجه تعمله. طب في انه حاله ده انت هتحل المشكله دي كيف؟ لانه الكنترول اوبفيسلي في محله، حتى المره ممكن يقول لعيال، المرة ممكن يقول كلمتين لعيال وعيال هيلقى انه امهم يال بمشي السوق بيشتري لهم حاجات، انت ما عندك قروش، انت ما عندك اي حاجه كويس، انت ما عندك اي حاجه عشان تشتري لهم. امك امهم بمشي السوق بيشتري لهم اي حاجه، كان ده تويس، كان ده شنو، كان ده قماشات، كان ده شنو، امهم يال مشغول به كويس. مش ده هيسبب كونفليكت في بيت في زمن داك ده what is going to happen. انا ما قاعد نقول انك ضد نسوان، لكن في حالات زي اساسا بنفس الكيفيه في حاله مقلوب اللي بيكون الاب وكل حاجه يا ولد بيجيب قروش في بيت، لكن العيال ما بيستميلوا لفكره انه عشان ابونا يا بيجيب لنا كل حاجه بعمل كل حاجه ما انا لازم نسمع كلام ابونا. لسه في النهايه برضو الام مهما لو كان الام لسه حتى لو انت تعمل انت بتقول شنو في ده، وانا بوعدك ده اخر كلام لك انت لما تخلص انت ممكن تمشي.
اوكي، فكلامك ده منطق شديد. فالحالات زي ده ما بيكون يعني 3 ولا 4 من 10. يعني الحالات دائما اللي بنلقوا المرأة مثلا يكون مردن مين، لانه المرأة محتاجة للراجل، الراجل محتاج للمرأة كويس. فنحن عيالنا فعاداتنا وتقاليدنا. انا مرتي مثلا لو داير وصل مرحله مثلا عشان داير تطرد الراجل من البيت، انا عارف في حاجه زي دي حصل، لكن الضحايا وين؟ الاثنين فينا مشاكله. الضحايا منو؟ الضحايا جيش اللي هو الاطفال. فدي الحاجه. الشو بتاعكم ده بالمناسبه لي انا، الشو ده بيصحي اي راجل ولا اي مرأة اللي كان ده طماع في قرش، يقول لك هسه قروش تاي عندنا في كندا هنا. المرة دي يقول قروش تاي عيال تاي، العيال ده بكره لو كبروا قروش لو قطعت خلاص أنا متأكد كل جنة بيكونوا زي شنو؟ زي جلد القابة. You are the woman you never can control them. خسارة يكون لمنو؟ خسارة تكون ل the whole family. عندنا هنا في كندا في ناس اختلفوا من نفسهم. أنا داير ابني بيت لأهلي، أنا داير ابني بيت لأهلي. طيب وأنا المترمم عيال ده مثلا عشان نلد لك عيال، نجيب لك عيال، بكرة تمشي تدوك صدر عندي عيال عندي عيال، يبقى أنا ما عندي أهل. دي الحاجات اللي بيجيبوا التفرقة في البلد ده، فدي الحاجات نحن نفكس فوقه نتكلم في حاجات دي. ما عندنا كوميونيتي اللي هو الشو بتاعنا ده هو الكوميونيتي بتاعنا. هسه كورونا قفل أي حاجة. الشو بتاعنا ده هو هسه حاليا بالنسبة لنا نحن كجنوبيين، نحن بنتعلم من كلاماتنا قاعدين نتكلم فوق ده. فدي الحياة اللي أنا بيقولوا ربنا يبارككم ينقص. فأنتوا حاولوا تفكروا في حاجة كويس. ما تفكر دار تبني بيت لأبوك في جوبا، دار تبني بيت لأبوك في واو، ودار تبني بيت لأبوك في ينبي. ده كلام ده غلط. أنت لازم تفكر تبني بيت، البيت ده يكون مشتركين أنتوا فيها الاثنين. كان في واو تشتري واتا، كان دايرين في جوبا تشتري بيت في جوبا. فدي الحاجات اللي بنقولوا مثلا انتوا اثنين فاميلي لازم تتفقوا. ما ضروري قال يعني ولدي تزوج من واو ومن توريد كويس، فانا ما داير امشي ابن بيت في واو لانك انا ما من واو. طيب قبلك جيت تزوجتني انت ما كنت عارفين انا من واو. فدي الحاجات ان احنا بنخلي الفاميلي خليه يتفقوا في حاجه واحده، ولا نبني في توريد ولا نبني في واو، نبني في جوبا في النص في السنتر كويس، في سيتي يلا يعيشوا في سيتي جنوب السودان كده ما في يكون في اي تفرقه. لكن لما تدي مجال انت الراجل عشان انت شغال لازم تبني بيت لاهلك. انا لقيته في ناس يتفرقوا كتير هنا ما نسوينهم في الموضوع ده. يعني المرة بيقولوا قروش يالي انا حر فيها. يا اخي انت حر فيها كيف يا اخي؟ انت براك جبتهم. فدي الحاجات اللي بتحصل في بلد. يعني نحن دايرين تويه كبير. اللي بقى اخواننا تانيين ما يخلطوا، تحترم مرتك احترمك، وتبني حياتكم كويس لعيالكم. تبني بيت في خرطوم عشان عيالكم ديل. عيال ده ما حقك ولا بتمرة، عيال ده في الفاميلي بتاعكم انتوا الاثنين. وانا اشكركم في الكلام ده. يعني
شكرا جزيلا أنكل هارون. indeed الكلام اللي أنكل هارون قاعد بيقوله ده it is there, and of course the victims are the children in this case. لأنه sometimes we fight and we forget the fact that عندنا في عيال. نناقش في حاجة صناديق معلش، يعني صناديق وما أدراك، صندوق ب20,000 ب30,000 وما أدراك ولما 30,000 دي يطلع you don't even know where it is. معلش there are families that will know 30,000 مشى وين. لكن في parent في أسر الصندوق بعد ما ضغطوا بيت كل لمدة سنة أو سنتين الصندوق ب30,000 ده ما معروف مشى وين. and the husband cannot ask 30 ده مشى وين، شو هيسكت لأنه كان سأل بيكون عافية. طبعا الحكاية حكاية إنه مثلا الأم لو يا شغال في الصندوق ده قام يدفع في الصندوق ده، ما في نفس الوقت معنا قروش اللي قام يحطه في الصندوق في جاب في ميزانية في بيت، يبقى الراجل قام يغطي الجاب. الحكاية مش فهي مشكلة كبير. The other thing أخويا كريكوجو that comes within سلوكيات بتاعت عيال بتاعنا is the peer pressure. Peer pressure comes as a result of the fact إنه عيال في مدرسة ولا عيال برا هناك عندهم friends بتاعهم you know, بعد شوية لقى نفسهم يا they're experimenting بالكحول أو they're experimenting بدrugs with their knowledge أو without their knowledge. That happened ليال. Without their knowledge is إنه friends بتاعهم ديل مجرمين جبتهم. someone عارفين أصله ولد X ولا بيت Y ده ما بيعرف أجدل. so بيخطوا له في عصير وما أدرك. كويس. Thus peer pressure can work because peer pressure زي زمان لما يكاونا لما كنا في مدارس زمان ولا في حلة back home انتوا كان تلعبوا كورة سوا لكن لو 3 دفعة بتاعك ديل انت حسيت انهم لما نفسهم برام they are talking about you ولا زي الشيء مش ده قلب اساسا لانه انت ما بتحس كويس بعد كده حياتك بيكون مقلوب تماما لان you don't want to know what is it that they are doing about you but the fact انه you're not within their group جريمة. So that's the pressure. So ما بالك جيبوا حسا في العالم اللي هنا فيه حسا peer pressure is now they start talking to other friends within the school yard, the whole school yard is talking about you. So الجنا بيحس بالdepression بكذا حاجة and also these are حاجات دخيلة. when you talk to when مدرسة يقعد يقول لجنا you know how do you feel when somebody does something to you feel bad yes yeah جنا قال and you feel depressed now the جنا ما أعرف معنى depressed يعني شنو but that is a term now the جنا is associating it with feeling bad من عمر صغير يعني تستغرب انه جانا عندك 9 سنة ولا 8 سنة عندك فريق يقول لك انه I'm depressed mom I'm depressed dad and it راسك واقف you depressed what happened because something happened at his school my friend you know خلينا نستخدم اسم my sister هنا my friend إلينا said to me my clothes looks bad so I'm feeling depressed my God Jana 8 سنة is talking about depressed. They don't even know what that word means. لأنه it has been instilled in them and that's the beginning. Just like sexual orientation. ما عندك شوية نبات ولا طماطم قبل قوم لو بدأ يعوج لو انت خديت خشب جنبه ربطته كويس بقيته عديل هو هيمشي عديل. This is exactly what is going on. مع الأسف الشديد in the West my own نظرية فوق إنه ده مش نبات ده قاعدين يستعدلوا عيالنا قاعدين يعوجون. This is the educational system بكل محاسنه and don't even get me about محاسن the educational system in the Western world because I can then sit here and talk until Christmas يخلص. So let's leave that one away but just let's take the little bit. Education system في بلد خواجة قاعد يعوج عيالنا and I'm saying عيالنا لأن this is our comfort zone. خلينا جنوبين. But Africans let them fend for themselves. I'm talking about جنوبين. عيالنا قاعدين يعوجون. They are not getting straightened up. I just told you, I'm depressed. My God. It's 5 سنة. 5 سنة. What do you know about depressed? لأنه قاعدين يضغطوا في راسهم. الموضوع قاعدين يضغطوا في راسهم. So what is this? Where are we really? عشان كده those peer pressure comes up as the great
depressed شنو بروتان بلاندا
ما في and I'm 100% sure there is no word for it. If I wanted to say something I got to describe it.
بالعربي ده شنو نفسيات تعبان نفسيات حابط
اكتئاب
اوكي سوري
اكتئاب يعني انت بس ما عندك نفس في اي حاجه انت اصله الدنيا ده مغمقه زي ما المصريين بيقولوا ما اي حاجه ظلمه في راسك you know and the nearest thought can come to the extent you know, when people take their own life it is because they are at the extreme you know side that اكتئاب whereby everything is now dark they can only see حبل أو دواء أو سم أو أي حاجة كويس that's the thing but other than that you know this is where our education system is. Now the question is How do we parents tackle with that? لما جانا يجي يقول لك انه he's depressed، انت كان مشيت قلت للاستاذ تجانا قلت له انه انت كيف تقول لجانا انه جانا is depressed? What does the kid actually know about being depressed? Now you're not a good parent. In that school, you're not a good parent anymore. You're interfering with the educational system. My bad. Now, the teachers and the principal can start probing a little bit deep into your family by asking the child every day and checking the marks on their body, you know. أي أقل خدشة كده جانا كان قبل يجري في المسا وحكى ركبه فاتا and then what happened to that? Did your mom, من أولها مش what happened وبس, what happened to that? Did your mom do it? Did your dad do that? And جانا هنا كمان قبل يقول no قال no tell the truth. Are you lying? Lying is bad. You go to fire. The kid's brain is being manipulated. The amount of manipulation. And people, I'm not saying this out of fun. I've lived in this for 23 years. My kids were born here. They've grown up here. I know exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. By school probing into your family life, the next bit that you will know is that your kids are being taken away. Now, that's mean what do you call child support or child protection coming to your family. You don't even know how. You don't even know what happened. You know, and because أنا ما عارفين what is going on, we don't know what is going on. إنت قاعد تكلم كلام سنبلة ساكت. جينا ده مكان وقع هنا هكا كورين. نا ده ذاته مشكلة ذاته. وقع هكا كورين وكيف? Where were you? ده مداك عندنا عيال بيخلوهم يمشي يلعب في التراب في الطين في مويه وكل حاجة. ولقيت الشيء كبير قد تجري كده تدوك دفرك تشيل دفرك برا منه. نقول أنا في جوبا كم نسميه لوكوتي. دفر الكبير بوب بيشيل نفسه برا. Well, I think إذا كان موضوع ده في أهلنا ده أبوهاتنا وأمهاتنا كنا ده في بلد خواجة ده اللي كان دخلهم سجن. ده اللي كان سجنهم أساسا. خواجة will find a way to pin that وقع بتاع جانا ده وعاوة كورانو, pin it on you as a parent. And there will be nothing you can do about it. Because it all are geared towards reorienting the children in the direction that they have and into the environment they have. Of course, أنا ما قاعد نقول إنه في حاجات ما في حاجة كويسة بلد خواجة. في حاجات كويس. But maybe we're too much into our culture. But this has nothing to do with culture, really. When we talk about this, it has nothing to do with culture. It's to do with the fact that أنا كفيال. And if you want to be happy with it, that means you got to go quiet. You need to go quiet. You don't need to say a thing. جانا بقول لك ماشي sleep over بس تقول له where on one drop the kid. جانا بقول لك أنا ماشي وين بس تقول له okay ساعة كم ساعة كده شيل جانا وديه هناك. ما تقول no لجانا. And as a result, we end up with teenagers who are pregnant in their very teenage age before even they reach the legal age. Teenagers who are now سكروجية. أنا المشاكل في الشوارع. We have teenagers who are now, they can do whatever. So this is where the whole thing comes in. And it plays out. And we're sitting there because now our fear is not that our children we have lost them in our hand, but our fear now of the fact that telephone جاي من جنوب تمدر ترفع telephone ده فوق. Because the blame that you get from Junub impacts on you so much, the real meaning of depression comes in. You become real depressed. If you're a couple in a house, that house is no longer in place. And now, if it is for me, blame is on me. I'm shifting the blame on my wife. And because I'm thinking she's the reason. If the blame is on the wife, she's shifting it on me because she thinks I'm the reason. Before we know it, that house is exploded. So these are our plights. It is bad. It is a sensitive topic, but it is the worst that we are seeing. And as we talk, it is happening out there. It's not like we are imagining it. It is happening. Each one of you, the viewers, somehow maybe your own, or you know your friends or friend of a friend or a family member or a friend of a family member and so on that has these issues who are living in the Gharb. That's true. The system has a praying eyes on vulnerable communities. And of course, you arrive here, a new community, even if you have been here only for 30 years, you're still brand new. Until another community tanaji borak, and you actually establish yourself as a community, then they will let go of you. They will not go on you because they know you guys have a voice. You're advocating, you're saying things, you have a strong voice out there, anywhere within your local governments or federal government, whatever the type of government you have. Then in the of Australia, Chinese were the first to go through what we are going through now. No. Then the Greeks, they let go of Chinese. Now the Greeks, and then they let go of Greeks, and now they move on next, and it's going down and down. Italians, and they let go of Italian because all these Greeks, Italians, Chinese have established themselves so much to the extent عندهم صوت في الحكومة, you know, لما يجوا حكومة بيجيف عشان يسمع صوتهم. So they let go of them. Now they fall out over to those new communities that are coming in. So I've made a little bit of rhetoric there, but you know what? I had to do it. It was important that I have to bring that out because this is our realities. And this is a complete part and parcel of this topic because a lot of people don't want to talk about it. And even within some communities, you start, the moment you open your mouth, كل زول بيقول hey, والله ده جتك وجات يالتك وجات يعملون كيف. No, يعملون كيف ده? That is one thing. Yes. خرب في يدك خليه يمشي بسكة بتاعه. Thank you. And welcome, I believe that's Sister Amel to ZööMTV. I think that's the first time. You can welcome our sister on.
Sure. Sister Amel, you are welcome. But before Sister Amel come in, I would like to take the center of this screen and talk to Junubin. And let me look in this camera and talk to you, my brother, my sister. Akui, Okti, Inta Gait Hinak. As my brother Ndrinda said it, the Janak, the Jana Oktak, Jana Khalak, Jana Amatak. We are numb. We are numb to the extent aleno yalna gadini buzu bangi, بمخدرات, بدعارة, أولادنا لوايتا, بناتنا lesbian, and we are numb. عندنا القدرة على أساس إنه to go and watch فيديوهات اللي إنه فيه شتايم, فيه وساكة, فيه قلة الأدب. People congregate 600, 700, 800 نفر, 1200. Are you serious? And you blame Yal Nakarobo. And when there is a serious conversation like this, okay, ما هو جناك الباز بقى لوتي ده ممكن إنه يأثر في ولدي وده بيهمني. بنتك البقى lesbian ده, she play with my daughter, ممكن إنه يأثر في بنتي. I care. That is why I'm here. وينو جانب بتاعك, وينو مسؤوليتك. أنا مش عايز أنادي أسامي. شتايم ده علمت شنو من شتايم في الفيديوهات اللي انتوا تقعدوا فيهم فيسبوك. ولما إنه يكون في موضوع حيوي زي ده, قال إنه it is in your house. Check your son, check your daughter. حتى لو إذا may God protect my kids. لو إذا ولدي عايز يزوج بكرة. البنات الجنوبيات أغلبهم ليزبيون. هيلاقي عروسة من وين؟ بتيلو إذا عايز راجل جنوبي يزوجه عشان يلدي جنا أسود زيي بشعر قدقدي مبرجل زي ده. أغلب الأولاد بيقول لوايتا هيلاقي راجل من وين؟ What are you doing? Yeah, I have to rebuke you لأنه أنت قلبك ميت. أنت الأم, أنت فتيسة. وأنت الأب, أنت أفتس منه. خلي الفيديو ده let it go viral. غريكوجو جاء وشتم جنوبيين لأنه قلبي بيوجع. ما في يا لوقتي، في يا أخواتي، يا الأخواني، يا لي ذاته في خطر. That is why I get upset and I get pissed. Yeah, I will never be proud على أساس إنه لو إذا شعبي يالنا بيديروا في أيادينا بيموتوا بمخدرات. They are online showcasing themselves. ولد بيقول أنا لوتي بركبوني، ده ولدك. بنت بيقول I'm lesbian. ده بنتي، ده بنتك. What are you doing? What are you doing on social media? عندك شنو على إنه أنت ممكن تعمله؟ بتشاكل من أجل جنوب السودان. أوه سلفكير سوى، سلفكير عمل. وحتى لو إذا بكرة ده سلفكير فات من سلطة ده، اللوايتا واللزبيان ديل ياو هيمشي يحكمونا. They will take control بتاع البلد. هيقدر يقودونا، هيحفظوا بذرة بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. How we are going to protect them? كيف؟ 200 انت هتبدأوا. خلينا نصحى. We need to wake up. حتى لو إذا انت ما عندك جنة، ده جنة أختك ولا جنة أخوك ولا جنة صاحبك، I think إنه بيوجعك لما تشوف ولد ما شاء الله أسود قوي بعضلات كويس كده، راجل كواجة ولا جنة فلبينو ياو بقيو مرته ينوم معه. انت شنو؟ انت شنو؟ Who are you? We need to wake up. We need to wake up to do something. خلينا نبطل العباطة والبلادة اللي احنا بنعمل فيه ده. ما ده السبب انه العيال قاعدين يقربوا في ايادينا. الكتاب المقدس بيقول الابن الذي يحب اباه بيعذبه. والله بكرباج بشنو whatever you can put them straight. خلينا من اوهام ده. ده مسؤوليتنا كلنا. I am a proud father and I want to protect Aliyala in my surround. By doing so, I am protecting my own. I cannot protect my own alone. لو إذا ده بدأ الأولاد اللي في ألبرتا ولا في كالجاري كله بيقول لوايتا. How my son going to survive? ما هو هيلاقي نفسه مضطر إنه يبقى لوتي زيهم.
peer pressure.
Yeah. لأنه ده أول بدأ. أي ولد بيمشي بقلب جابه في شعري. ما هو لازم يمشي يقلب جابه. إن شاء الله لزانا بقول له شنو. وممكن يفوت من بيت. ده اسم منو؟ ده اسم جدي، اسم خالي، اسم أبوي في راسه. Asshole. My people, wake up please. Wake up. خلينا نبطل الأوهام ده. Let us focus on الحاجة الكويسة اللي we need to do for our people. Madam Amel, thank you very much. Regardless of your setting, you are at work, something is going on, you decide to be part of this conversation. We started last time. I get a little bit emotional here. I will give you the podium. It is understandable. You are running business, so people know your voice, people know your face, so you don't have, the setting is perfect. Please come in, the microphone is with you.
Oh, thank you, brother. Could you, brother Atani? Your name is kind of a little bit harder. Geranda. Oh my God. Okay.
Was breaking down into syllables. Geranda. Yes, come in.
Okay. شكرا كثير على الإضافة وشكرا على جماهيركم وشكرا على الموضوع. الموضوع فعلا مهم جدا جدا وبيهمنا كلنا الأمهات آبات وأي زول grandmother grandfather أي زول من الفاميلي بيهموا المشكلة ده وإحنا لازم ناخدوها بجدية لأن العيال دول هم المستقبل بتاع بكرة إحنا الليلة بنكبر وهم بكرة هيكونوا في أعمارنا، ولو ما قدرنا نجيبهم بطريقة صح الليلة فبكرة إحنا ما هيكون عندنا مستقبل. يعني حتى الحاجات اللي إحنا بنعمله في الفيسبوك حاليا there is no need for it، لأن ما في مستقبل للبلد بحاله، لأن العيال هم المستقبل. and we are losing a lot of عيالنا في مصر، في السودان، في South Sudan, في أمريكا, all over the world. إحنا we are losing our kids really seriously, and إحنا we have to look into it. نشوف أسباب مشاكل اللي بخلينا إحنا we are losing our kids شنو exactly. وفي حاجات كتير انتوا قلتوها، فيعني هذا اللي أنا عاوز أقوله، ما في زول كعب، ما في زول كعب، لأن ربنا خلقنا كلنا وخلقنا لحاجة كويسة، وخلقنا إحنا ناس كويسين، وما في حاجة بتحصل هسه ما حصلت قبل كده. أي حاجة بتحصل هسه حاليا is in the Bible، وحصل قبالنا. gay في بايبل فيه، lesbian في بايبل فيه، prostitute في بايبل فيه، even في بايبل البيت البرستيوت جيسس ربنا استخدمها، لأن ربنا قال اقتلوا يزول في المدينة وخلوا البدء، والبدء was prostitute. This was a good sign إن هي ربنا استخدمها لحاجات كويسة، فما في زول كعب، بس الأسلوب عندنا بيكون كعب. الناس اللي حوالينا يمكن يكون كعب، أسباب اللي خلينا إحنا نكون كعب يمكن يكون ده كعب. وفي البايبل بيقولوا أي حاجة anything that is not normal behind the spirit, anything is that abnormal behind the spirit, and that spirit is there to kill, steal or destroy. فربنا is there to heal, to restore. You know, ربنا ادانا فرصة، قال لنا no matter what how هنا we're gonna be out of the control, we should not look at the time. لأن there is a restoration. When he restore us back, he will restore everything within that family, within those kids. فيعني إحنا بنقول هنا في حاجات كتيرة. I'm just gonna talk spiritually. فإحنا بنقول إحنا يعني يعني أنا يعني شخصيا بشوف لما أنت تعرف ربنا ده حاجة different. When you have God in your life it's totally different. When you know God and accept God and have God in your life and know everything in the Bible is totally different. And we all need healing. We all need deliverance. We all need deliverance. وإحنا يعني أهل الزمان I talk about it last time إن إحنا في حاجة اسمه generation curse which or there is a curse. You know, ما في زول داير يكون حرامي، ما في زول real داير يكون prostitute. Nobody wanna go bad behavior. Nobody. أي زول عنده أحلام داير يكون somebody. لكن ال spirit that will control you, the spirit that you will be under dark forces. You know, those dark forces will force you. It's like something will push you, that spirit will push you to do something bad unless you deliver from that spirit. So when you are under dark forces you are in dangers. And احنا ما عارفين is it through your father or your mother or wherever the thing is coming from. مرات بيكون أهلك already they donate you. like في ناس already they worship something that is not، يعني بيورشبوا حاجات تاني، والconsequence بتاع حاجات دي وهند فيه اللسبيان فيه prostitute فيه حاجات دي كله. في ناس تانيين already أهلهم قال لهم انتوا زي ما مشيتوا برا هترجعوا، ولو انتوا فاكر عيالك هم هيكونوا أحسن من عيالنا let us see it. في a lot of things behind it. So we should not just focus in الأمهات أو أبوهات هم فشلوا. no. حاجة ده أكبر من كده، أكبر من كده، وطالما أكبر من كده we really need God intervention. What we need is God intervention. It's not human. When something is above out of your hand أنت بترجع لربنا الخالق and seek him في الحاجات زي دي. if we could be in our knee ما في حاجة ربنا ممكن ما بيعمله. ربنا is willing. You know, ربنا قال أنت seek us you will be giving. seek أنت هتلقى. You know, and we have to seek a lot of things. فأمهاتنا أبوهاتنا yes في a lot of مشاكل بتحصل، في حاجات في a lot of things that حصلت برا، اختلافات a lot of things إحنا we don't know what the cause root of الحاجات دي. ما ممكن زول يجي يقول لنا الليلة بدي مراجل وأطلق، الراجل برضه ما ممكن يقول لنا الليلة بدي مرتي وأخليها. لكن في the root cause of الحاجات دي this is where we have to go deeply في حاجات زي دي عشان خاطر عيالنا، عشان خاطر المستقبل بتاع عيالنا. لأن أي زول جاي هنا إحنا ما جينا هنا because of ourselves. أي زول جاي هنا عشان نشوف the better for your family, the better for yourself, the better you know الحتة اللي انت جيت فوقه. So هنا we try to make a change اللي هنا we are here for. It's not easy. We are gonna pay prices. People will pay prices within that change. في ناس جو أصلا they don't know nothing and they are just coming because هم جو برا and هم دايرين يكون برا بس ما عارفين القوانين بتاع برا ما عارفين البرايسز اللي هم they gonna pay it. They don't know. ولما يكون انت you're looking for freedom, that freedom احنا لاحظ لما انت داير freedom للوطن people lose a lot of things to have that freedom for the country. Is the same thing here. أو أمهاتنا وأبوهاتنا دايرين freedom you will lose a lot of things منهم أولادك انت you can lose all أولادك. ما في داعي ان احنا نلدي عيالنا ونخليهم كلهم في الشوارع. It's heartbreaking really. But the best thing people have to go back to the root cause. أي زول يرجع لفاميلي حقه لو في مشاكل في الفاميلي لو في generation cast لو في حاجات إن هم they really need to look into it. لما يكون حاجة أكبر من مجرد زول يطلع برا مجرد زول يكون مشكلة مجرد ما في حل ده بيكون أكبر من كده. ولو أكبر من كده we really need to go to the root cause of حاجات زي دي. People need to be on their knee day and night. God is a forgiving God. It's a mercy God. It's a loving God. He's willing, you know, to restore, to fix الحاجات اللي احنا we cannot fix it in our own. We cannot do it in our own. We need Holy Spirit to intervene. We need God intervention. في حاجات we cannot do it in our own. أكبر من مسؤوليات بتاعنا. وما في زول perfect. ما في زول perfect. فأمهاتنا وأبوهاتنا عيالهم برا ديل عيالنا جنايلو كاب I'm not gonna be happy لو جناي كويس وجنا كاب I'm not gonna be happy جناك برضو بهمني لأن ده جنا أخوي ده جنا أختي ده جنا زول من the same country ده جنا إفريقي ده جنا مستقبل بتاع بكرة في بلدنا. ففي حاجات كتيرة people really need to look into it, you know, and I always go back من الحاجة يكون أكبر من المشكلة اللي احنا شايفينه معناه في there is something is not normal. When it's not normal behind the spirit, when behind a spirit they need delivery. Without delivering they cannot get out of it. They cannot get out from it actually unless we deliver them. To deliver them we have to see the real man of God, not everybody, you know. There is really men of God, those who really they are anointed. God Adam this they have that kind of grace. They could deliver people. Lana, I feel a lot of pastors nowadays, they don't know what they are doing. They themselves come on command, they didn't deliver it. Like if feel really men of God that they could even prophesy for you, they could deliver, they could cast that evil out of you. When the Lord in the Bible, Jesus was casting devil or evil out of people. The same thing, you know. We need another day. ونصل day في لعنة grace. Grace ربنا خطاه في الناس لأن ربنا قال يسوع قال للناس when you believe on him نفس القوة اللي ربنا ادالي ولده بديك لي وأكتر من كده. ففي الناس ربنا already raised them لحاجات زي دي. لكن احنا دايما we look into مشاكل بنظر تانية وبنشوف this is a shameful thing. There's nothing shameful. Devil is there to put a shameful on us. لكن God is there to take that shame out of us. فأيزور لو عندك مشكلة مثلا زي ده انت عارفة جناكي is not doing well, is under drugs, under darkness process في حاجات زي دي. Don't be afraid. خليك صريح مع نفسك ومع زوجك مع أختك مع زول التاني اللي you think can help you. Don't hesitate. لأن أنت you're gonna save that child now before it's too late. وجنا ده is ready to be delivered. لكن عشان هو ما في زول وراه والطريقة الصح. That's why he will be like something is pushing that child to do bad thing. لأن عيالنا هم أذكياء جدا وعيالنا ما هنا عشان هم يدعوا. في عيال عندهم مستقبل حلو جدا وفي عيال I always feel sorry for them but it's not them. لأن حتى في Bible قال we are not fighting against the spirit and the flesh. لكن against this prosperity. So the prosperity بتاع عيال ديل that's what we are fighting. We are fighting against them. That is spirit that is controlling them. That's what we are fighting. لكن it's not them. So انت شفت في باقي عيال they will be so bad like when they fighting you انت بتحس في حاجة غلط. يعني الجن بيكون قوي بيكون out of control. Such a thing they may be possessed. في حاجة within them that need to be delivered. ولو انت deliver them from that, believe me, when you go back to them حتى هم بيكونوا they will change a lot. انت will be like I can't believe ده عيال بتاع هجيلهم برا كانوا I lose hope. فأمهاتنا they should not kick عيال من بيوت. they should not think that عيال ديل كعبين. أبوهاتنا برضو they should not keep عيالهم من بيوتهم. They really need to stand with them. They should not give up on them. لأن ربنا قال don't give up on me. So don't give up on that child. ده جناك. الكعب ده حقك والكويس حقك. الكعب ده أنت ممكن تغيره لأحسن. والكويس ده أنت ممكن تزيده. It's all our responsibility. وهنا كمان المجتمع we should not judge them and we should not talk about those kids like in a bad way, you know. It's a behavior and that behavior need a treatment. وهنا if we treat that behavior they will change it. It's like انت من زول يكون عيان وتديه دواء that دواء will heal that and the person will recover. فعيال دي هنا ما نشوف
Okay, Sister Amel, I'll get you to continue because it's something you said there that compelled me نسألك سؤال. Families, there are families out there, all right, who are church goers. انت معي؟ بيشيلوا عيالهم معهم and مش just بس امشي وتعال لكن حتى عيالهم مشتركين في activities within the church, whether it is choirs, whether it is whatever the activities that are within the church. But then as the children grow up a little bit, they become teenagers, then actually عيال ديل they are no longer الفرق بينهم مع church is like million male. They no longer wanted any part of that activity, of those activities. They don't want to go to the church anymore. Now the parents are, if I use the correct word here, now the parents are stranded. They are the only one now that continue going to the church. Now, the question in that is, these parents have done their very best to keep church with these children right from their growth. Right when min sugar, they kept it up. If I pick it up as at the end of the day, if I pick this one up as to link it to the generational curse you were talking about, maybe if I say that is part of it, or the children are now as they become teenagers, now maybe they are possessed. That's why they've left the church. But then when I look around me, I see that the children have left the church because now they will prefer to go to their little parties, to go to their little movie, hang out, and all of these places. That's what they're doing. All right. So how do we restore those children? That's the first question. And the second question is actually within the generational curse. Would that incorporate within the generational curse? Would that incorporate because you mentioned earlier, you said في ناس كان بقول لك مثلا بقول لparents تارين أو التعليم برا بقول إنه أمشوا بعيالكم ده لما تيجي تيجي تلقون هنا. Maybe that was in a bad faith. The way they said it was really. Does that include إنه بنعمل شكل كجور مع إننا في Africans عملوا كجور في الجماعة ديل ولا في ناس ورا هناك بيقول يا الناس فلان يا مشوا برا هناك بعيالهم هم مستفيدين بعيالهم برا هناك وأنا قاعد هنا مع عيالي ما مستفيد عشان كده نعمل حاجة فيهم. So these are the two. If you can shed light on these two, that will be great because you came in from a spiritual side of this discussion. So that is something that if you can shed light, it will be good. تفضل.
Okay. موضوع كجور ده طبعا في احنا سودانيين احنا بنعرض اكثر من مرة. This is the fact. احنا بنجيب اكثر من مرة وفي مرة بيكون احنا يعني بنفضلون على باقي النساوين بتاعنا. لاحظ يعني في حاجة اسمه jealousy. So that jealousy can kill people. You know, لما انت تكون very very jealous, you can go deeply to do things that is not يعني ما صح. ديل كله بيرجعوا للرجال السودانيين لأن بيعرفوا أكثر من مرة because such a thing. وفي ناس خلوا نساوين في السودان وخلوا نساوين في مصر وجوا بباقي النساوين. أنت you don't know that you break somebody's heart. That person will be crying. لو زول الطيب اللي ما عنده مشكلة she will be crying. That tears that she's crying for ده بيلعب دور براو. ولو زول اللي بيكون عليه وعلى أداي yes بيعملوا كجور. People they are doing that. I'm going to destroy that family. I'm going to they want to destroy you. They want to destroy the women and intermediate. They will destroy the kids, and they would be really serious. They will do it. Seriously, they will do it. But كده لما بيعملوا destroy that, they don't know that they are destroying the whole family, including their own kids. لأن حاجة ده there's a consequence. تعملوا لزول والconsequence بترجع لك. ففي حالات زي دي لما يكون في consequence we don't know when the consequence will come but this thing will happen لما يكون في قدور yes that thing is there already. في حاجات زي دي ده حقائق ناس بيعملوهم. There's a lot of Nigerian movie. Those things they are not that they are really story. ما مجرد حاجة هم بيخلقوا ده حقائق. And this is what they will show يعني أهلنا اللي عرضوا كتير وبيحس لسه أهلنا ما خلوا حاجات زي دي. They still doing that. They want to يعملوا polygamy وما عارفين polygamy ده وراه حاجات كتير. Part of the destroying عيالنا ده من polygamy. This is part of it. Secondly, بيكون الفاميلي itself لما يكون under يعني في ناس بيكونوا under they're worshiping something معينة أو they donate the family to حاجة معينة. لو شفت بأهلنا السودانيين بيعملوا sacrifice لحاجات ما يعني ما معروفة هم what they are sacrifice for. You know تمشي تقول خروف you will bury الخروف هاي you will bury الغنم هاي something حاجات يعني you cannot bury something high and you're doing that as a sacrifice for something. It's not for يعني for something you believe in. وانت هنا this is like if you believe in the kingdom of the darkness. Then it's two kingdom of the darkness and kingdom of the light. When you are in that kingdom of the darkness, that's why there is no light. وده بيكون under the evils. And such a thing وهنا بيكون في a lot of sacrifice and donation. So you donate your kids. انت قلت اي دين انت بتجيبه you will donate to them. لما تجي انت ولدك او ولدك يجي يقول اوكي احنا مسيحيين النهارده we are not going to worship this thing. انت اعلنت حرب وده بيكون a kingdom of the darkness a kingdom of the light. لكن of course the light في النهاية بينتصر. لكن it will take time if you don't know exactly المشكلة ده جاي من وين. And they will frustrate you. When انت بتقدر to control it, they will jump to your kids. Part of your kids is a punishment for you. لأن انت لو خلاص بقيت مسيحي and you are into the track, بيقول لك okay, we're gonna frustrate you through your kids. Then they will jump in your kids. وبعد كده that's why they want to frustrate you. عشان انت to give up the kingdom of the light and go back to the kingdom of the darkness. فلو انت really believe in God and you know that this is not like this is the spirit and you're fighting against the spirit, that's when you will be on your knee. ربنا ما بخليك أساسا. Believe me, God is a mercy God and God knows. انت بتكون في مرحلة transformation. You want to be transformed from that kingdom of darkness to the deliver that's going to happen to you is not only you. You're going to deliver the whole family. So because you're going to deliver your whole family, a root cause will deliver them, you take them to the kingdom of the darkness. ما عملية سهلة. You will go through a lot and your kids will go through a lot. They may pay prices. Like at the end, the victory is in our hand. And God said at the end, the victory is the end of our journey is a victory with God. وما في يوم darkness will overcome the light. Always the light will overcome. You know, that's why God said, even when God created everything, God let it be light. Let it be light. Like even we in Africa, we don't have light. People live in darkness more. Even to live, they're still living like the whole Africa. I feel like it's been donated. It's in a cage. And when you are in the cage, you can't get out from that cage unless you be delivered. But they are all including. It's not one side. It's more than one side. So we have if they put you in cage مثلا في ناس في رجال مثلا انت تكون حملت بيت زمان وخليته مشيت على الراس الثاني you don't know انت break somebody heart and البيت ده يمكن كان بيحبك ففي حالة زي ده في ناس they are really pay the revenge badly البيت ده بيقول اوكي كان هو ماشي على الراس انا بعد كده بشوف how he gonna lead that family على أعدائي ففي يعني people are paying prices and they don't know القص روت بتاع مشاكلهم شنو في ناس يعني زي ديل في ناس يعني and they've been delivered لما يمشوا to be delivered the pastor will tell them that انت they will prophesy for them they will let them know that انت عملت كده ومباري في ناس تاني بيحملوا بنات وبينكروا like I have a story of my really uncle like from my mom's side هو كان حمل واحدة يعني long time ago فلما حمل واحدة أبو البيت عندها باور فقال للراجل ده أنت حملت بيتي خلينا نعمله بالتي هو أفضل شيل بنتك مرتك and I don't want anything. الراجل هو خلوا منك قال هم حمل البيت ده. الراجل قال له مرة تانية أنت متأكد؟ مرة تانية أنت متأكد؟ فهو قال هم متأكد هم حمل البيت ده. الراجل ده قال له كان أنت ما حملت بيه هتشوف الخير في حياتك، لكن الجنة ده لو جناك this is a curse. It's a very powerful. قال له أنت بعد كده هتمشي ده هيكون آخر جنة في حياتك وما هتلقى مرة وحياتك هيكون مبهدل. It was like a joke. إحنا كنا صغار زمن داك من خالي لما هو جاو بكم في يونيفرسيتي زمن داك ما قدر يعني هذا خالي آخر ما عمل العمل قتل أمه. This is kind of the cut that was after him. You know لأن الراجل اللي هو حمل بيته ده الراجل ده was very into power براو ف it destroyed him completely. Such a curse that be follow you, and if you don't know the cause of your problem, this is a problem. زمن ده خالي كان يقول قاعد بنادي اسم الزول بيقول له ده already يعني had a victory on him. فإحنا زمن ده ما كنا فاهمين. فإحنا بنقول يعني they have to tight him يعني خالينا من جنه يقوم they have to tight him really deeply. You know بيحاول يشيل سكين ده يقتل يزول في البيت. This kind of spirit ما في زول بيشيل سكين يقول ده يقتل زول. لكن the spirit will push you. That spirit will push you to do bad things, to put shame on you. فدول such spirit في ناس يعني ما بقول لك الناس الجبل كله ده بيكون عشان هم طلقوا مع نساوين وعيال بين الشوارع ودخلوا في حاجات زي دي. No. في ناس تاني we don't know what they've been through, what they did before. فحاجات زي دي is follow them. وكان هم ما رجعوا ويذكروا الحاجات اللي عملوه الكاب and ask for forgiveness. If you يعني if you never been forgiven by that person, that is so strong. when يكون في كاس كمان is very very powerful unless you've been out from that curse, unless you've been delivered from that curse. في ناس تانيين will put them in a cage. ناس كده ناس كجور when they put you in a cage you will be there and you don't know your cage. انت بس بيكون يعني انا في ناس هنا انا لاحظته في امريكا جو هنا there's no way somebody بيجي من افريقيا عشان for the better life يكون هنا في الشارع to be homeless. There is no way يا اخوان في حاجات زي دي. You cannot come انت everybody was so excited to come to this country to make a better life. انت you come here you cannot make it at all. You have to think about it why. ما بيكون حاجة ده نورمال لأن أنت زول كامل عندك أي حاجة فيه كامل but you cannot work. في حاجة is pushing you to do bad thing something. الناس زي بيقول لك زي ما أنت مشيت بترجع لنا. So زي ما مشيت أنت من أفريقيا بترجع زي ما أنت مشيت. So بترجع يعني you will be useless till you come back. لو ما مولك deported back. فحاجات دي
Yeah, Madam Amel, it is a great input, and we have a problem, and we need to address it from all dimensions, from a spiritual perspective, from a social perspective, from educational perspective, and also from our value and the surrounding. And it is good to bring God into it. Very important because sometimes 100% it helps, and this is something that we are missing. But we don't have to blame. This is my take. We don't have to blame everything on what do you call it, the generational curse or something that happened. Okay, because by the end of the day, the same Bible is teaching us that nothing will touch a single hair from your head unless with the permission from your heavenly Father. Okay, so if you are a strong believer, okay, and you never get intimidated by all those spirits, they may distract you a little bit. 100%, we have seen the power of those, jog, whatever, all those spiritual things. But they have a limitation because by the end of the day, God's spirit is stronger. So there is a sister who she posted a question that what are the signage? She directed the question to me, but what are the signage? Because also we need to pay attention. What is wrong with my son? So we want to catch it earlier. So what are the signage, for example, that will tell you, your son is not behaving like a man, the way, what is it? So that other can pay attention to it, because as we are speaking right now, 100%, if as a concerned parent, we will start monitoring our kids closely, our daughter, how they behave, our boys, how they walk, how they talk, how they do their thing, their body language, how they flip their hand. So if you don't mind, from your perspective, you are raising two young men. May God protect every single child, okay? And light them, guide them in the right direction so that to follow Jesus' footstep. But what are the signage that parents need to pay attention to it? Because we have two participants, they just joined us. We appreciate it, you are at work. What are the signage, and if you can contribute in that perspective, and what is your final thought? Because we don't have to keep you here all night as well.
Yeah, let me just put one thing. I don't want people to think I'm just taking one side as a generation cast. I'm not blaming everything on generation cast, but that's part of الحاجات الناس ما بينتبهوا له. أنا as I said last time, sometimes a friend itself بيلعب دور لما يكون who around you, what kind of friends you are hanging with, ده بيلعب دور. Ummahat and abuhat, they have to pay attention to ayalun. I'm not putting everything in generation cast, but then I saw about the hajat, people are not looking at that. See hajat, Murad, we don't look into it. What I want to say, ما في زول perfect وما في زول بيجي ما في زول بيجي الليل يقول أنا جاي عشان أكون drug dealer. ما في زول بيجي هنا عشان يخش سجن. عيال ديل ما جو هنا عشان كده ولا أبوهاتهم دايرين عيالهم يكونوا كده. But sometimes part of the problem, if they look into it to that generation cast to see if there is a cast within that family, that's what I mean. So aside from you are talking about, I don't understand the side from generation cast or the side of behavior of the kids.
Okay. If you have a knowledge, what kind of signage that you can tell? Because you walk around, you see boys in the mall, boys in the church, at the school, the way they talk, they do their thing, for example. For the girls, it is a little bit hard to tell, but for the boys, as a father, and when I look at a boy, I can tell, ولد ده في حاجة ما مظبوط فوقه, okay? كلامه, they pronounce even words, how they open their mouths, okay? How they speak, how they flip their eyes, how they try to sound, okay? صوت بتاع راجل في ناس by default naturally they have this high pitch, but you find your son struggling على أساس إنه he want to sound more feminine. If from a mother perspective, do you have any experience to share? What kind of signage
إحنا طبعا أي أب مفروض they're supposed to monitor their kids. They're supposed to know their kids from the beginning. أي زول مفروض يكون عارف جناحه من بدايته, and you're supposed to monitor them. لو في حاجة not normal, you could acknowledge that, you could tell that. لأن الجنة ده أصلا من بدايته ما كان قاعد يتكلم كده, ما كان هو كده. لو في حاجة ظهر جديد في أنت لاحظت حاجة جديد, then you have to take action right away. Like for me with my kids, I go through the phone. I know who a friend whom I know them, and I put them in private school. المدارس بيلعب دور ذاته هنا في بلد ده. So في مدارس أي كلام مش أي كلام, but they are well known في بلد ده. فيه حاجات, فيه كل الحاجات, كل الأكيد في مدارس ده فيه. And if you know مدرسة ده فيه حاجات زي ديل, don't take your child to that kind of school. لأن أصلا قالوا من 10 yeah, this is true because your behavior could turn لو أنت عشرت الناس زي ده, because you could feel like ده حاجة كويس and أنت you want to follow them, سو الأمهات والأبهات بالذات أمهاتنا أبوهات ما عندهم زمن لعيالهم في البلد. honestly أبوهات ما عندهم زمن يعني بيشوفوا المسؤولية كلها لأمهات. فأمهات they supposed to know their kids and monitor them. They should take them as a friend and talk to them all the time. And في حاجات زي a gay أنت ممكن تناقش مجانات. عيال they know better than what we think. They know better than what we think. They know what the means of gay and what the mean of witchcraft. Janai, 11 years old, he was talking with his friend, and then he was telling his friend, "Did you see that on that game? That's more than witchcraft." And I look at him and I said, "Did you say witchcraft?" And he said, "Mom, that is more than witchcraft." And I said, "Okay, tell me about the witchcraft." So عيال they know better than what we thought. So إحنا ما نخجل وما نشوف إن عيالنا they know better than us. All we need to do إحنا لازم نكون صريحين معهم. We have to educate them. لو شفنا حاجة ما صح we have to educate them. Take them as a friend. Educate them. حاجة ده ما في family بتاعنا. حاجة ده ما كويس. حاجة ده is not allowed within where we came from. Let them know. حاجة ده أصلا is not allowed. ولو في حاجة غلط you have to educate them. لأن لو أنت شفت حاجة غلط and you're allowed to go tomorrow حاجة ده will pass. And then tomorrow حاجة ثانية بيحصل. حتى لو انت شفت الجلاجة ليلة is doing something wrong before ما يكبر. لأن أي حاجة قاعد يكبر. حاجة ده بيبدأ صغير قبل ما يخش يمشي كبير. حتى لو انت عرفت friends حقهم في friends that they are not عندهم behavior حقهم they are not يعني ما بيطابق مع عيال حقك educate them. خليه educate them. لأن عيالي هم صريحين معي. لو في حاجة أصحابهم عملوا they will come and tell me mommy did you see they told me such and such. أنا فتحت لهم قلبي وما قاعد أقول لهم ما قاعد أدقون ما يعني no I have a different way with my عيال حقي. I don't beat them. I don't tell them this is no يعني هذا wrong is wrong and I have to educate them why it's wrong. ولو هذا صح بقول لهم why it's صح and I have to educate them. I have to come with a different way. لأن لو إحنا قلنا هنعمل ضغوطنا بتاع الجنوبيين إن إحنا دايرين نفقد الجنة ونخوفه أنت ما تخلي الجنة يخاف منك. خلي الجنة يحترمك بس ما يخاف منك. لأن في فرق بين الاحترام والخوف. لما تخوف الجنة بتخش أي حاجة معه جواه أنت بتاخد الطريق. لكن لما تكون أنت ما تخوف الجنة بس let the جنة لو إن أي حاجة يكون صريح معك أو تكون صريحة معك. لو أنت شفت حاجة غلط put that person down and talk to that person. Hey ده غلط and educate them. Always educate them. ولو في حاجة will take you to Bible to show them what Bible say take them to the Bible. Let them know what Bible say. العيال دول فاهمين أكتر مننا على فكرة and they know better than us. They just need somebody. They really should حنية مننا and we really need to do that. We have to come on our knee and be يعني we have to humble ourselves. لأن ده عيالنا لو في جنا عملها كاب جيب واتكلم معه. لكن انت لو ضغطت ودقيت وعملت نظام زمان اللي عملوا لنا we are losing them and typically we lose them. لأن في 911 here في a lot of things here that they already know and we don't want them to run away from us. We want them to run to us. وأمهاتنا وأبوهاتنا يعني انت بس monitor جناحك. كان شفت حاجة غلط come and sit with that child and talk. Go back to school and find out what's going on. أمشي لأصحابه find out what's going on. Look into their phone, what they have in their phone. Look into their emails. I know their password. This is the first condition. You want me to get your phone? Give me your password. ما في جوك في حاجات دي لأن حاجات we have to be. أنت ممكن تكون كويس ممكن تكون serious. في زمن أنت تكون فيه كويس do everything they want. So then you have to show them that you are serious and you mean it. And when you mean it, you mean it. And they know when you mean it. حاجات دي we really need to know. I know ما كل أمهات could do that. ما كل أبهات في بعض أمهات بيخافوا من عيالهم. في بعض أبوهات بيخافوا من عيالهم. Last time a brother guy was asking if we could allow the boyfriend and girlfriend يجوا في بيوتنا. في أمهات they allow that. لكن ده غلط. نحن ما نمشي في طريق ما طريقنا. لأن الطريق ده بودينا نهايته شين. أي حاجة له بداية وله نهاية. ونهايته هيكون شين and we're going to lose a generation that we cannot bring it back. A very smart generation. A great generation that إحنا جبنا برا. We should ask ourselves why we are here. We are not here accidentally. ربنا داير يجيب التغيير لنا كلنا. And that's the beginning. حتى الناس اللي من بلد آخر بلد ده برا جابهم في البلد ده عشان يالهم to get that opportunity of education. So it's our responsibility هنا to take care of this such a case. لو في ناس هنا we need to educate them, we should take. ما معناه هنا we know better, but what we know can be useful for them. You know, what you know can be useful for your brother or your sister. وفي ناس they don't know nothing but they need help. وفي ناس they know a lot but they do ignorant, and ignorant كمان ده حاجة تانية is killing us when we ignore things. حاجة أنت بتشوفه and ignore it that thing بكرة بيكون أكتر وبتدخلنا في طريق تاني. That's all I could say.
Thank you very much, Madam Mel. Your contribution is effectively well received from spiritual perspective, and this is something people have to judge and to filter which kind of information will work for them, because we have Christian, we have Muslim, we have people who still believe in those indigenous things. So still, and they are kids, they do well, they excel as well, so thank you very much. God bless you.
You too.
You can hang on. If you decide to come back anytime, you are more than welcome. You have an audition. We look forward to
Sure.
bring it up. Yeah.
All right. You better welcome. Thank you.
Let me welcome those two gentlemen here. But before we welcome Brother Lam and Joseph Barach, our regular contributor, I want to go back to Abiel. Abiel, let me give you my piece, brother. Okay. I don't know. I hope you are a father. Okay. إذا أنت أبو, if you are a father, افتكر إنه I will not go and debate موضوع that Jesus was the soft speaker ومش عارف إيه وكلام بالشكل ده, because those video been act. So, and Jesus is a great debater because he's well informed, and usually he created a great counter argument. So he never have to yell, but always he got a logic to create a counter argument for those who challenge him. That is why he got to make it in a very polite way, how Bible narrated from different perspective. But because Jesus is Son of God and he was humble and polite in his character, I believe there is a character for a man. Okay. I can claim that I am a soft speaker too, but sometimes I put some oomph into it. Okay. And also, a boy needed to be trained to be a boy. Okay. That is why في البلد يال بيعلمون مصارعة، أولاد بيعلمون مصارعة. في بلدنا في بنات بيعلمون مصارعة. No. Okay. أطلع شجر أمشي السيد شاكل مع الدبيب، لما يقولوا في الدبيب ناس بيجروا، أولاد ديل وينو. So the boys have to go. So need that aggression. نمرجع دمونيا بيطلع قدام ديل أولاد. Okay. So if you have, معلش, no disrespect, if you have a sissy boy, الولد على انه يتعود يلعب بالتوي ومش عارف ايه وكلام بالشكل ده، اذا شاف سرجيل ساكي ما هو بنط بكورك لما انه امه ياو بيجي بينقذه. No, this is not the way it is. Not everything in the West is perfect. Okay, even here in the West, they teach their kids boxing, karate, whatever. They push them to play football, to play soccer, to kickbox, whatever. So please, this is my personal opinion. It is not ZööMTV opinion, but I don't want my boys to be sissy boy. I want them to be tough, to sound like a man, to walk like a man, to do their thing like a man. Okay? Because if something happens, they will be able to protect themselves and they will be able to react accordingly. Okay? I am not with the idea of we cannot judge them by their look or by their walk. A man should walk like a man. Okay, لو إذا في راجل تاني أنت مريت بجنبه بعين وراك بقول this guy know how to walk. Okay, when you talk like a man, so other can listen to you. على أساس إنه there is a man speaking here. When you eat like a man, but you don't have to flip your eye and to turn your hand inside out. This is no. This is not the way men are supposed to behave. This is our value. This is what we maintain it. And I want to add something here. Okay, this Western teaching of Jana Mai Nahiru, wala Jana Mai Dugu, wala Mai Jaludu, I am totally in disagreement with it. Can you believe Al-Khawajat Al-Aslin بدخلوا يالهم في basement بدقوا دقة كلب أكلاجين? Okay, it is different. في الزمن اللي there is time out there whenever they play with their emotion. لكن لما سيدو بيزعل منه خواجات بدقوا يالهم من بقتلهم. Okay, I am a child that been brought up with logic. If it didn't work, I will be whooped nicely. Therefore, I reserve this right to myself as well. When a simple example, I used to compare my kids with the dog. Okay, it is a bad analogy. And my younger son used to get very upset because I use logic, I explain things. Okay, and then if you repeat the same mistake, I will go back to him and tell him, can I think about the police dog and think about Khawaja dog? Okay, being trained where to pee, where to poop, how to do their thing, to play with their toy. Okay, can you allow a dog to behave better than you? You are a smart human being, you have brain, we communicate and everything. And my younger son used to be very upset, like it reset him completely. He will never like that comparison to be compared with the dog. Okay, because look at Kalibita Khawaja. Kalib will guide الزول الأميان يدخل مع باص يدخل في قطر ماشي للدكتور مش عارف everything. That dog will do it. How about this smart beautiful human being that God created him or her on his image? Okay, والكتاب المقدس بيقول وخلقنا الإنسان على صورتنا ونفخ فيه روح هاي من روح بتاعت الله. So this breeze I am breathing ده بتاع ربنا ورثته من آدم. Okay, ممكن إنه نسمع للجناي على أساس إنه كلب to behave أحسن من جنا بتاعي, then something is wrong. On top of that, the Bible said, الابن الذي يحب أباه يؤدبه. The child that loved by his parent, the father will never spare a rod. What does that mean? This is my perspective. Somebody can have a counter argument, can come later, debunk what I said, but this is my teaching, this is my principle. Derinda, you have been silent there. I will give you the microphone to welcome our regular participant, and we can take it from there.
Thank you, Krikuju. Yeah, I've been listening. It's been interesting. And it all it did is to add more to what we've been doing since we started some almost 3 hours ago. It is interesting what we heard from Uncle Harun, and then we came through, and then we heard from our sister in terms of spirituality, and we've moved on, and now what you've said, that's true. That's answering that question. The other thing that perhaps I might add to it is we are talking about present. We're talking about present and a touch of the past in order to try to have a better outcome for the future. That's what we're trying to do. When we touch the past, we're touching our own past because we're certain of that. And then the present because we're still here. And it is present because we have children now. And we are trying to get things working out for a better tomorrow. Because our children, it is true that in this country or in the Western world, the easiest thing for them is to not really become anything we expected. Because if they can sit there with audacity and tell and refer to us as the most backward people, we the parents. Why? Because we keep talking about this uncle, that auntie, laman kunna fi Junub, laman kunna fi Sudan. They consider us as so primitive. And then they forget the fact that it was us who are primitive who filled up all these forms and got us into the plane and came to this country, got us this house. If they were young, we came with them. It was us who looked after them. It was us who fed them until they got to school and all of this. If we gave birth to them here, it was us who gave the birth to them here. And they are detached. They don't know what is going on. They seems to think they just happen to exist. We are the primitive ones. We show them few things from Africa. They go like, nah, not that country. Is this where you guys are coming from? And all of this, and you people are primitive and all of that. And of course, this discipline action, I will not lie, I've disciplined my kids. They are now grown up. You don't discipline them anymore the way they were young, but I discipline them. Yep, it raises up few things, quarrel here and there with their mom, but that's the reality. What I want to say to the kid, I'll say to the kid. And I'm saying this because I still remember things my dad said to me when I was younger. Now, as a father, I remember this stuff. I'm quite sure by then I had no clue what the hell was he talking about. Whether while he was slapping me or kicking me or whatever he was doing, whatever he was saying, I had no clue what those talks, this little mini talk was about. But now I remember this stuff, and they come like, wait a minute, I remember hearing this before. How? Because it was instilled in me, even though the Western world will look at the way it was, that words were still in me, that discipline was still in me as abusive, but it's not abuse. You talk to your kid here in the Western world so harsh, and now the kid turn around and say, oh, lie, they are so depressed because they have been abused. They cannot perform well at the school because dad and mom has been quarreling with them. My God, amount of what we've received back home when we were growing up, if it was to make us what these kids are doing to us now, we are supposed to be, crazy for good, nothing good out of us. But look at us. Here we are. We are not depressed. We are not all of this stuff. We're still good. We managed to have our own wives or our own husbands. We managed to have our own children. And now our children are saying, no, we are abusing them. You'd say to your kid, why do you sleep until 2 in the afternoon? He's turn around and say to you, you don't let anyone sleep in this house. Why? This is abusive. You're verbally abusing me. Really? If it's up to me, I'll knife you. If it is up to me, I'll knife you. Just to let you understand that as you're sleeping, by the time it is 10 o'clock in the weekend, you should be up by yourself. Otherwise, you expect a knife coming through. I'm just saying it. I'm just being so extreme, saying this so that to showcase how frustrated we as the parents get with our children. Because at the same time, the frustration, the source of...
To you, sorry for interjection. Do Medea anime style. Fill a bucket with the cold water and just come and
dump it on them.
Yeah.
And part of our frustration, and you see families breaking up. Honestly, if you sit down and look at some of it, children are the cause of it. Honestly, children are the cause of it because the way they do things, especially when kids start. My sister Amel was saying something that, kids know things. Yes, I do believe that kids know things, and kids know that the system in the country where they live supports them. That's why kids will do it on you. Let me give you an example. This is for the viewers. A young Chinese kid, about 4. Their parents were going, for a weekend somewhere, and leave the kid with the grandmom and granddad. for about 3 days only. Is there anything with that? There's nothing wrong with it. There is still adults supervising the kid. The moment mom and dad jumped into the car and drove away, now the kid wants to get out of the house because the kid now know grandma and granddad cannot stop him. So the grandma and granddad locked the door, the main entrance. Now the kid went and opened the window and he started yelling, "Save me! Help me!" Yelling to the neighbors. Why is the kid doing that? Because the kid knows the moment the neighbor hear that, the neighbor will turn in. They will turn up. And if the neighbor don't want to turn up, because that's what Kawaja will do, they will not turn up. They will poke through their window and they will call, whether it's 911 or 999 or 777 or whatever, those triple digits numbers, you know. So the police turns up. Knock on the door. The grandpa opened the door. And the police saying, "You guys are torturing the kid." What kid? Or the one that was yelling? Because the grandpa and grandma did not even care. Let the kid yell. They know what the kid is trying to do. They just sat there in front of the TV and leaving the kid. So the grandma called the kid and say, "Which one? This one?" And the police look at the kid and ask, "What happened to you?" The kid innocently said, "Nothing." "Were you yelling?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I want to get out." "Why do you want to get out?" "I just want to get out." So what I'm trying to say is, when the kids know they've got support from outside, believe me, that's what is killing us as parents. Your kid will threaten you with knowledge. I do know when I was growing up, you know, this is being bad example, but that was what I did when I was young. And God rest my mom's soul in peace.
Amen.
When I was young, I'm running around and my mom sort of want to say something to me or that I didn't want to like. I don't like what she was saying. Then I pick up a stone and I stood away. Now that's my threat. If you keep saying it, I'm going to throw the stone at you. You know? But at the same time, I know because I'm watching the sun is going down. I don't have anywhere else to go. When the sun goes down, it's the same house where my mom is in there and my mom is in there. Now the whole thing doubled up. I know the trouble has escalated. It's no longer this is stone I'm threatening. I know now I've got issues happening. You know? But here in the Western world, your kids will threaten you with the knowledge they know you will suffer. And it looks like the boys in blue love the idea. If it is a kid that called them, and Malish, my sister also, if it is the wife that called them, they come, they don't ask question first. They grab the man, the male figure in the house, before they come and ask the question. And then when they find out, it was completely something else, then they will go like, "Oh man, sorry." How does that, that action of Kalbishuk, it's a dent in your fabric, in your mind, it's a scar that you will never forget. And your kids seems to have an incentive out of that. So I'm bubbling a lot here, but like I said, I can sit here and talk until this 2020 finish. But let me welcome you, Brother Gailam, and welcome Joseph Baraj. This is our plight. I'll keep saying this. This is Balwa, brother. We jump around quickly, gal, refugee, amla format, relocation. There we are. Resettlement. Now here we are. Zemana Gutta Maral Fat. If we were to be told, down the track in this resettlement, these are the things that you're gonna face, I'm quite sure. I wouldn't have come. I'm 100% sure of this. أنا ما كنت حاجي خالص I would have just stayed في مصر ده ومن مصر ده إن شاء الله نرجع السودان نبرجل ننتهي فوقه. It's much better. At least you would have had kids, struggle mom, they will go to whatever that kind of schooling that are there, but it's much better. All these other depression على التفوق على إنه فيه هسه wouldn't have been there. You know? So, Brother Gailam, the microphone is yours. Welcome to ZööMTV. You know the topic. Come in, man. This is a fun topic.
Yes. Thank you, guys, for the warm welcome. Brother Kurkuju, in Derrida or Daniel. But let me say something before I go further. Whenever I come to ZööMTV, I look at Daniel very well. I go to Zoom, let's to somewhere. And every time I was thinking, where? Until I found out لما كنا بغاهرة اسمك دانيال بسا. Huh? So I put Daniel Pasa Fita. Is it right?
That was my artist name, man.
Yes. And احنا تعلمنا منكم music. أنا piano player for DC show لما كنا صغار في القاهرة. You know, so I always look at you playing the piano at the church. All my DC show, Marco group, you know, etc. You know, and that's Abraham D. Home, Sebit Maruel. And all this. Son, good as this guy, I've seen him somewhere, but I don't remember where. You know, Gitara just go to okay, then that's Daniel then.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's small world, you know? Yeah. So this is really a hard topic. And كلنا لما جينا في diaspora, we lies. Nobody came here with the true story. لما جينا في وكانت في Australia, في America. احنا كذبنا, and now we are paying for what we did. Just like what you mentioned now, you know. احنا كذبنا وجينا, and now if you knew انه البلد ده هيقرب عيال, انت كنت ما جيت. كنت قلت it's better for me to stay in Cairo or either to go back to South Sudan. You know, the good news is the same mistake that شفناها في حياتنا اللي مرينا فوقه. We can save our children not to fall into temptation and then tomorrow we regret. What I mean by that, you know, there's a way that we can save them when they're still young. I think we talked about this for Let Us Talk show Kurkuju. To me, لما جانا بيكون lonely, usually when kids is lonely, they are زمن other people, other الشباب القدروا بياخدوا advantage to turn the child. Maybe the child بتاعه كان innocent, he was a good child, he was doing well at school, لكن the environment that he's living in has big impact لعيال بتاعنا. The friends that اللي بيكونوا معهم في مجتمع بتاعه في area بتاعه they بيلعب دور. لما جانا we choose wrong people or wrong friends, usually يا جانا طالع حرامي يا طالع not straight, gay, like you guys mentioned the topic. Okay. وكمان قلنا هنا برضو في نهج الدين لما فصلوا الديانة مع في school جانا بكمان foundation, it doesn't have very strong foundation يال بتاعنا. You know, لو كان يالا بيضربون من ما كانوا صغار بنعلمهم الدين بنعلمهم principle and to discipline them, then we will not have any problem. لكن the system will not allow us to even punish them even more. لأنه إحنا بدقون دك الكلب لما كنا صغار في السودان. لكن لما في يالنا لو حصل مشكلة they will look لو في بروز لو في علامات بشو, then you are in trouble. You know, so يالنا كمان لما نكون up ما في بيت, only single mom, only the mom, voice of a man is important, you know, especially when raising boys. At the same time, even when raising girls, برضو صوت الأم محتاج يكون هناك, especially when the kids turn age of 12 years old. يا دوب يال بيختلفوا, السيستم بتاعهم بيكون في سن مراهقة يال دل. So if we do not catch their behavior from that time, that's when it's hard to fix gender. في ناس الحيوانات المنوية بتاعهم بيميلوا للنساوين أكثر من الرجال. You know, so if we do not catch it in the early age, that's when يلا بيخربوا برضو. لأنه ما في شنو. There's no supervision. After that, if you ask your child, if your child is 21 or 23 or even أكبر من كده, if they ask you, can you tell us about your kids or one of your kids, أنت بتعرف جناه كويس? Most of us will say no. I know it's my child. I work hard to provide for the kids. They are المحل bigger في gap لأنه we are working hard. We're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs to provide for the kids. But we forget إنه يالدل محتاج لهم إنه يكون عندهم a very strong foundations. And the foundation that I'm talking about is the father talking to a child. As of now, I'm sure you guys still remember what your dad's telling you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys remember what your grandfather's grandma is telling you. The stories that they taught us when لما كنا صغار. We still remember it. You know? So جناك لو من صغير علمته إنه كيف يكون straight, then there is no way جنا بيعمل shift. There is no way جنا شنو بيغير إنه يكون gay, for example. Now sleepover. You guys mentioned earlier. في ناس بيمشوا في بيوت عيال صغار بيمشي يباتوا في بيوت تا أصحابهم وانتم ما عارفين باك جراوند تا أصحابهم ديل. هم جايين من وين؟ Maybe زول ده sex defender أبو عيال أصحابهم ديل. You never know. You know, maybe العيال ده مش نعمل مع زول criminal. إحنا ما عارفين. We just say, okay, you want to go have fun. Without knowing that we are putting our kids في نار. Without even knowing that we are the cause of all these problems. لأنه لو كنا عملنا لهم very strong foundation لعيالنا, most likely هينجحوا في المستقبل بتاعهم. And of course, to be gay, a society اللي احنا عايشين فوقه, the environment, ادى حرية إنه العيال يعملوا اللي يعملوا. Especially جناك بغير 200 لما نكون خلاص انتهى من high school, لو بيك كويس ما عنده مشكلة. لما يكون ماشي college ويمشي في dorm, هيتعلم حاجات ما كويس. مثلا ببدأ يشرب, ببدأ ممكن يحمل بيت, ببدأ ممكن يدخل بونجو, and there's so many things he will try. لأنه أصحابه بيقول له no, you don't know all this thing. أصحابه بيشجعوني يعمل فوضى. وما في جانب بيقول لك إنه مش في high school من غير ما يجرب سيجارة ولا مريسة ولا كده. You know, لأنه في بيت بحس إنه كانوا زي في السجن. أنا كنت مسجون. Now I'm free. I want to experience the world. I want to see what's around the world. You know? So لو إحنا ما خلينا بالنا في السن ده, now we're destroying our children. And at the same time, إحنا ما بنشوف زي ما قالوا قبل أخوتنا عمل. We don't see عيالنا بيتكلموا مع منو, سواء كان في Instagram ولا في Facebook ولا في WhatsApp, whatever. We don't know who they're communicating with. Just like what our brother said, Kurkuja, last week, 2 weeks ago, إنه لقى فرصة عمل sneaking وشاف النتورك بتاع العيال الماكويسين ده. And he was shocked with the numbers of Sudanese that are there. عندهم نتورك بتاعهم. And كمان they have the people الناس اللي عندهم قروش عيالهم ما بيقربوا. ترى لاحظت الموضوع ده. أصلا في كم عيال خواجات هسه ما عندهم كجور ولا عارفين كجور ولا عارفين حاجات ده كله, لكن عيال خربوا. Loneliness دائما يا بتكون either you become a good child يا بتكون حرامي. لأنه أي routes اللي بتلقاه, if you find good people, good friends, then you're going to be good. If you find negative friends, you know, that's when usually your life will destroy. You know, so this is a very sensitive topic, and البدفع الحساب كله, it's us as parents. Sometimes we are the reason that our kids, why they turn that way. لما العيال بيشوفوا مشاكل كتير في البيت, when we fight in front of our children, the image لما نقول مثلا أب بدوك المرة بتاعه, الصورة ده ذاته, he will never forget. وبحس إنه there is no peace at the house. Let me go have peace with my friends. لأنه environment بتاعنا قاعدين فوق مع عيالنا أو مع نساوينا, it is not safe. لأنه بنشاكل قدام عيالنا, بنشتم من نفوسنا قدام عيالنا, so that will not even help us. Again, بحس إنه no, this is too much for me. يعني بحاول يطلع برا من البيت عشان to have refresh, or maybe he will find wrong friends في زمن زي ده. you know. عشان كده أنا شايف إنه لما نكون إحنا ما زرعنا good foundation لعيالنا, that's the first mistake اللي أنا شايفه إنه we need to focus on. It's starting the age of 12 all the way till high school or college. لو ما قدرنا نعرف زي ما قبل قلت يعني لو ماشي معوج ولا ماشي كيف, ده واجب بتاعك كأب ولا كأم تقول له hey you are a man, why are you walking like this, you know. وجناك لما برضه لما يكون في السن بتاع kindergarten يعني ما يلعب بالتويز تاع بنات, المفروض يفوكس only التويز بتاع أولاد. جيب لهم ألعاب مثلا زي يمشي يلعب كورة, يجيب له مسدس طيارات حاجات بتاع أولاد المفروض يلعب فوقه, ما يلعب بباربي, you know. ولما يكون بيلعب ما يلعب مع بنات كتير, you know. make sure if you have one boy مثلا وباقي كله بنات, علم جناك يفوكس إنه كيف يلعب بس بالتويز تاع أولاد, you know. حتى لو معظمهم بنات, don't allow him to play بالتويز الماب بقدر يستفيد منه, you know. ولما نكون دائما ولد دائما قاعد مع بنات صغار مثلا بيلعبوا بباربا, هو برضه هيأثر فوقه في حياته. لما نكبر he want to just be with the women, he just want to be with the girls instead of being with boys. So ده دور برضه احنا لازم نعرف. TV برضه, TV that we are watching, when our kids are watching TV, we have to make sure that a TV ده لو كان ده أولاد خلوهم يفوكس only for game بتاع أولاد ولا مثلا حاجة اللي بليق لأولاد. That is very important. يعني كده بيكبروا لأن احنا بنزرع فيهم system when they are young. So when they grow up, they will know this is what they're supposed to live. This is the life that they're supposed to live. By showing them the example. We are the parents, we're supposed to show them the example, and then they will develop that. You know? شوي لما نكبروا بيكبروا إنه شنو ماشيين بطريقة كويس. You know? So أنا بلوم أبوهاتنا, بلوم أمهاتنا, وبرضو الانvironment اللي احنا عايشين فوق. لأنه حسب في diaspora برضو we want to be living in a low income houses. Even though we are capable of working, even we are capable of buying our own houses in a good neighborhood, but we choose to lie to the system. Well, I'm disabled, you know, and عشان يدوك بيت رخيص, you know. والله تعرف I can't work because of this. We try to bring excuses and we try to lie, you know. قال حجرة الخطية وشنو هو الموت. So لما تتكذب كتير في النهاية بتاعك هتفشل في حياتك ويالك بيفشلوا, you know. عشان كده قال the truth will set you free. You have to be honest with your children and you have to be honest with the environment that with your kids. Tell them how to be a man, teach them how to be a man by example, by القصص بتاعك. When you grow up, how did you grow up, you know. خلي يالك يعرف القصة بتاعك من ما انت كنت صغير لغاية ما تكبر. I think that's very important for our children. I hope I've said enough. I'm ندي فرصة للناس تانيين كمان. That's what I can say for now, unless if there's more questions, I'll be gladly to answer. Yes.
Ustaz Guy, it is a concern, and that is why you are at work, and while you are working, you are following up the conversation.
Absolutely.
You decide when you finish right away, you decide to come in because we said protect all. This is our call. We want to protect all children.
Absolutely.
And protect them all. Definitely ours is within this box. When we shield them together. We safeguard them together. And then everybody will be beneficial. As a proud father, as a teacher, as an educator, as a community leader, that is why you are here. You decide to give up your leisure weekend. ما أكيد إنه ما دام هنمشي ننك يعني أنت جاي من شغل على طول تمشي في زوم تي في تمشي تقعد هنا. We have a responsibility.
Yes.
Because you better fix it today or rescue them today before it is too late. Brother Joseph Barrett, if you want to hang around 100%,
Sure.
your perspective is well appreciated. But Brother Joseph Barrett is here, father to be very soon here, maybe 2021. You know, this is my wish. This is my prayer. So we have been listening, we have been watching. You are closer to those young men and young women that we accuse them. And the gap is not that huge. So you understand them better. You follow them through Instagram, through whatever, Snapchat, what they are doing. You are closer to that mentality. And that was the policing job for me, to sneak in and to find out what is happening. And there is some coded message maybe with my, old age mentality. I may not picked it properly, but I learned enough. Joseph Barrett, microphone is with you. Greet the ZööMTV viewers and bring your perspective, please.
Thank you a lot, Brother Kurkuju. As usual, Brother Nandra, and it's good to see Brother Guy Lam here. The Common Sense family, show. It's good to see you here. This is our common sense things we're talking about here. It is very interesting, as usual. I listen to you guys, but I hope this show will encourage parents to come out and speak, because it is really very interesting. We want to see, from parents' perspective, because they lived with the teenagers and they know how exactly teenagers behave in their hand. For me, I'm going to talk in a perspective of inexperienced person. Plus, I got a few controversial stuff you guys going to answer later on. I will throw them at you guys parent experience. Have a few things too. So I will be mixing up. So forgive me later on. I know I don't know much, but I will speak based on the experience and then the small or simple knowledge I have toward this. And I will mix it as usual. Mix it a bit of Arabic and a bit of English. You guys all spoke very well. And it's likely you guys, when you talk about, it is very interesting, and you talk about your real experience. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. Okay, yeah. And I will start with this point. يعني أول point نعمل به start إنتوا اتكلمتوا شديد. لكن أنا أول شيء أعمل start بpoint إنتوا قلتوا يا جماعة لو كان ناس قاعدين بوروم الحاصل شنو قدام، أنا كنت ما جيت البلد ده عشان يحصل الحاجات ده. I think you guys spoke that out very quickly, but in my perspective, this is what I see. أنا فعلا كذبنا في أوراق وقال جايين بلد ده، لكن أساسا الخطة العامة بإنك أنت يجيبوك هنا كان based on humanitarians. يعني على الأسف الشديد sometimes ممكن نصدق ذاته كذب بتاعنا ده أساسا الناس دي صدقوا بإنه كلام ده صح، يلا جابونا نو هم عارفين إنه كذب. It's obvious, but هم كان ماشيين based on a humanitarian need, and that will help the human يمشي you have a better life somewhere else. That can all the calculation لكن كان is not based on individual. And what we have experienced here, that will show. أنا من جينا البلد أساساً أيزول جايين parents, they have to know very well they are raising a completely different generation. It's not the environment they grew up into. I think أنا هنا أمانة قمنا فيه ده completely was different. I myself, I spent my life here, but anyway, most of my life here in Western world, but I'm only experienced in Sudan too. Yeah, but what I have found mainly on our Sudanese family, أهم حاجة أنا بتكلم كده في teenagers, I never brought up a teenager, but I interact with them, and I have been a teenager myself. I went to high school in this country. I interact with Kawajat, and I know what is going on. Especially what I have found, mainly in our families as South Sudanese, is a lack of communication. Lack of communication. Most of our mentality as a South Sudanese is came to be like, when I was grew up, like back home, they used to discipline me like this. But when we come here, the discipline in this country is not based on hierarchy. It's based on friendship. And هنا في بلد هناك زول كبير أو زول كبير. حتى لو عمك زاره داير يدقق، يعني الطريقة اللي عمك بدقق بو هسه عمك زاره لو عنده مشاكل مع parent بتاعك بيجي يفضل الكلام ده فيك. لكن parent بتاعك هناك في السودان بيقول لك يا ده عمك بيعمل لك discipline. You know? لكن the way he discipline you قلبه كده فيه حاجة. لكن لسه parent بتاعك بمشوه والأمور بمشي. So ده برضو بيخلق خوف في الناس. يعني أنت لو لاحظت في generation هسي، يعني لما يجوا قدام ناس ما بيقدر يعملوا express لنفسهم زي الناس. في ناس كتار parent بالمناسبة they raising a very smart kids, but themselves to sell themselves is very hard. And I do respect them. They are all by age, but it's very hard for them to express themselves, to sell themselves. What about the kids they are raising? You know, راس الهيد زي ما أنا قلت، المستوى بتاع رئيس الدولة يهو بيكسبوا المستوى بتاع أساسا الناس الحاكموا. رئيس الدولة لو متعلم الأمور رؤوس الناس بيكون مفتوح، لو هو أطرش بطرش الناس دي كله معه. سو بيكون نفس الليفل، يعني ما بتقدر تمشي فوق لحتة تاني. parent يهو the mentality of parents, you know, they have emotion, they have everything, and I do believe every parent in this world, they trying to do their best ever to bring their people, their kids in the best way they can. يعني اللي عندهم كلهم بيسووا لأنه دارين يجيبوا عيالهم up. But the problem here where the communication come in here. Relationship يا جماعة you cannot start it today, or you cannot start it when your kids become a teenager خلاص. Because I know the teenager time بالمناسبة this is the most tough time in a kid's life, because they have overwhelming information. And this overwhelming information, they don't have a communication with their parents. And in that time, this is the time actually a teenager actually بيسأل كتير عشان يعرف، لكن بيقفل الجاب ده عشان يسأل parent بتاعه. Because there's no a real communication there. ولما كان قايم order تعمل كده تقوم كده، يعني it's not based on friendship. تقول اسمع تعال انت عملت بتاع ده غلط، وليه تعملته كده ما تعمل كده، اجت كده يوم كده لازم يكون كده. no you know لازم يكون friendship. you know هو يعرف حدودي انت تعرف حدودك، لكن العكس تماما. الهيراركي بتاع parents بتعليمات. so التعليمات ده بيعمل accumulation in kids. so لما نبقوا teenager, believe me, I know teenager life. Sometimes you do stupid stuff. You wanna experiment, man. You wanna try things. بس تمشي كده بتلقى شجرة بس تطلع فوق، بس ساكت بس كده. تيجي واقع تنكسر ما تنكسر ما عندك شغلة. And it's happening, you know. But to tell this a teenager this is wrong, this is a completely different in life. Plus هو داير يبني شخصيته. مع ناس البيت قاعد يشاكل، مع outside قاعد يعمل discover new things وبيشاور الناس. So المشاورة بتاع teenager أساسا بيكون outside more than the parents. Plus last time I said we have 80% of kids who grew up in this country, 80% of information and the media and all this stuff أساسا based on this country, Western world. 20% يو in the parent. And this 20% parents are, they don't have a good communication. So parents are ممكن يدوا 2% ولا 1%. So a teenager ممكن يكون صريح مع زول برا أكتر من parent بتاعه. في a very sensitive places because teenagers especially girls and guy relationship بيجي هنا بتاع. بعد ما نمشي بيت ده زمان relationship وما relationship their parent حاجة ده حرام، ما في زول بيتكلم عنه، ما في زول نصيحة، ما هي بتعمل لك keep. especially girl بعمل لك keep لما يطلع برا بيشاور another ولد another guy or they just experiment and go ahead with it, you know, because الورق هناك مقفول. انت لما تيجي تشوف الحركات ده متغير معاه قال تيجي تقول لها تفتح communication with her in that time, you're gonna fight for it. You have to fight for it, and this is the reality. This generation, they have too much information, overwhelming information, and parents at the same time, they try to force things in a way. Kids, they're not gonna really digest that, because I was born in Sudan يا جماعة. when I grow up that أنا كنت قاعد أخاف طبعا. بقولوا لو وقت ظلم زي ده بقول لك في بعاتي جاي أنت بتجري جوا، بتخاف في بعاتي بياكلك. That's the mentality. But when I grew up ولما بقيت نايم زي ده أنا أساسا كان بخوفوني، ما في بعاتي ياكلني ولا أي حاجة. بعد شوية جينا مشينا church religions. I'm not going to criticize church, but actually what is happening in church and what our parents practicing is boring to the kids. وما knowledgeable. يعني especially South Sudanese churches بيتكلموا عن مشاكلهم أساسا ما مشاكل يستفيد يعني عندهم شوية activity كده but it's boring, you know. but أساسا المان مشي للكنيسة ده أساسا هم ماشيين دايرين they want to show their kids هم ماشيين كنيسة ده ما الناس بمشوا فيه. لكن the socialization ذاته is unbelievable. يعني كنيسات بتاعنا is very hard. تلقى barbecue، تلقى family relationship، في حاجات كده like purely not based on emotion. حاجات انت مفترض تسويه 1 زائد 1 يساوي 2، 1 زائد 1 ما يساوي 3. يعني ما ممكن تمشي كنيسة every day تمشي تقعد زي ده يكلموا والله يا بوندا كيف وبوندا whatever happened this pastor they come back these people they did this in the هلة عملوا ده في هلة وتجي راجع يلا كيف تقال بيقول شو كل جارين هناك بس بمسكوهم وحاجات زي ده. So even our churches, when we claim churches, we don't have a very fundamental structure in churches where we can bring up our kids, you know. So for most and all, actually based on the communication. I know if you grew up in South Sudan and Zaman, itogumte in a different time, you went through a rough time, you managed to have everything, you're not ignorant, everything is fine. يعني أساسا عشان تكون عندك عيال ده sometimes it's not based بالتعليم ولا ما متعلم، لكن based of the knowledge, because الحياة مدرسة. Based of the knowledge around you, based of the survival, how you're going to survive, or how your kids will survive. And the main results, this will show you the broken home of our South Sudanese. Broken home, it doesn't mean خلاص راجل ومرأة ما فيشين. That's a broken home. There is some couple قاعدين لكن the home is broke, but they're still there. But anyway, you know. So this is the consequences of that, because the results of our teenagers is highly in a risk of what is going on around, especially generation في 2020 ده, especially ناس جابهم صغار في بلد بصراحة كده, they went wild. Like 80% of them تلقاهم في محلات كده وبالطريقة وbehavior, you will understand that it's not really connection between them and their parent at all. Everything is out there. Always in a teenager life, like what I said before, most of the time, teenager will find a freedom by any means, regardless of what you do. This way, they're going to fight you, you know. When there is a lack of communication, mafi setting of the boundary, you know, and teenagers in that time, this way they want to really discover themselves. So keeping emotion of teenagers people in check all the time is very important, because they experiment on everything. They are too emotional and they're looking for perfection. They want to be perfect, you know. So that time, لو ما بيلقوا help from their parents, بيمشوا the outside world. So when يعمل creating the character from that outside world, there are predators there who will use these teenagers in a term. As Nandara aware of it, in Australia here we have a lot of teenagers. They've been in trouble, you know. They can go and say burglary or steal all this stuff. Sometimes, you know, car hijacking. You can see $100,000 car. You know, if they get this $100,000 car, but a teenager, somebody will use them and will give them 1,000, and they will take that $100,000 car. They're gonna you know, tear it apart and sell it, make money. That means there's somebody using them. A teenager cannot get a $100,000 car and he think he's gonna do something better with it. They're not gonna control that amount of money in price. Teenagers always they're able to experiment. They're in حاجات صغير. They're in حاجات زيرة. So main thing is this: the lifestyle in Geneva هنا ده is absolutely, completely a different lifestyle, regardless of what we want to enforce of our people or our kids. What is going on based on relationship. الناس جماعة قاعدين بدقوم أنا هذا قونا لكن إنت في بلد ده إنت ما لازم تلعب سمارت تو ما مشكلة كده رجالة خواجات قاعدين بدقوا. I went to private school in northern Sydney. في هلا كده بتاع خواجات ريش whatever. يا جماعة خواجات they discipline their kids. They do. But in a smart way, the way they do it, أي حاجة available, but at the same time they are very close with their kids. خواجة باخد راحته لما جينا يبقى 18 لما يبقى 18 وبرجع كده بقول لك اطلع برا من بيت ده وما داري زي تاني because he knows 100% he influenced these kids 80% of their life, like when they're trying to make their personality. So when يطردوا, he will make sure this kid is a part of him. He will do something for himself. You know, that's why you see كواجات like لو جرى بقى 18 ده خلاص. لكن أنا هنا لو جرى لسه 30 أنت لسه خايف لسه قاعد في بيت معك أنت دايرو لسه ما بقدر لاقي حاجة في الدنيا. He will never discover. But the main things he came to this the mentality of religion. أنا قاعد نقول مثلا this is a generational curse. مفترض كلام ده نشيله برا. Sometimes أنا قاعد نقول كده في business fake it until you make it. You know, يعني لو ده تبقى businessman أنت لازم تكون around business people. لازم تقول هاي دايما تحلم كده يجي. You know, أنا لو بنا if we believe there is a generational curse at the same time, if we make our kids believe there is a generational curse, they will believe that. وبيمشوا with that path. بيمشوا في that path. What I do believe is what you put, that's what you get out, regardless of what. I know our parents يدينوا مكتفين في بلد ده, لكن they still have a role. They have to play because this is a fight, and they have to accept their war and fight it in a right way. ما مشكلة أنا كنت مثلا قاعدين نعمل كده زمان. أنا في حاجة كده أنا داير أعرفه أنا ما أعرف. But this question I will throw it. If you guys pick it up and answer it later, that will be fine. مثلا يعني أنا هنا كجنوبيين مثلا شنو اللي عندنا؟ شنو أحسن؟ أساسا خواجة ما يدو نقول الخواجة ده ما زول أساسا مثلا ولا خواجة أخلاقه كعب. ده شنو اللي عندنا أساسا؟ ما ينو خواجة ده. كجنوبيين مثلا أنا لو جينا وس هنا خواجة ده مثلا داري يخرب أخلاقنا خواجة داري يعمل كده. ده شنو اللي عنده؟ اللي عندنا أنا هنا خواجة ما عنده. You know, this is our parent or our people. They're supposed to answer this because the world we live in today is about reality, about how hard you work, how you make it. أنا ده في مشاكل تجيني في Western world, and believe it or don't believe it, Western world ما جابوك بلد ده يجيبوك president ولا جابوك بلد ده يجي يقول لك والله جناك مرك وما مرك. They have system in place. They do whatever they do. They try to stimulate you in this country and go ahead and go. Work on with your life. That's their purpose. Your purpose, you want your kids to have a better life, to carry on the dignity you have as a parent and go on. That's why you see a lot of people, they are broken. Plus, I know our education is not that hard, tough. But believe me, this generation, they know too much. It's overwhelming information. Our parents, sometimes they don't even know that, you know. It's completely different generation, but it's still, parent is a parent. We don't have to give up, but we need to educate ourselves more and talk truthfully. أنا ما داير تعمل بلام للشيطان. تقول للشيطان يعمل لي يعني كده. No, do your best, you know. وخلي الشيطان alone, you know. وشوف your best. لأنه I do believe the quality of your life, if the quality of your kids' life and even a better future. Because everything has a foundation. So this foundation لو بيجي في مشاكل وانت زادك قول راسك ما كويس وبلد ده government يشيل ياله بتاع الفاميلي بيعمل tear apart and you cannot help it. You cannot help it. And last things, what we need to know as a parent in this country, there is what we call this is a new culture, and this new culture, في some people بيمشوا ضحية في ضحية ل this culture. That it doesn't mean أننا كلنا هنبقى ضحية, but في ضحية ل this culture. A lot of our people, they come to this country without nothing, but they are doing well. For most of the time, what I see, actually 80% of us doing well, 80% of us work. 80% of us, their family, they are good. Like him, because the Western world, they pick the bad things, they put it, out there. Because if you see now, like in Australia, especially Narendra, he will be aware of this. Our experience in Australia here, حاجة صغير بيشيلوه بخطوه في media هنا ما قدروا. We cannot fight it. But the way they put it out, and the close-minded Kawaja will listen to this, that's our picture on them. وده Kawaja ياو خطاو. لكن أنا عشان نعمل clean up like this, it will destroy the better things we have as a South Sudanese. And this is another fight. We have to know that. Because أنا ما جابونا هنا by the sununa ولا جمال بتاعنا. It look like I pulled so long, so I will let it go. I will conclude with this. Last time, I think I've said it in this show or in a different show, I don't know. I have done a survey when I was in uni. I have done a survey, and the survey I was doing is for young people between 20 to 25, and then from 25 to 30. I targeted African children by the name of Africa and the mainstream Kawajata Australia. But I targeted our people. That was an online survey. And about maybe 1,500 South Sudanese participate, young teenagers, and 1,500 like mainstream Kawajat. And asila kanshunu, asila masalan, from 20 to 25, what would you do? Would you want to work? Would you want to continue with your study? Would you want to get married? To have a family? Or what do you want to do? Else you can. What happened from our teenagers as a South Sudanese from 20 to 25? Believe me, this is not a lie. 95% of them, Lisa, they don't know what to do. They didn't decide what to do. This is from 20 to 25. Some of them, they still think are young. They are going to clubbing. Some of them, they think, life is still, too early. Namanjid le Khawajat from 20 to 25. Most of them, from 20 to 25, most of them, some of them, there's somebody who don't want to get married, he want to have a house with their girlfriend. For somebody who don't want a girlfriend, he want to have house. For somebody who don't want a house, he want to have a permanent job. So they already know what they're doing. When I come to compare this and look at it, it's make me like wonder what is going on. There's something wrong in here. So even like us, when we even 20 or over 20, we think we're still young. And most of the time, our parents even put that mentality in our brain. You're still young. You're not doing well. But if you see the mainstream Kawaja already in 25, they're establishing 27, 30, no clubbing anymore. He think he's just old. He go to pub, come home, kids, whatever, do, at least have a security job. That's their mentality. So that's what I find. But thank you. If there is anything I want to comment on it later on, I will do that. But I apologize for just taking this long. But I spoke a little bit because this is a very serious issue and it is hitting our home. Even I myself, I didn't brought up a teenager, but what I see on the street when I interact with them or what I think is going on is a real thing, terrible. And sometimes to stop it, you will go crazy, even the low markets. At the end of the day, أنا جينا من محل واحد. كواجه ما بعرف دمنا ده، بعرف كلنا African, and that's all they know. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joseph Barach. You've mentioned a few things there, and you've put that was a great input because you had few things that you've put in, and I can see the viewers resonating with what you're saying, especially the fact that you yourself have experienced it firsthand working with teenagers, and you were able to contrast as someone, I'm with them, and even though you're not a parent yourself, but perhaps since you've also managed to have that survey that you've have, I might suggest that you also have the same survey for parents. See parents Kawajat, parents Junubin, because that would serve to enhance your outcome. Because your outcome is one-handed now. It's only the teenagers, between teenagers Kawajat, teenagers Junubin. But you need the comparison of teenagers, parents Junubin, parents Kawajat, because then it gives you where the gap is, and you can start seeing the fault between the linkages and what is happening. Kawaja between 20 to 25 to 30 or whatever, 20 to 30, Kawaja thinks that they are old already. It is true, even genetically, you can look at them and you go like, how old are you? And they're saying they're 25, and you're going like, wow, really? Sidu mukauka mulajan already. And I can see why our kids, they're 20 to 25 to 30 or whatever, they're still thinking they are young. There's nothing there. The life is still full of energy. So they're still doing other things, what the younger people do. Well, we thank God for that blessing anyway. Now, my brother Gailam, you've heard Baraj mentioning few things, and I think I just added to him that survey for parents as well. What did you get out of what he was saying?
What what I was saying that there is no lack of understanding, and we're not close to our children. It's not about just being father or mother. You have to know your child inside. What are they thinking? You know? And Paraj mentioned something too, that lo saalta junubin, what make you different, ma khawaja, is because ehnena robita mujamalat. Khawaja ma bajamel. Khawaja baqul lek straight. Yes or no? Lakin junubin, even though lo ma haja ma haja baqul kullu khawaja, you will not tell them straight. And you're wrong. You know? And that's what usually when they shoot the yal na kharabu, we don't go straight to them. You know, we go by what the teachers will tell them. We go by what society will tell them. Yeah, and that gap, we have to break the gap. Regardless of what, we have to break this gap. How? By us coming closer. Allah tagato you and your child, my couldn't be Allah but just you and it. No. Your child has to be your friend. Or more than a friend. And then from there you will know جيرانك قاعد يفكر كيف شنو في راسه هل قاعد يفكر كراجل ولا قاعد يفكر فكرة كراجل زي مرة ولا بيفكر حاجات تانيين. You know, you will not know until you humble yourself. You know, لو انت خدت gap between you and your kids, then we're missing a big gap. أنا بشوف نفوسنا هنا كأبوات, we are there. There's no way for us to humble ourselves and get to know our children one by one. You know, so Prej, you really spoke well. You know, and the good thing now, you have seen all this government conduct family. Now you know what will happen tomorrow. You will know what to do whenever you are thinking to have family. Then you're already, you know, well equipped. You know, so our kids are there. It's hard to change them, but let's focus on the little ones that are coming up. You know, what can we do in order for us to save them? And this is the main issue that we're supposed to focus on. Al kharab kharab. Kubaylo kasser, there's no way you will put it together. There's no way. But you will just throw it away. What about the kids al makasrudil? How can we focus on them? How can we invest on them? And thank you, Brother Daniel.
Something you were saying there made me to ask Brother Baraj. Baraj, in your dealing with the teenagers, has the question of sexual orientation or alcoholism or drug abuse ever came around, and what was their, explanation as to how did they get there? Was it their parents? How did they get there? How did they become, the X gender or alcoholic or drug users. So, all of this. I'm just wondering whether you have come around that.
All right, thank you. A very serious question, look, I have an account around that so much, like too many of them, because look, especially the addicted one, most of the time they will keep their circle close. It's very hard if you are an outsider to dip into that, but I come close to a few. But what had happened eventually when you look at it, actually, I want to mention name of these people, but I had established a very good relationship with them, because sometimes they even cut off to the point like they don't have people to talk with, Most of the time when I ask a few questions sometimes, as a friendly things, I make it as a friendly things, regardless of who you are. But when it comes to their mind, most of the time, if you see their history, family history, it's very violent. There's a lot of things not going right there. Yeah, like most of them, like father is not there. Mother, sometimes they don't have that close relationship with their mother. And at the same time, when they go out there, they want to experiment things. A lot of the time, they don't have actually a right person like to talk to when they try to do this. Teenagers, they have a lot of energy. So when they taste alcohol, give them more energy, they do all this funny stuff, they keep doing it. If there is no really good consultation backward or forward, like at home when they are not close to their parent, and then they go straight away to the room and they try to hide because they are drunk already. Because a lot of kids, a lot of teenagers, they get drunk in this country like in an early age, and they got access to alcohol in a way you cannot imagine. But for me to come I haven't dig too deep in that things, but the 2-3 people I've met, they don't represent the large across. But what I have found, actually, I found most of the time they don't have a really a good communication, regardless of the family, regardless of it's not by the biological parent, but at least people who with them, as a parent, they don't have that very close communication, because plus it seems to be the parents, they have a limited information. Some of them, they're dreaming, they say, look, I was thinking really to be a bowler, to play ball, to do this. But most of the time, like when they used to play in school, most of the time, no one go with them to play ball in the school. Mm-hmm. No parent. Most of the Kawajat, they have their parents. Sometimes a friend of the parent pick them up. Sometimes, when there is something at the school relevant to sport, our people don't lean that much. They're trying to let them look, just study, And exactly like our parents, they know, ya tiji tabga lawyer, ya dictor, ya tukun, muhandis. But at the same time, these are the kind of kids they never like. Their parent went to restaurant with them, from 12, 13 above, go and have a family sitting and talk and what is going on, and, those sort of things they are missing. But other teenagers out there, they will talk with them. They went out with their parents, they did this. Okay, they will turn somewhere else to find out what they have, and mainly about money. I found 16, 17. Yani, what is sticking in their mind is about their money. There are some kids.
Let me stop you there. Now you mentioned money in it. Sorry, I'm just bragging in. What do you do? What do you say to parents, to children who would deliberately bypass their father, all right, and lie to their mom, okay, because they've realized that with their mom everything is a go-go, it's a there, everything is available, and their mom, instead of saying, okay, go back to your dad, ask him about this or that, they provide everything for this kid. Now the father, in front of the society, our society, people look at the father and say like, idara btak faki. Okay? Because they don't know what is happening inside the house. You know? And it is the same mother who walks out into society and say, oh, Abu Madari Amala Jedelo. So what do you say to that? I'm quite sure within those 1,500 that you've come across, that's the one that took the survey. But there's many that you have interacted with. Have you come across those who lie? All right? That do deliberately lie because they know they're getting away with their lie from one of the parents. And then you have that question that's waiting for you on the screen.
Okay, a lot. Yeah, definitely. There is, like that. There is a straight out lie. عديل كده لما تشوفهم في اسمه ما انت طبعا انت ذلك sometime like انت في بيت sometime جنا لو ده يجي يسوي حاجه sometime بكذب كده كذب بسيط انت بتعرفه كذاب لكن انت بتسمح له sometime هو بيفتكر هو غشاك لكن العكس انت بتعرفه اساسا هو هذا شنو لكن انت بتسمح له يعمل اساسا اللي هو ده يعمله لكن هو كذاب لك. It's not because انت ده ما بتعرف. You know, there is a lot of them. They come like, you know, of course they're not gonna give me a full information. I'm still an outsider, but I'm a friend kind of. I talk to them like mind challenge. بس إنت مفترض تعمل كده ومفترض تبغى كده يعني ما في تحديد في الحتة ده. But this is what is happening. Most of the time, the one who lie, يا جماعة, Guy Gibel mentioned a very important things here. Like we are in what do you call? We are poor. In the nursing mentality, you know, with the government help, we are good for better government. Even in the fursa, you work hard to study bit. Ma ba'amulu. You know, bukun guide hinak. So at ta'amul assassin is like this. Sometimes kids, believe me, teenagers like they will like something is very expensive outside there. All right, but they want it. But they come to you, and then so I drama. They're in so much channel goal bitada. But it depends of how really you used to treat with them because most of the time, the money that assassin guy now will cut off. I mean our kids. So when they become 16, because telling that a dim, we don't have them get a butler in a bit, but I shan 500 dag or 200, regardless of what good their parent have, regardless of what you know, but good them to do, we have what you know, you study dairy. That's the problem I saw in their eye and in their face. And some they will tell you, look, I really lied to my parents just to get this. I got it. But sometimes, some of them, they say, look, my mom is better than my dad because sometimes if I want to have something, my mom want to let me have it, but my dad will hang on to it. I don't know why, you know? So it is come back at the end of the day, it will come back to the balance at home. How you guys establish the relationship and the discipline, you know, the discipline and it's up to their parents and to the kids because we have some people they establish relationship too late. لما نشوف ده ربك راجل ده يا وش ده تمسكه بعد ده لكن لما كان جاري وطالع ونازل ده لسه ده جنس صغير ما بعرف اي حاجه خليه يعمل. So main things about the money ده I know we poor. في toys are وفي حاجات very expensive sometimes not toy even teenagers في حاجات need very expensive they want to have it because teenagers always they look for perfection. لما يكونوا outside there عيال زيهم لابسين قوي كده وشديد طبعا البارent ما سوا بعد شويه يجوا كده البيت there is no access for money so they will do things for this short term to do whatever. If their parents are not strong or there is no good strong relationship they can really balance things together is this. So what I have seen men think is not because da جرجرة بتاع teenager the teenager this is their nature they really want to try لحاجة جديد this is a fight and parents have to be up to that fight. في حاجات كده غريب بيجي مع teenager وبكون عامل challenge their parent you know but it doesn't mean that this teenager is very bad or cap but it will go through things because they want it they have to have it you know but sometimes some parents gave up. But what I have noticed around that is it come to be like really you look I lie a couple of occasions and I have done this because I want to do it you know and sometimes like I want to there's a teenager sometimes one day he was talking to me he said كان قاعدين يعملوا graduation بتاع year 10 my year 10, sorry, graduation بتاع year 12. Girl, I felt when I had a graduation, seriously, I felt my parent ما يكونوا هناك. You know, because most of the people who in year 12 طبعا يا teenager very strong, واحد عنده girlfriend واحدة يعني في حاجة كده at the same time بيشكوا زي ده والبرنامج بتاع حفلة برنامج معين. They go, they give them certificate. From there, they have to take them to school to do this and to do that. But sometimes their parents بيكونوا very strong on that. You know, يعني حتى لو جاء داير يجي يسلم للparent بتاعهم يقدم لهم all these friends they know, it's very hard to sometimes تجيب friend هم يجيبوا له their parents. You know, and then I ask him, say, why? That was a side conversation anyway. It's not a verified source, but this is the conversation me and that someone. So why you felt that like you don't want your parent around in your graduation? He said because I wasn't comfortable. It's a kind of I look a little bit dumb in front of, you know, their peer. They're doing certain things. It's not a bad thing, but you know, when they finish this, they have to go this. From this, they have to go this. But their parents, they want to always take them and, you know, you did this, do this, do this, do that. So that's what I come across to, you know. And what I'm saying, you know, if you're listening to this, it's not because it's 100%, but this is what I really saw in that way.
Let me interject before we go to the question on the screen. I don't mean it in a mean way, but you will be a good undercover agent with the meticulous job that you did, poking our kids' brain and come and sharing this valuable information. It is a concern of an elder brother because you see your youngster are getting lost, okay? And you did it, although you are not a parent yourself, but those are your cousins, okay? Let me just put them under the cousins, okay? And they are getting lost, and you decide to poke their mentality so that to understand what is going on, including yes, the experience that the young man that shared it with you in one of our show, telling you that I was being rewarded a lot of trophies, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Basketball, you know, excel to the extent, but very unfortunate when I come with it home. My parents, they never recognize it. It is just piece of plaque or whatever, and nobody will say wow or whatever because they don't know what are the value of those trophies, okay? How been achieved. You went through how many tournaments and how you excel to be an MVP player of that tournament or whatever that, or the most score or the most valuable, whatever it is. They don't follow it, okay? That is kind of insight. And myself, I witness it, okay? I witness it with a lot of our kids, okay? Especially in Western Hemisphere. You know, being by default, we have the advantage of height, okay? Some of us are not well built and whatever, but this is something workable, okay? The coach, the fitness coaches, they can walk with the child so that to build what to have the strength. But in most of the time, the parents are not there. So the child always feel nobody will cheer him. Nobody appreciate the effort that they are doing. Nobody recognize what they are doing, okay? Unlike the other kids. وانا اتكلمت فيه في احدى حلقاتنا المره اللي فاتت لما انت اتكلمت في موضوع بتاع الرياضه. جانا ماشي جيم بيزقوه في طرف بتاع a friend have to pick الجنة ده في عربية بتاعهم، okay? الجنة بتاعت family will have the best seat, okay? will sit comfortable. وهذا الجنة الجنوبي الطويل التمام اللعيب الشاطر ده of course he cannot sit in somebody أبو جنة ثاني ولا صاحبه ولا منو براحته, okay? He got to squeeze himself حتى ماشي للجيم if there is a snack people are sharing. ما حتى ذاته في حالات كثيرة أحيانا there is no snack for him. He got just a bottle of water or whatever, so he's living on the remnant, okay, at the mercy of the other kids. لما يمشي حتى لو إذا if you want to play basketball really or whatever, soccer or even it is a karate or it is a box, where is his morale? His morale is down, okay. لأنه حتى أثناء الجيم he look around. الجنة الثاني ده بيدلعه. During the break, the mother will come and say something or bring a Gatorade, or you know, the father is there. They are cheering him, but there is nobody.
Yeah. Even while the game, تلقى أمه ولا أبوه قاعد يشجع فيه.
Yeah. بيشجع فيه لكن حقه ما في. ممكن إنه يكون هو أفضل لاعب لكن الفاميلي support is not there. بعد ما إنه الجيم انتهى حتى لو إذا شد حيله. If he was the MVP with trophy and whatever, nobody, when he wants to take a picture, nobody will come beside him because he got to do it with his coach or with his a teammate. Baba Mafi, Uncle Mama Wujud, Haboba Mama Wujud, nobody to offer him that support. They are coming back again. Look at this. In that van or that vehicle with that family, Al-Gibel, they gave him right. Although he's victorious, okay? لكن الجنة بتاعت الأسرة الثانية didn't do well for the game. يمكن ذاته ليبو with coaches, they see most valuable players, they put them to play more so that they will have the team, right? الجنة الثانية ممكن إنه يكون ظلم ليب في الجيم كله 3 دقائق ولا دقيقتين ولا even never play, okay? He was at the bench. Feel your child, his emotion, إحساسه شنو? He did an outstanding في الجيم. لكن الأسرة بتاعت الجنة صاحب العربية زعلانين لأنه ولدهم ما عنده فرصة يلعب or he didn't do well, okay. وممكن إنه دايما will start complaining about the coach. الإحساس بتاع الجنة, just picture your child with that trophy, he did well and everything, and صاحب العربية never have a chance. ده مشكلتنا جنوبين, okay. بعد كده الchild بيفكر انه بيتمنى انه even to have a foster parents, and we have a situation, a lot of kids, our kids, you know, being got adopted, okay. Was it white people, was it Indian, they adopt them, they become a foster children. Also on that note, موضوع بتاع قروش, okay. I encourage the أبوهات في Western Hemisphere, please watch this movie, Lean on Me, okay? ببطولة بتاعت مورغان فريمان, okay? How المجرمين بتاع مخدرات they penetrate في المدارس, they get عيالنا على أساس إنه to get involved. ما هو تعبان, how they pimp them out. Drug dealers, they have their pimp. موجودين في مدارس but they never attend class. لكن they wear the most fancy shoes, fancy dress, fancy watch, whatever, okay? Now, الولد الجعان الكهيان لأنه حتى he can afford على أساس إنه يشتري even reasonable shoes for his basketball, okay? How they pimp them out. ما هو بيشوف this guy always, you know, he got money, بيمشي cafeteria بتاعت السكول, buying for everybody, you know, wearing those fancy shoes, whatever. Hey, what is happening? Okay, they will pick الجعان ده. Oh, let us go to McDonald's. بيشتريه وبيسيب له $20. Keep the change with you. Man, are you serious? Huh? Where did you get those fancy shoes? بكره اسبوع الجاي بيجيب له Air Jordan fresh. بيديه له. Man, you can have it. I have so many of them. Are you crazy? How did you get this? This is a $400 shoes. ما خلاص. واشترى الولد. Okay? And if also as a parent you are not انت ما موجود هناك. I talk about it in one of the show. If you are not there, ما جانا جاب Air Jordan $400 $500. انت ما سألته. ما خلاص. You know, how did you make this? بيقدموا one of the dealers ذاته. Hey man, driving a fancy car, مش عارف ايه, sport vehicle. Now he's getting excited about the vehicle. What is it? Oh, we have just this bag, deliver it here in that garbage bag, garbage bin, drop it there behind this school or behind this one. This is how they pimp our kids, and this is how our kids get involved with Tozi. Okay? The janib من إنه yes, if you can afford it, you don't deserve it. But the educational part على أساس إنه to explain to your child على أساس إنه what is happening here. الحاصل شنو? Okay? Meet the Quranic at the lehafak. This is what we can afford. Focus with them. You are present with them. You know whom they are talking to. What those children are bringing home. Okay. Little thing. They start with that $20 bill, and class, your child is lost. There is a question on the screen for you, young Joseph Barrett, with regard to how playing a sport influence kids or impact them to prevent them from getting involved, whatever. So what do you think? What is your perspective? You witness them, maybe. Yes, that's okay, brother Guy. Guy is saying something.
Yeah, he's
Immediate guy.
immediate.
Oh, I'm good. If you guys can excuse me, but I'll be around watching.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, brother.
We appreciate it.
Yes.
If you can speak based on your experience or this undercover job you did, and also we will share our perspective. Myself, my boys, they play sport, and I know how much it influenced them, how much it reset them. But as a witness, from your perspective, from your vantage point, what did you witness or what do you think? Daniel, can you bring? Oh, okay. The question is there. Yeah.
It is Aya Biel, I think that's the name. I hope I pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
But look, sport is very crucial and it's very important, especially when kids that are very young, from say 6 to 5. Ita لو لاحظت خواجات في بلد ده, especially Australia here, we have clubs في areas. Every suburb has club. There is age 6 years old, لو عندك جنة 6 years old بكون في club معين. Most of their parents, when they go there, it's not because there is a valuable time, but they have to do that for the kids. You know, and that's definitely. But what they teach here, or what I have noticed they teach kids here, it gives them a very clear mindset of what to do, especially in life when you're growing. Because most of the sport stuff are challenging. Physical challenge. From the physical challenge, you know, as a team, when we sit here, all our plan is about to win and to make the tactic, and everybody in that team has the responsibility. And kids listen بالمناسبة. يعني لما يكونوا قاعدين زي أي واحد بيمسك position بتاعه. So these ده بيعمل لهم شنو؟ بينشط عقلهم. I know a lot of kids, they're not going to end up playing for sure for big clubs, but from then on, يعني انت لو لاحظت الناس في ناس معظم الناس تلقاهم زمان كنت بلعب كوره وكده كوره لكن ما قاعد العب anymore. But his mentality with his sport and you know the perception he developed is a very clear perception. He can apply that perception on any life challenges, because what is happening in this life, ya jama, you know, being a teenager, the life is very sweet. لما تكون young ده ما ده زي لما نجينا أستراليا زي ما brother نندرا say لو كان قالوا لي بحصل كده أنا كنت ما بجي الحياة كده. when I was young ما في زول قال لي شفتها الحياة ده صعب, أنا جيت براي شفت كده شو الحياة ده صعب شديد, لكن أنت عشان أنت عملت explain لزول تاني أو لجنة صغير it's very hard to get it بينه الحياة ده صعب كيف يعني. what do you mean صعب؟ غير يمشي البيت ياكل حلاوة يعمل ده يجيب ده يودي ده, parents guidance and all this kind of time. It's kind of a sweet life, but the life is difficult when you become a teenager, when you have your own choice and you go ahead. So if you have that mental set in an early age, you know, is very great. And that is sport development. Even mentally, my mind, even my strategy. Believe me, sport contribute a lot in my life. Playing sport is great. It's great. You know, it's all game bita sport is all about challenging strategy. Is all you the role. And you have to play your role. You go you didn't do this. So tomorrow you will improve to put your position and especially teamwork. Those sort of things. Big في راس تاجنا وده بيعمل develop مع حتى لو ما بقى star ولا ما لي كورة في حياته تاني بقى مهندس بقى engineer بقى politician whatever, he will be skillful and he will understand exactly how to play life, because life is not easy. It's all about the struggle. And في حاجات كده people, they will not tell me to understand. People will actually, you know, make me experience it, because I do respect people who talk from the experience perspective, regardless of what is happening, because I know how it feels to have an experience and what you're going through by yourself. The feeling you had, no one else have. Only people will go with you when they hear you, when they listen to you. But the process you took is always hard. A lot of people, they always see your outcome. لما نشوف انت النتيجه بتاعتك ناجح كويس، لكن الشارع ما بيشتغلوا بالشارع. الشارع ده كيف طعنوك شوك عملوك شنو؟ They don't care about it. Plus it's not their job. They care about what they see. That's exactly what is happening in sport. For me, sport is very important. It has about, say, 60% or 50% balance in life. You know, it will contribute in your tactic, in your mindset, in everything you do. It's all about activity, because sport, say 100% or say 99% is positive, very positive to me, because kulu tactic is a mind thing. It's not about physical thing. So that's what do you call that? That's what I experience, and that's what I can say about the sport. The sport is really very healthy. I know sometimes for parents they think they are doing very important stuff. يقول لك يا أخي ده يا أخي عمره 7 سنين يا أخي وديك كورة أنا همشي كده. Sometimes تزارك ممكن تعجلوا تجرجر الجنة وتخليه في البيت وما يمشي. Sometimes جنة ما بعبره يقول لك الليلة عندنا sport activity list, because most of the time they have lists of activities. Yeah, you know, في some parents بمشوا مع عيالهم all the time to the sport. They spend time there. It's not because it's valuable for them, but they're doing something for little kids. Thank you.
Derinda, may I come in?
Yep.
Yeah, the question is there. We will answer the question. But let me just add my my experience with the sport.
Wow.
Playing sport, it is all about discipline. Okay, it is about precision. It is about commitment. It is about having the spirit of team. And coaches, they are a military commander. Okay, they take their game serious. As they are going in, it is all about win, and they are the most motivated figure. They know how to encourage their team. They know how to challenge them, how to hold them responsibility. So now it is all about discipline, timing, because also when you are playing, it teaches you about time management. We have seen with NBA's game, for example, that 4 seconds at the end of the game, the coach will call timeout. Okay? And that timeout will change the result of the entire game. We have seen it. Okay? It is about calculation and proper management and assign, because that timeout, 4 seconds, will change the final result of the game. We have seen it. Okay? But in real life, what is 4 seconds? Literally, it is nothing. And you wonder, okay, bagi 4 ثواني ولا 5 ثانية, the coach will call timeout. Okay? And 100% it changed the result. To reset the play, boom, boom, it is in the air. It beep, it is in the basket. It changed. So sport also, it teach kids. Okay? They play, they get tired, they give them 45 seconds just to have a break to collect themselves. So they have to control their respiratory systems. ذات انت تنفس كيف على اساس انه تجمع نفسك, because coach wants you to go back بعد 45 ثانية ولا 35 ثانية. أيضا everything is about time. The time you dress up, the time you do your push-up, the time you do whatever. So it will discipline you. This is a very important thing. We have to encourage our kids to get involved in it, because also after all this workout, جانا لما بيوصل في البيت ومديون, he got a homework he got to keep up with. So either he's tired, he takes shower, he eat, he go to sleep, and he need to set his timer to wake up early so that to make up for his homework. Now he's ahead of his crew. He got to do his homework. Tomorrow he's in the school, taking time off, traveling with the team. So sport will put kids way, way ahead than their peers. Completely different than a child, whatever, physics, chemistry, coming home and play video game or watch TV. So it is very, very important, because it teaches them discipline, teach them time management, and also it teaches them the sportsmanship. Okay, you win, it is okay, but when you lose, this is where it hit you more, so that you go and build on your skill and you come back and you fight harder. So this is something that بالنسبة لنا كجنوبيين we ignore it. But now when sport start to generate money, we start to pay attention to it. But by the end of the day, for me, this is my principle. I push my boys to play sport because I am protecting them. I am keeping them engaged. There is no leisure time, so that they can hang out with their friend, going for slush in convenience store. Somebody got tempted, you grab a chocolate bar, they caught you on a camera, they call the police, it is in your record, you are done. Okay? You are busy playing sport, you don't have time to hang around. You don't have time to fool around in the mall. What are you doing in a mall? You don't have money. Okay? You are not making money. Why you are in a mall doing window shopping? Window shopping for what? Okay? So by doing so, keeping the kids busy in the sport, they are engaged. There is no way for them so that to hang around. Or even الأولاد ذات يعملوا خلبة مع بنات ناس في هلا. Okay? Hang around, chatting or doing whatever. They are busy about their sport because their coaches are pushing. And if as a parent you are pushing as well, then the child is boxed. There is no room to maneuver around. Derinda, if you have something, definitely you have something to add from your perspective. And then we go to the question with regard if we South Sudanese parents, we need some parenting class. The answer is yes. You know, but I will give the podium back to you.
That's true. I agree with what you've mentioned about the coaches earlier on when you started in your introduction, because I'm a trained professional soccer coaching. So I know what it means to be in for soccer, by the way, football or soccer as they want to call it, but we know it's
All the
football.
sports,
Yeah.
sport are similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know what it means to be in the game. You know, from that first whistle to the halftime whistle, and then again, it is an intense thing. When I fall down on the ground, people think that I tripped. I didn't trip. I'm not tripping. I'm falling either as because I'm too into the game, and at the same time, it is motivating the kids playing. Actually get me, I'm playing with them. So they really have that sense of, yep, this is where we are. Imagine, let me just give you this quick one. I remember one of the games because I was coaching the under 9. My son is playing the game. They happen to go and play. They fall in a team that they have somewhere in the school heard that was a team that they can never beat. And I can tell because we were okay when we came to the soccer field and everything. And I can see all my players are down. What is going on? Wow, the team that we're going to play with now, this is the toughest one. Why? Well, they've never, whatever. I said, okay, it is simple. We're going to play them. You're going to win them. Okay. And once you win them, you're going to know whether they were better than you or it was just somebody making a noise about them. So stick to the plan, stick to the game, watch me, everything that we have trained, everything we have done during our practices is the day to bring it out. So at the first whistle, there was nervousness. You can see they're nervous because they still have that image of that team is the most strongest one.
Yeah.
But what paid them off was when they realized that they managed to score the first goal with a trick that I've taught them. And those one did not expect it. So they scored the first goal. And I said, okay, guess what? Now they know that trick. Now you got to move to the next one. Because the more goals you have ahead, now you're demoralizing them. But they are the same age as you. You know, they're the same age as you. They're going to now be threatened by the fact that everything that they have in their baggage is going to be unraveled. So they scored the second goal. The third goal before the halftime. And then it was the halftime. And now it's 3-0. They came out. They were all smiling, laughing. And I said, okay, how do you feel? Do you want me to call the game off because you guys said this team is the team that you're so afraid of? They said, no. They had nothing. And, now they have it. Now, what they have in themselves is the fact that they realized it was the name that was preceding this team, but it was not the actual work they were doing. But the moment that they pulled themselves up, with my help, they pulled themselves up and now they are playing, they've realized that, okay, actually, they managed to dismantle the defense line of this team. And everything that this team was doing was really, it's up to nowhere. So, yes, it is a military precision because sometimes you, even though you're coaching, you're standing there looking at them and you're like, no way, I don't want to talk to you, any one of you. You're not doing the right thing. And it is good enough for them to turn around and look at you standing outside in the field. They'll just know, where are you with this? So it is an intense job. And at the same time, as a parent, what I used to do with my son is I said to him, when we are at the game, I'm not your father. I'm not. Don't look at me and say, maybe I'm your father. I'm going to go lenient. If I'm going to yell at you, I'm going to yell at everyone, just like anyone in the field. So I'm not your father. I'm there. I'm your coach. Even Kawajat, the parents of these other kids, they've come to realize that at the beginning they thought my way was a little bit different. And then they realized that actually their children have become good at playing soccer. And then they start appreciating, they start coming around and say, you know what? These kids are now playing, even in school, they've changed the school. When they go back to their various school and playing, now they've changed and they are being asked what has improved, what is the source of improvement. And they keep saying that we are playing at the club and who's your coach? Because the school want to know, the other parents wants to know who is the coach. They say like an African guy, so it's completely different. And it is of course, the end result is that, African guy, no, that's it. Soccer is their thing. What I'm trying to get out of that is the fact that as a parent, we had lots of parents who will come and cheer the kids. But in Australia, and that is the reality, is the fact that parents will cheer the kids to some extent and they will lose interest in the game. Not the game as while it's going, but as the kids start growing, they lose the interest. The main reason is because most of our kids go for soccer. Parents realize that there is no soccer in Australia. You're not going all the way to Europe to do something there where we can become something. In Australia, you're wasting your time. And the worst one is that when the kid then lose interest in studying because all that they are busy with is playing soccer. They come home, all they want to do is just eat and do a little bit of homework and sleep because they are thinking of tomorrow's practice or next tomorrow's game. That's all. And it is start impacting their academic performance. That's where most of parents start losing interest in taking their kids even for these games anymore. And you cannot blame them. Honestly, you cannot blame them. When I put you to play the game, I put you to be active. But then if you're showing the signs of losing interest in your academic performance, because it is coming in the report, your report is changing, is dropping, you are doing A or A plus or B plus or things like that. Now you're going B minus and C plus, C, you've got an issue coming up. So this all of those, including other factors that we have talked about, actually has an impact. I think this is brother Somorto Okumar. Yes. Welcome, brother. Welcome to ZööMTV for the first time. You're welcome. I'm not quite sure whether your video is frozen or not, but I think, Krikuju, are we going to answer that question now, whether the South Sudanese parents need to go to parenting classes? They are already in parenting classes.
Yeah. Let me chip in myself. Yeah. Okay. You mentioned a very important things, Narendra, about sport. Sometimes kids, they can lose their interest in sport. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, kids can lose their interest in sport. I mean, their interest in academic performance when there is unbalanced life, because everything is about balance. Sometimes you need to run the balance. Sometimes parents, when you focus, you don't have to focus only on sport as well. You need to focus on other things because it's a part of it. If your kids love sport, they have to be a compromise. If you don't do this, you won't really get the sport you're looking for. You know what I mean? So that's very important. And one else, something else I want to bring in is parenting there, Jama, is not an easy thing. And here, Gina Belada, the small family we have, a family of 5 or 4 kids. Most of the time, Finas already just single parents from overseas. Finas just because single for Belada. But to me, the resources and the way you look after the kids in this country, this is completely a different generation. More than 5 kids. Sometimes you're alone. Even sometimes both of you, for 5 kids, you need to have a proper care because kawaja kids, damalib. It's not mahizar. It's not like us back home when we take it, Kids, you take their jamabas as much as you can, but you don't think they yatla harami, they yatla shunu yatla. Like if you bala them muakkad tamaman. Are you kids doing bad? They yatla bad. 100%. Making tamala predicted. Mazay baladna hinak. Because here, anas mutatawira. If there is a crime in this country, it will be an intelligent crime. And our kids, when they grow, if they fall in that environment, of course, they will do those sort of intelligent stuff. That's why I think our parents who say, every parent out there, they need to revisit the family structure. I know, at least, regardless of hard work we do, whatever we do, at the end of the day, is about all this is small unit called family. To be happy, to be smart, regardless of how much you have, how much you don't have. So the main focus is on that. And you're not going to trade your family because you're doing something important and you think you want to rescue your family. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. And this country, if you differ, a lot of family be amulem differ. التقصير بيجي بينك انت. So parents thinks they need to look into it, to revisit it. لو في حاجة غلط تلحقه، لو ما في بالعندك انت ما هتكون مجبور. ولا مثلا تسمع كلامنا ده sometimes في حاجة كده زي مستحيل ما بيتعمل. No, but with the limited resources you have, navigate around the law and try to get what you can actually do the best for your kids. 5, 6, 7, 8, do your best, you know. And yeah, that's what I wanted to chip in.
With regard to
the question, I think is there. I hope ma nufutu about it. All right.
Yeah. With regard to that question, just before we go into that question, this is my take. Those kids, they play sport today. You don't know where this sport gonna take them, and it is very important. Whatever they are playing soccer, they are playing baseball, they are playing basketball, they have a dream to take them somewhere. So you have to be extra careful. You don't want your child to be demoralized at a certain point. If they excel, they did very well. Makawajat bonusu, and I have seen it with other families in the community where I used to live in. They talk about it. When the child succeed, they will start demoralizing that child. Oh, we are the one who were offering them right. We were the one doing them. We were the one feeding the child. Even he come, there is no food. The parents are not there, whatever. So this is something negative, will pull the morale of your child down. So keep it in mind, work on it, do your maximum to support them. With regard to the parenting class, I don't think we want to miss that part. Yes, because more knowledge never harm. Okay, even though if you are doing okay, but if there is a chance, to add to your knowledge so that you do better, I don't think you are losing anything. So it is crucial that a lot of us, because the way of our parenting are completely different than in Western Hemisphere. So you cannot bring that exactly typical way of parenting from back home to bring it here. Okay, because our parents, their mentality are completely different. I will give you a crash example here. My dad, God have mercy on his soul, okay, playing musical instrument, this is a no-no, it is a forbidden thing, okay? Even playing a soccer, which is a very popular sport that every single child playing it is a challenge for him. You have to sneak out of the house, you go and you play there, he will keep saying, Damuni awleb kura biga rais bita jumhuriya. Damunu leb kura biga muhafiz. Damunu leb kura biga dictor. Damunu leb kura biga mudir bita police. Okay, that was, I am not debunking what he tried to inject in us. Okay, at a certain time, he was in Juba. He came with those stair. Zaman bisamu yunumok. Gal mamnu yagif jamba nokta police da. Okay, he was coming home for Christmas. Wakan fi hajat bita markas shabab riyada. Jab kuwar. Okay, karatin bita kuwar tanin sharat. Arabiya namin dana fi bait. We never had a chance على أساس إنه لا نجدوا كرتونة نطلعوا منه كورة قدم واحد ولا كورة تايرة واحد ولا أي حاجة. Okay, يعني those things are countless because it is a no sport. ده حاجة ممنوع. Okay, الحاجات دي المشى زي ما هو. Yes, he was encouraged على أساس إنه أنت تمشي في تلايا مايو، تمشي في كشافة، تمشي في كتايب, because it teach you discipline, it teach you some skill مش عارف ايه. وطبعا اهتمام مع اجتهاد الاشتراكي brain wash بتاع نيميري طلع يا مايو. So now Nimeri recognized this organization, so this is something positive. لكن العالم اللي احنا موجودين فيه ده عالم مختلف تماما. المنتاليتي بتاعت الآباء اللي عندنا في أفريقيا, we need to come and learn, okay? And this is something, either you try to find your way to read some parenting book, and then when you read this parenting book, it is the Kawaja style. So you have to come with your own way to take the best out of it من كتاب بتاع Kawaja and then implement it, because أي حاجة بتاع Kawaja based on their environment. So I strongly believe على أساس إنه we need to revisit some parenting class, regardless of how good you are doing. Always when you attend class, will sharpen your skill, will give you better knowledge so that you may continue to enhance the lifestyle and to be a good parent. And by doing so, when you do it right, you are modeling a good example for your kids, whether your son, your daughter. So they look at your example and then they will enhance it down the road. So I strongly agree with Brother Barrett here. Al Assassino, yes, not some of us, but it won't harm as long as it is enriching our knowledge. I will yell it back to you, Brother Ndirindo.
Yep, that's true. Because of course, it is a structured learning. That's if you go to the triple P. If you attend a triple P, it is a learning curve. Sometimes it's mandatory. If the police get involved with your family and there's court in it, it can be mandatory that you need to attend these classes. But after all, what it does is, if you attend it with an open-minded, you'll be all right. Of course, for other, most of our parents, that open-minded by itself needs another explanation for ages to get it around in their mind as to what do we mean by open-minded, because they will learn a million things there, but a million of these things they cannot see it ever applying to them. But the smartness is one or two of the stuff that you see it's sort of resembling something is the one you got to unpack it yourself, put it down, unpack it, and live with it, because that's the one that you get out. All right. But if they decide not to go, now they are exactly in the same square where they were actually asked to go. The reason why they were asked to go and attend those classes and they said no, they are still in that. And of course, the consequences from that point onward could be whereby they find themselves in prison, and they are not even still on that point. They're not sure why are they in prison. Instead, now they're holding a grudge that their kid is the cause why they are in prison. Now they are doing lots of cursing that we were talking about earlier, or their wife is the reason why they are in prison, or their husband is the reason why they're in prison. Because until that point, they know nothing. They cannot put it in their mind as to what get them there. But the triple P or the parenting classes, it is important. And what do you call what we are doing now?
Part of it.
That's part of it. Exactly. That's what it is. What we are doing now, it's part of parenting classes.
It is the circle of the security.
Exactly. So it is something that you feel comfortable around, rather than having a kawaja standing on top of you and saying, with all these pie charts and all of this fancy stuff, and you're going like, I haven't even been to school in my country. Now you're showing me all of this stuff and you're talking about how to raise my kid. And you're boiling. As a parent who has never been to school, you're boiling now. You're boiling because this kawaja is now teaching you how to look after, to raise your kid, when you were actually doing a good job in your mind, you were raising your kid properly, but your kid happened to be the cause of why you are now. See, it is a catch-22. It is a catch-22. You know, you're
Asma.
angry with the kid.
Asma, explain catch-22 to them. A lot of people don't understand what this catch-22 is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to.
Yeah.
You're angry with the kid. You're angry with the kawaja. You're agreeing with the kid. You're agreeing with the kawaja. You're all over the place. You know, you're the same. You're agreeing with yourself, doing what you're doing, and you're disagreeing with what you're doing. So at the center, everything is happening there. So it's a catch-22 because you never, put your hand on to the right thing. So this it is a bit of a dilemma, but I mean, with this kind of talk, live talk, another show will pick up another aspect of it, because it is not just talking about the whole lot. If you notice, we haven't talked about the whole lot. We've taken a specific aspect of it and put it down. Last time, I think about 2 or 3 months ago, maybe 4 months ago, we talked about the suicide, the rate of suicide among the young teenagers, South Sudanese. And we made it clear there is a lot happening in South Sudan, but nobody is counting them. So no one knows what is the statistic there. So we unpack bits by bits, because whoever, the parents who attended the other show, they've picked up some things, some signs, some symptoms. Now they're attending this one, and now they're adding more on top of it. And who knows what we will pick up tomorrow? We might pick up something else, And we're, like we said, we are not picking up all this stuff in order to degrade parents or single parents or single moms or single dads or guardians. That's not the idea. The idea here is we need to talk to each other. We need to learn from each other. What is going on? What are the things that we're saying? And we made it clear. Most of this stuff we're talking about here are taking place in the Western world.
Correct.
It's not taking place back home. It's taking place in the Western world. And this is a great concern, because to some degree, back home, they are looking at us out as the next generation, who are next leaders. And guess what? We're sitting here pulling our hair because our kids that we think they are the next generation who will lead the country, they are not going exactly the way we hope for. So that's what I can say, Brother Krikuju.
Okay.
And
I believe we have been here for a while, Kalam ma bintahi, but I don't miss this opportunity before giving a big shout to Dunya Alessandro from Wow. Hey, that is impressive. Watching live from Wow, man. Welcome, and please come so often. Too bad بنجرجر الشو بدأنا 3-4 ساعات. That's a lot of money to watch live, but just تسجل حضور هنا to say, hey, من Wow, I am shouting from Wow. That is a big thing. We appreciate it. تحياتنا لناس Wow on behalf of ZööMTV. I think we have been here for a while, and there is a lot to unpack. الكلام ده ما بينتهي في يوم واحد. لكن before we skip it, I don't want to skip Thomas Deng. No, not Thomas Deng. Adidi, Nathana, question about how to deal with demanding, aggressive and demanding child of South Sudan. افتكر انه نرجع للمبدأ البسيط، لانه السودانيين بيقولوا مد رجلك قد لحافك. And if you can afford it, you don't deserve it. And it is very important to teach our kids this principle. Let me talk about the demanding. They need to understand, some of us, when we came to these Western countries, who could barely speak English. Okay, that is why we were involved. Some of us went to school to learn the language, to improve themselves a little bit, and also they decide to do any kind of job to support their family. We have done a lot of janitorial job, whatever, like a low, minimum wages job. And it is for a reason, because even some of us with university or college degree, whatever, when you come here, your certificate needed to be evaluated, whatever. So it is a long way to go. Some of us, they come as a medical doctor, they end up driving taxi, driving Uber, doing other things, they forgot about the medicine school completely. So we use ourselves as, I keep using this illustration, let us be the step ladder for our kids so that they have to step on our shoulder to go higher. And this is what usually happens with all the first generation. The first generation, when they come to a specific learn, they struggle, they find their way, they push, okay? So because of this little income that I am making, so you need to understand this is to offer the basic. To offer the basic and to enhance your life, you need to take your school serious. Take your school serious so that you go higher. Some of you will become lawyers, some of you will become doctors, engineers, pilots, and the sky is the limit. The third generation will excel, because if you are an engineer or if you are a lawyer or whatever, financially you will be in a better position. You will be able to support your kids, offer them healthy living, all kind of support so that they can excel, they can take to the next level. Now, this is with regard to the demanding. They need to understand our resources are limited and there is no way that we can afford it. So they need to understand it, and it is their chance so that to have a better life tomorrow. About the aggression, I believe it is something, nobody is born with aggression, but it is something that they learn it within the family. Okay, so how the parent conduct themselves. إذا أنت أبو قال إنه بتنهر مرتك، زي النظام بتاعنا بتاع الجنوب ده، نهر ريال and everybody، ما خلاص. You have your own little, banana republic, and everything is based on aggression. And this is where the kids, they will pick it up, okay? But if you use logic, you use reason with them, whether they are girls or they are boys, 100% they will be able to adapt, because it is a way of upbringing. And before I wrap up here, from a Bible perspective, we are a disciple. We are a disciple of our parents. So that means that we are their follower. We copy their style, and we do some little bit of adjustment and correction so that we carry on. So your kids, the proper fruits, if you put the right seeds and you enrich it well, you nourish it well, it will grow into a good fruit. But if you put a bad seeds, therefore the kids, they will pick what you teach them. So it goes back to the parents. Yes, monkey see, monkey do, 100%, because they are our follower. بابا بنهر ماما مش عارف ايه، والله نتمنى انه يكون دي مره بعدين عشان انه ندقه نجلده مش عارف ايه كلام بالشكل ده. Yeah, this is the way life is. هو بيجيب الاسلوب بتاع الكويس من وين؟ From here. ما في, there is women that abuse their husband as well. ناهي راجله بيدقوا مش عارف ايه، سو يعملوا قطع بيشيل راجل فوق الريت يرميه فاتها ومش عارف ايه، ما خلاص موضوع انتهى. بيت بقى فوضى، الراجل بيكون ولد بيكون عنده عقده ذاته. I better have to be strong from my dad عشان انه not to be humiliated by my wife. بعدين البيت بيقول انه ده مدرسه كويس بدقوا الرجال، راجلك لازم انه تدقوا مش عارف ايه وكلام بالشكل ده. So brother Joseph Barrett, I will give you the podium so that your contribution are worthwhile tonight. Every night, but tonight you did your homework and you came with a great addition. This is something we need to learn from each other. As a father myself, I learn a lot today from your experience. And that is why every time we made this disclaimer, we are not the expert. We are here to share our experience, to learn from each other. People share references of books, other resources about parenting, how you can enhance your parenting, sharpen your parenting skill. That is why we are here. So Joseph Barrett, keep up the good work that you are doing, because you are learning it. 100% the mistake that we committed, okay, as a first generation of parents, immigrant parents in Western Hemisphere, you are picking them up and resetting your mind. I am not going to repeat those mistakes. And by sharing your experience also, you are helping us and helping other parents. God bless you. The microphone with you. Bring your final thought. We will pick a different topic sometimes.
Definitely. Thank you, Kukuju. It is very interesting indeed. It's very important to talk about this topic, because this kind of topic, it is very crucial. That this is what we live. Whether we deny that or we don't deny it, this is what we live in Western world. So أنا ده نبقى صريحين. طبعا الكلام بيبدأ بشنو communication تكون صريح. That's why it was very important, the question of adding classes, or should we think parents have to have classes? It is very important to have a class, but how you're going to have a class is going to be kind of a workshop. We all South Sudanese, this is a suggestion, we all South Sudanese, we have communities across Western worlds, and there is some help you can find somewhere really to fund a community to do a very important activity. So those sort of things, to do it like class one-to-one is going to be hard. It's like Zol Kabir Namaniji Udari Dalam Ingilizi. You know, the struggle is real. So exactly, I feel like the parent, Namaniji Zol already a parent, Namaniji to go to class to go and parenting is very tough, and they feel bad. But if we have, as a community ourselves, we can teach ourselves, have a workshop classes. And this workshop class, everybody will come talk about their experience. They write down everything. They do some chatter. And then they say, look, you guys missing this, missing that. And then you start picking up from there. So it is very important for us to revisit and to have some class as in a workshop form to contribute to ourselves, because there is South Sudanese parenting, a lot of them, by talking to themselves, I think they will have a great input, and they will share their experience together, and they can develop a framework actually by themselves and a little bit ideas from the environment we are in order to put things together for our parenting. Like what you said about the aggression before, you know where aggression, you answered the whole question, the aggression, how it started, but at the same time, it still go back based on your communication, how تعالج aggression. لو بقى aggression over في مع الهيلث هي بيكون في حاجة problem. Yeah, they have to diagnose this problem and try to fix it. كوايات, they will help you. There's some facilities here. كهرباء قطع تاني.
Whoa. You are still live. What happened to the light?
I think it's my camera. Yeah. Yeah, it was my camera. So it is very important. The aggression, like what you said, the aggression always is an environment. You are the product of your environment, whether we like it or not. But most of the time, أي حاجة أنت بتكون around لو فترة طويلة كده أنت بتكون a product بتاع environment ده. Most of the time, if the kids are too aggressive, they are the product of the environment around them. Kids observe things. Anything happening, بتشوفهم قاعدين بعينه لكن العيون قوي. That will register in their mind. because their mind is still fresh and clean, and it's very hard for them like to take it away. That's why sometimes it's good to pay attention, even sometimes without knowing. You can have an argument as a parent, and then kids, they are not paying attention, but sometimes when they look, they know exactly what it is. So the whole thing is not because we're sitting here claiming the knowledge, but the knowledge will never finish. It lazim تكون curious تعمل learn, because even parenting is a learning process. ما بزول بلدو هو parent كده يلا طوالي بقولوا expert. You know, it's a learning process, and your experience and what you can put in a better way. And we have to be realistic, like what I said before. We are raising completely a different generation. For you to tap in and to learn that for yourself, knowledge for yourself, you need to be close to that environment. And you have to find a way to navigate your way in, regardless of our circumstances. طبعا ظروفنا تعبان شديد في Western world, but at the same time, أنا لسه بنشيط هنا. And most of the time, where we have value, أنا مني نقولوا كده جم, like as we sitting in this room, we have audience, there's some people listening to us. لكن لو خواجات لما تكون شغال مع خواجات براك ولا your parent هناك وفي آخر الوطن, the real value sometimes you don't feel it. بس number أزول زي وزي أي زول في in this area, you know. But what bring us together like this is very strong. لما نشوف زي قاعدين عاداتنا وتقاليدنا قريبين. So لما نجي we're trying to pass this as a parent. And the role of this is not about jealousy anymore. ما نجينا few days about survival ولا انقراض. Jealousy ده مفترض يشيلوه away. Here it's not about who is succeeding or who is not succeeding. It's about how I can get help from each other. That's the main important things. And then you can move on. And let's be realistic. Believe me, انت لو انت 5 عيال ولا 6 عيال, انت ما خليت حاجة تاني. انت لو لسه قاعد تفكر بانه يا اخي اصبر شوية انا همشي قدام, اصبر شوية انا همشي قدام. لما بعد شوية الوقت بيبقى مغرب, you in your 60s, you will come back to these kids. لما يبقوا كبار تقول ان العيال تقعد في وسطهم. لكن if you see for the last 15 years you didn't put a valuable things in their life, or you didn't add any value, but at the same time you're still a parent, they still respect you. But we need to see عندك حسي ده حاليا, that's all you have. Believe me, focus on it, invest as much as you can, and then go ahead. لو في حاجة جا في حياتك ما في مشكلة, go ahead ده جا. But main thing, if you already have way of life, 5 kids, I think these are very valuable asset you have. You already like have way of life. So for you to restart something is not worth it. You better to invest on what you already have. You know? Yeah. So في مثل بقول لك كده, أخير 2 شفعة يكونوا متعلمين أحسن تعليم ويمشوا أحسن مدرسة ويشتغلوا أحسن شغل من يكونوا 5 وكلهم شغالين عتالة وفي مجرم. You know? So it's very hard. Plus sometimes it's very hard to discriminate your kids. لو عندك 6 ولا 5 ممكن تعمل أفورد لواحد تحطه في مدرسة, لكن بيكون صعب انت تاخد واحد بس في احسن مدرسه. التانيين ديل will develop a different feeling, you know, who is better, they treat him better than us. That's why the balance is very important across your kids, and it's very important to control the resources you have. So ما مشكلة دي يعني ما تكون عندك عيال, لكن you have to know لو انت can afford them, do it. If you don't afford them, don't play with life. It's still alive, but at the same time this world is very crucial. I mean, it's very cruel. ما برحم أي زول. لو أنت كبرت بعد ده لازم حياتك يمشي زي ما عايز. And one day I wish our South Sudanese يكون هنا حاجة بقولها not generational wealth, but at least our kids they're not gonna start where we start. جينا البلد ده بقميص وبنطلون, الحمد لله في ناس عندهم بيوت, الحمد لله في ناس عندهم شوية كده, you know. بكرة جينا ده لو ما بدأ بأي حاجة لازم يبدأ like house that لو باو برا at least يكون عنده 200,000 in his account or 100 is better than starting بقميص وبنطلون زينا. You know, it is very crucial and it's very important for us to adapt the situation, to accept what we have. أنا لسه راس في جنوب الجسم هنا, like spiritually people are in South Sudan, but physically people are here. So we are apart. Believe me, أنا قاعد نقول نرجع جنوب 30 years later لسه قاعد تغني قاعد نرجع جنوب تاين كده ما عملت حاجة، تاين كده يار كله في السجن، تاين كده في الشارع، تاين كده جنوب زاره ما في بيت. ده بخليك تجين. That's why for the next 10 years or 15 years focus in this country. And then لما تمشي جنوب داك ما في مشكلة. أي حاجة شنو بودي جنوب. سو ذمتك طلعه من نفسك. لو أنت هي ده أنت عندك ذمة، عندك عيال، عندك أي حاجة، لازم تطلعه out of yourself. And then when you go back home you go fully, you know, you have nothing left back. لكن قلب لما نكون اتنين ده أنا بعد شوية تيجي. Because what I experience يا جماعة, dreams they fade away slowly. The more you grow, the more you want to become quiet and have that sense of being an achievement, you know. But if you don't have that sense of achievement, you always feel the pain. لما حياتك شفتها يتدمر كده وانت ما جايب خبر. لكن pain that you hold it on because you don't want to move. You will be a hostage of your pain. So كلام ده is very hard. So that's why we need to be open. أنا عندنا حاجات كتير كذب ده كده نخلي. We have to be an honest parent. How to fix our own issues from home and then go outside later on. Because regardless of, you don't want to fix what you have, you go outside, you make more trouble, you come back to what you didn't fix, you go out, you make trouble, so you will be in the same circle. لما خلاص بكرة تتكسر تقو time there to go, why everything is wrong? What did I do wrong? But relax. You're always, you cannot practice something and you're expecting a new result. And about encouragement, I know I don't know anything. I know the little I know, and what I have touched, and it's real. For me, I believe it is real. Something is happening يا جماعة. ما مشكلة أنت قاعد تتفلسف بس تقول يا أخي I'm talking because I know how to talk. No, it's not about that. Because sitting here for this time, seriously, it is valuable. Your time is valuable. Everyone time is valuable. But at the same time, you have a duty to do. You felt like whatever you put out, it's very great input, and it will be a great thing. And those sort kind of show, this is a very good show. Actually, we need it to be out there and to help a lot of people, because sometimes you cry out seeing people struggling, but you cannot help them. And then you see what is wrong. You can watch there's something wrong, but how to help them, you don't know how to help them. It's very hard. So at the end of the day, this we're still strong. Just let us push and be a great parents and show an example for the next generation. Because I listen to people. One day there's a woman was talking here. They say, I want to bring my kids to make him a husband. I haven't found. يعني تخيل يعني. يعني دار يجيب خلي ولده ده يكبر يبقى husband ل another woman she didn't found as a mother. That's very hurtful, you know. That's very strong message. Yeah, it's very painful. So though we need to know exactly لأنه أولادك تعامل بتاعهم data, your output data. لما نمشي يزوجوا تاني data يا قاعد يشيلوك ودوك هناك. لو become aggressive, they abuse another people, it's going to be tough, it's going to be hard. I know it's their own life, but it's very hard. That's why we need the best. And I do believe every parent, regardless of their status, they always do their best to bring their kids up the way they should be, or they at least to be respected with dignity. Thank you, Kurkuju, for always giving me this opportunity. And I felt like it's a very important topic, really. And it's a real topic people are supposed to touch into it rather than really being aggressive all the time and just trying. Because, بالمناسبة, all this Facebook, kids, they watch it. People think these kids, they don't know, but they watch it. They know who is parents who abuse people, and they know who is, they know them. But I'll ask, you know, I know a lot of teenagers, they got off Facebook, they run away because most of their parents, they fight all the time there. But it doesn't mean they don't have Facebook. They see it somewhere in some platform. So thank you, Kukuju. I really appreciate you. And thank you. I hope I did what I did. And if I say something wrong or something I haven't experienced or you know, something I'm not an expert in it, please forgive me. Kalamima 100% all the time, you know. And I'm learning from this show. I'm learning from people who are commenting. And thank you for people who are participating and really putting some effort really to engage in this topic, because it is very interesting and crucial. Thank you a lot and well done for this topic, and you guys keep it up. And it is very important even if we have a few people who are watching, is they have a very clear mind and they know what they're watching, they know what information they're observing, and they see it is useful or not. Thank you for you, and thank you for Brother Narendra. Thank you a lot. I pull you a bit long, but that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Joseph. I will drop you to do my recap.
Thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, ZööMTV viewer, that was Brother Joseph Barrage, a father-to-be, a proud father-to-be, or somebody who is gearing to be a father one day. May God bless him, enrich his life, so that he will be an exemplar father. His contribution are well appreciated. I am a father, but I learn a lot from him, and that is the reason we come here every weekend, so that we can share our experience. Initially, we start this conversation about behavior of our kids, teenage, preteen, and how they conducted themselves. بالتحديد في ظاهرة بتاعت اللواطة وظاهرة بتاعت إنه المثليات، بنات بيناموا مع بنات، أولاد بيناموا مع أولاد، ومش عارف إيه وكلام بالشكل ده، وده بيحدد النسل، ما هيكون عندنا أحفاد. ده ظاهرة كتير جدا جدا. We started في Let Us Talk TV, Let Us Talk, and we decided to bring it to ZööMTV لأنه حسينا إنه الموضوع ذات أهمية عايزين نفرض له مزيد من مساحة على أساس إنه we share experience of each other. We appreciate those who were with us. Good 5 hours. Good 5 hours. It is a time worthwhile. أنا مبسوط على أساس إنه ال5 ساعات اللي أنا قضيته في الشو ده I learn stuff more valuable than القيمة بتاعت ال5 ساعات. This is a life experience. The video is available on Facebook, gonna be available on YouTube as well. ZööMTV. If you like it, share it with others. A lot of us are struggling. Okay, every single parent in Western Hemisphere is struggling with upbringing their kids. لكن when we share التجارب المختلف افتكر إنه it worthwhile. During this show, usually we apologize if during the show we insulted somebody, we hurt you, we hurt your feeling or whatever. Please find a place in your heart to forgive us. But it is a big but. What I decide to take the center of the screen during the middle of this show, and I rebuke parents who their kids are slipping from them. أولاد قاعدين يبقوا لوايتا وخوالات والبنات lesbian ومش عارف إيه وكلام ده, and they don't want to do anything about it, but they have the audacity على أساس إنه يمشي يقعد الشوات لأنه جنوبين بيشتموا بعضهم فيه ب 400 ب 500 ب 700 نفر. I am very, very disappointed with you. Yes, I'm very, very disappointed because they said it will take the entire village to raise a child. We, Junubin, as the community, this is our village. The مسؤولياتنا collectively على أساس إنه to protect all those kids, to make sure we direct them في الاتجاه الصحيح. Okay, yes, I will rebuke you. I will rebuke you because I am doing my best. Others parents are doing their best. لكن جناك الوضع في نصنا محتاج لمساعدة. If we cannot put our hand together على أساس إنه to shield them, to protect them, ما أنت خطر بالنسبة لعيال بتاع ناس التانيين who are doing their maximum best. So ده الجزء الوحيد اللي أنا ما بعتذر فيه وأنا مسؤول منه. ده مسؤولية تاريخية. ما موت ده واحد. Okay, let me rebuke I rebuke you because عايز استفزك وعايز استفزك. لما قلت انت الام اذا انت نايمه you can't do anything على اساس انه تساعد عيالك وتحميم. انت ام فتيسه وانت اب فتيس. Yes, I meant it. Okay, I meant it. عشان انه ضميرك الميت ده الا انه يحركوك so that you wake up. عندك شنو في الدنيا ده اغلى من اطفالك؟ اذا حصل حريقه what is the first thing you make sure على اساس انه they are out of this house؟ حتى لو اذا if you live in a mansion, $1 million house, $5 million mansion, you own it. إذا حصل حريق لو إذا أنت أب ولا أم ضميرك صاحي, the first thing you think about your kids, you wake them up to get them out of الحريق. خلي البيت يحرق, مجوهرات, عصاصات, whatever you have, جوا البيت let it go. لكن ده خسارة. Our people back home, they have a great expectation, and I will repeat myself again, they have great expectation لعيال اللي برا على اساس انه ده بذرة لانه جنوب السودان قاعد يحرق قاعد يكرب لزو ودو بعيد. My people are farmer, that is why I use the concept بتاع بذرة. انا ما بعرف ناس بتاع بقرة how they do it, لكن usually المزارعين بيشيلوا افضل ثمار اللي فيه, لو اذا كان بتاع شريف ولا فيول ولا ذره ولا سمسم ولا شنو, بدسوه بعيد في راس جوجو لانه ده تيرابشن انه يحسن النصر. لما موسم بتاع امطار ينزل, مهما كان له اذا ما جاء ضرب ناس زي شنو, مهما كان له اذا ما جاء ضرب ناس زي شنو, بذره ده ما بياكلوا, ناس بيجاسفوا بويكا باي حاجه, عشان انه لما موسم بتاع امطار يجي بعدين يزرعوا البذره ده تكاريون. جنوب السودان بينظر لعيالنا اللي برا بفرص بتاع تعليم الافضل ومش عارف ايه وكلام بالشكل ده. They will be good seeds when the dust is settled. They can go back to bring technology, the best of the West, to take it home because we have everything. احنا محتاجين لمهندسين عشان انه يخططوا لنا شوارع, محتاجين لدكاتره يعالجوا ناس, محتاجين لمهامين ينظموا لنا اروقه بتاع الدوله والكلام ده كله. لكن لو اذا البذره ده قاعد يقرب في يدينا, really we don't have businesses, we don't own businesses so that احنا ممكن نشيلوا قروش مثل اليهود, we can take it back home to South Sudan. So what can we bring to South Sudan? To bring lawaita or khawalat or misliyat? This is the best we can take it back home to our people? To bring more curse to them? No. We have a collective responsibility. حتى لو إذا أنت عندك عيال ولا ما عندك عيال, like brother Joseph Barrett, لسه ما زوج, ما عنده مرأة, ما عنده عيال لسه, but موضوع ده هو اهتم به. He did some research, he did some, a lot of work so that to come with information to help us as a parent. Before I go, just want to recognize brother Aguirre, or Anthony Aguirre. He's a colleague to my elder brother Peter and James. Greeting, brother Aguirre, good to see you here. At the end, خلي ربنا يلين قلوبنا الحجر ده يبقيوا لها, so that we have to pay attention to what is happening in our surround. All of us, we are bleeding, we are crying to see our kids are doing well, our kids are succeeding, our kids are in American Congress, our kids are in Ministry of Defense, our kids are in Canadian Parliament, our kids are governor, our kids are premier in Australia, in British. زي ما انه بنشوف other community, the Chinese are doing it, the Nigerians are doing it, So how about us? زي ما إنه الخواجة سجل فيديو من أستراليا بيسعى South Sudanese community. I have seen Lebanese doctors and lawyers and engineers. I have seen Nigerians, doctors and engineers and lawyers and parliamentarians. You South Sudanese, what do you have? يالكم في المولات بكسروا محلات وبيحرقوا وبيبوظوا. And it is the same thing. It is happening here in Canada. It is happening in America. We need to wake up. لأنه if we start disciplining ourselves زي ما إنه في أستراليا قفلوا السكة ما بيجيبوا جنوبيين تاني لأستراليا. And it may happen in Canada. It may well happen to America. In America. So what are we gonna do? محتاجين نجمل صورتنا على أساس إنه يلا to start doing things. They become police officer, to become law enforcement agent instead of إنه هم مليانين في السجون في كل مكان. I ask Almighty God to guide us, to enlighten us as a parent. على أساس إنه let us do our best for our children. Brothers and sisters, ZööMTV is the place to be. We look forward to see you. Our prime time is 8 o'clock Mountain Time every Saturday night. 1 o'clock Brisbane time in Australia. You can adjust your time accordingly to your location. We look forward to have a healthy conversation with you. We hope you picked up something out of this conversation. We never claim the expertise, but we continue to learn. We bring our little knowledge and we allow people to come and share their experience. So to our participant, Uncle Agustino Harun, Madame Amel, Brother Gailam, Brother Joseph Barrett, and other within who came and participate, your contribution is well appreciated. Without you, this ZööMTV will not continue to flourish. Come in, come so often. This is your place. Bring your idea, bring your participation. Let us learn from each other. On my humble personal behalf, on behalf of my co-host, Brother Derinda Lee, he got some commitment with another meeting. That is why he exited the show. Our regard and our respect to you. Please come back again. Let us continue to have a healthy conversation. God bless you. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Thank you very much.
الدولة هنا دقنا باب لماما كل فتالنا هنا قلنا سلامات لمريم هي سلم علينا هنا قلنا أقفوا كلوا وقفوا لنا جنوب يا نانا يا نانا نانا بابا بفكر في الشجرة عشان يربي يالو ماما بفكر في الدنيا عشان ما يشاف بنية بفكر في القلبة عشان abaye junub ya mama ya nana nana ne ya giyafa sai najima najima ne ya jamila sai najima wo najima kumuriya bukore fi shajara bugul biniya junub binannin fi duniya bugul biniya junub ya jiwa gamara hiya jannanni junub ya jiwa gamara kef qallaniya junub ya baba jannanni kama talata banada legedo fizika ana jufto majile madarasa habibiya sababa nada legedo fizika de ana jufto mashin kenisa kulu jeraniya benaya bisallele rabunaya benaya bumajidu rabuna chop benaya musuliya alwai fi dawla yaw najima musuliyaten fi dunya yaw biniya musuliya talata fi dawla de yaw baba mama junubiya mama aliza yaw de shabab jumjuma junubiya sister yaw mugulis mujwar junubiya mama yaw muduwa ubine musuliya wahe dawla yaw najima musuliya nen dunya yaw biniya musuliya talata dawla yaw baba mama